Chapter 1086. This fatty was simply like a rich nouveau riche, and not like the palace master of one of the 3,000 palaces. However, no one was surprised by his appearance. This was the first time Long Chen saw him, so it was reasonable for him to be a little shocked. He knew the principle of not judging a book by its cover, so he quickly lowered his head and did not say anything. Indeed, the evil dragon palace master was able to instantly discover the existence of a stranger. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, but he did not pay much attention to it. Instead, he looked around at the crowd, especially at his own disciples. Since they were all present, he said, "This time, I am going to the martial god palace. The mission for the trial battle has already been drawn. You will all be leaving in 3 days. Master, may I ask what our mission is?" Wu Yang asked quickly. Quests were randomly drawn, and there were also differences in difficulty. Generally speaking, if a difficult quest was completed, it would get more points and a higher ranking. However, if it was an easy quest, it would be the opposite. Even if it was completed, it was likely that the points would not be high. Of course, since it was a trial battle, there were no truly easy missions. Furthermore, the missions had to be graded. For people like the evil dragon palace, they could only get out of the middle-ranked missions, while those top-ranked palaces could directly draw extremely difficult missions that could give them high points. Everyone was looking forward to the answer of this comical-looking evil dragon palace master. When he spoke, the flesh on his face trembled, as if he was a busy rich man. There was no pressure at all. At this moment, he said, "I don't know if our luck this time is good or bad. The mission that we drew is quite difficult for you guys." Difficult. Among the disciples, only the disciples of the vice palace masters did not have good expressions. However, the disciples of the palace master level, with someone like Yi Zheng as their leader, were extremely daring. The more difficult the mission, the more points and rewards they could obtain. The rewards of the martial god palace were not that simple. Countless disciples went crazy for the rewards of the martial god palace. If their performance was outstanding, they might even have the chance to enter the martial god palace. Every trial battle was a grand occasion for the disciples of the 3,000 palaces. Anyone would go crazy for such an opportunity. Therefore, the more difficult the mission, the better. As long as one was an expert, they would still have the spirit to challenge themselves. After successfully attracting everyone's attention, the evil dragon palace leader said, "Our mission this time is to head to the northern imperial region and exterminate the moon demon cave at the edge of the broken star sea. You may not have heard of the moon demon cave, but it is an independent force, and I have already gathered the specific information. This is an evil organization, and they often use some inhumane cultivation methods to slaughter the common people, causing chaos, and the most famous is the moon demon ceremony. Every time, tens of thousands of people would be captured by the people of the moon demon cave and used as sacrifices for the moon demon ceremony. The imperial palace has also sent out experts to exterminate the moon demon cave, and the northern imperial palace is also working hard. However, because the terrain of the moon demon cave is too complicated, it is similar to a maze, and there are natural soul-suppressing stones inside, so every time we exterminate it, there will be remnants, and our mission is to completely exterminate the people of the moon demon cave. We can't leave a scourge behind, but according to the preliminary information." At this point, the evil dragon palace leader looked around and said, "The moon demon cave is currently controlled by 3 warriors at the 6th level of the divine martial realm, the strongest of which is at the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial realm, and there are at least 30 warriors at the 5th level of the divine martial realm. To be honest, if not for the warrior at the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial realm, this combination would already be twice as powerful as you guys, and Vice Palace Leader Jiang is only the leader. The warrior at the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial realm is part of the plan, and you guys need to get rid of him yourself. Right now, I don't have enough control over this person, and I need another day or 2, but I'm sure that this person can control the moon demon cave, and has an evil cultivation method. His fighting strength is definitely very strong, and even Yi Zheng, with a difference of 10 times the divine origin, is probably not his match." Hearing this information, everyone looked at each other in dismay. There were more than 30 people at the 5th level of the divine martial realm, and they only had 15 disciples. It could be seen that the mission of the Moon Demon Cave was really very difficult for them. Longchen didn't care. For him, the people of the Moon Demon Cave were his enemies, and the disciples of the palace leader might also attack him, so Jiang Qing also had to be careful. If this was the case, the battle in the Moon Demon Cave might really be a mess. Longchen didn't think that there would be such a complicated situation, but the harsher the challenge, the more excited he was. Therefore, even when he heard that the people of the Moon Demon Cave were very strong, he still didn't have any expression. The others, even Yizheng, couldn't help but frown at this moment. Wu Yang and Wu Yu together could probably hold off one of the 6th level of the divine martial realm. The others couldn't handle them, so he would have to face 2 6th level divine martial realm cultivators, and one of them was a perfection divine martial realm cultivator. This mission, those super palace leaders can easily complete it, but for us, it's a lot more difficult. But the evil dragon palace leader's fat body trembled as he said excitedly, "The trial battle is not only a place for you to stand out, it is also a place for the evil dragon palace to stand out. The mission has already been selected, this is a matter of luck, luck has passed, next, no matter what, we must fight for the glory of the evil dragon palace, and also for our own glory." Although the Moon Demon Cave is very strong, it is precisely because it is difficult that it can be considered a challenge, a true trial, so our luck is not bad, this is the most important chance for us to charge into the top 1,000. Ever since our evil dragon palace was established, we have never entered the top 1,000. This time, we must succeed. Don't look at how the evil dragon palace leader was charmingly naive, he still had his own way of stirring up the atmosphere. Under his encouragement, everyone gradually gained confidence, and even evolved into lofty aspirations. Yes, that's right, this was definitely the best time to prove themselves. Although the task is very difficult, if we can complete it, the rewards that the Martial God Palace will give us will be very generous. Through the internal information, I have a rough idea of the rewards. Among them, there are all sorts of rank 7 divine skills, precious spirit herbs and medicinal pills, and even a rank 8 divine weapon. If your performance is very good, a rank 8 divine skill is not impossible. Do you know what a rank 8 divine skill is? Seeing that no one spoke, the evil dragon palace leader smiled and said, "I have spent my entire life cultivating to this level, the 7th layer of the divine martial realm, the heaven and earth aspect, but I have never even had a rank 8 divine skill. The higher the rank of the divine skill, the more precious it is. To be able to have a rank 8 divine skill, I can imagine that your battle prowess will definitely soar. So, children, for the sake of the evil dragon palace and yourselves, work hard. Don't let down the many years of nurturing your masters have given you. Don't worry, master, we have already made preparations. We have been preparing for dozens of years, waiting for this moment." Wu Yang raised his arms high and said coquettishly. The others also chimed in one after another. For a moment, the scene was very lively. The evil dragon palace leader smiled, and said, "You all have to work hard, I have always wanted to obtain the ancient dragon scales, in the list of prizes this time, there are jade fire dragon scales, emu dragon scales and so on. If you can obtain the dragon scales, I will exchange them for something that will satisfy you." The others seemed to have heard this from the evil dragon palace leader, so they all looked as if they had expected it. Long Chen's body trembled, the dragon scales was something he yearned for even in his dreams. Only by obtaining the dragon scales could he start cultivating the 9 dragon scripture. What was the 9 dragon scripture? Just now, the evil dragon palace leader had said that a rank 8 divine skill was already so precious, and that 9 dragon scripture was a super divine skill that surpassed even a rank 9 divine skill. Only the scarlet blood heavenly desolation could be used. Back then, Yi Wuxiang had not even displayed the true might of the 9 dragon scripture and the scarlet blood heavenly desolation, yet he was already known as the god of slaughter. If Yi Wuxiang came to the true martial emperor palace, even if he could not enter the martial god palace, he would still be able to become a hall master of at least one of the 3,000 palaces. If I can still obtain the dragon scales, then in this trial, not only will I have to be careful of my own people, I will also have to work hard to complete the mission. Long Chen had a premonition that because of his appearance, this trial battle was about to become abnormally chaotic. Although Jiang Qing was leading the team, it was clear that the Hall Master's disciples wouldn't listen to Jiang Qing's management. Furthermore, Jiang Qing might be eyeing him covetously. The trial this time would definitely be very exciting. We will set off in 3 days. In these 3 days, I will send all the information about the Moon Demon Cave to you. Prepare well, and then step onto the road of glory for our evil dragon palace. Yes. Chapter 1087. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. The wine addict and the martial addict were the two most active people in the martial god palace. For such famous people to come and monitor them, everyone felt a lot of pressure. The most surprised one was actually Jiang Qing. His expression changed. Although he quickly concealed it, Long Chen could still see the trace of uneasiness in his heart. There must be a problem. The wine addict, Han Yinxing. Long Chen had entered the true martial emperor palace because of him. He did not expect him to become the supervisor of the evil dragon palace. Long Chen did not know if this had anything to do with him, a warrior at the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm, who had a nirvana golden wheel, was at the same level as Ling Shi. Such a warrior was already in existence that defied the natural order. Compared to the warrior at the 7th level of the divine martial arts realm in front of Long Chen, he was many times stronger. Long Chen did not know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing that such a person was paying attention to him at this time. However, although Han Yinxing's eyes were extremely turbid, Long Chen still did not feel any ill intentions. After listening to the evil dragon palace leader for a while, everyone had already gone back to prepare. Before leaving, the evil dragon palace leader finally noticed Long Chen and said, "Jiang Qing, this young man is my new disciple, his name is Long Chen. He was personally recommended by the martial addict." Jiang Qing was already prepared and said, "Oh, not bad, not bad." The evil dragon palace leader looked thoughtfully at Long Chen, nodded his head, and then called his group of disciples to leave. "Let's go." Jiang Qing brought Long Chen and headed in the direction of the River Heart Pavilion. On the other side, the evil dragon palace leader left with his disciples. Zheng Dongyang took a deep breath, and beside the evil dragon palace leader, he told him everything that had happened recently. Because he was injured, Yang Yu was still recuperating, so he was extremely excited. He wished that the evil dragon palace leader could immediately turn around and kill Long Chen. After listening, the evil dragon palace leader was silent for a while. "Master, can you kill that Long Chen for me?" Zheng Dongyang said nervously. Slapping him in the face, Zheng Dongyang's face turned red immediately. The evil dragon palace master looked down at him and said, "A true expert will only take revenge on their own. After being defeated, they don't learn from their mistakes and work harder. Instead, they find a way to beg others to teach them a lesson. This is the behavior of the weak. Zheng Dongyang, if you still act like this, I will expel you from the sect." After he finished speaking, the evil dragon palace leader left in a flash. Right now, he was a little angry. Wu Yang and the others exchanged glances with one another. "Junior brother, don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities. I'll help you during the trial." Wu Yang patted his shoulder and said softly. Wu Yu frowned. She knew that the evil dragon palace leader definitely did not wish for this to happen, but her junior brother had been bullied so miserably. As for Yi Zheng, he didn't say a single word from start to finish. "Second senior brother, what plans do you have for the Moon Demon Cave?" Wu Yang looked at the silent Yi Zheng. Yi Zheng looked up at him and said, 3 at the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm, leave them to me." Within 3 days, all kinds of information about the Moon Demon Cave appeared in Long Chen's hands. The true martial emperor palace's information was extremely powerful. Among the information, there was information about every warrior above the divine martial realm in the Moon Demon Cave, including their appearance, age, strength, battle skills, past achievements, and so on. There was also an individual analysis of these warriors. There were a total of over 100 people in the Moon Demon Cave. Basically, only those above the 4th level of the Divine Martial Realm could join the Moon Demon Cave. From this, it could be seen that the Moon Demon Cave was still a very strong force, at least much stronger than the entire Netherworld Mansion. The mission of the Evil Dragon Palace was to kill all the people on the list. Especially the 3 at the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm, they had to be killed. The Martial God Palace's evaluation was probably mainly placed on these 3 experts. Other than the information of the people, there was also a partial map of the Moon Demon Cave, a map of the location, and a partial map of the inner cave. The Moon Demon Cave had a natural soul-suppressing stone, so divine sense couldn't be used. In the huge maze inside, the people of the Moon Demon Cave were familiar with the terrain and could fight according to the terrain. There were even many traps. Throughout history, even if many forces that surpassed the Moon Demon Cave attacked them, they would still be defeated in the end, not to mention the young disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace. At the same time, there were also some evil deeds that the Moon Demon Cave had committed in the past. There were many inhumane and heartless things. When Long Chen saw it, he felt a lot of anger in his heart. He remembered that in Yuanling City, the Scarlet Blood sect leader used the blood of young girls to carry out the blood sacrifice ceremony. The Moon Demon's sacrifice ceremony in the Moon Demon Cave was even more cruel than that. Finally, there was the temptation of the 9 Dragon Scripture, therefore, Long Chen's nerves were stretched taut. This training battle was definitely a very important battle for him. 3 days later, the 15 disciples who had familiarized themselves with all the information gathered on the cloud ascending platform. Under Jiang Qing's lead, they prepared to set off. The Evil Dragon Palace leader, the various vice palace masters, all the elders and hall masters were already present. More than 200 people were looking at Long Chen and the others. After waiting for a while, the Evil Dragon Palace leader said helplessly, "It's already past the hour by 2 hours. Senior Drunkard has never bothered with trifles, he might already be following you in secret. Since he won't appear, you guys can set off first." Everyone nodded. Long Chen was a little disappointed. He had thought that he would have the chance to see Han Yunxing. Let me emphasize again, in this trial battle, you all have to listen to Hall Master Jiang. Before the real battle begins, Hall Master Jiang cannot make a move, but you all have to listen to his instructions. And in the absence of Hall Master Jiang, Yi Zheng has the power. Those who do not accept will be severely punished when they return to the Evil Dragon Palace. Yes. Everyone nodded. Jiang Qing bade farewell to everyone one by one, then turned around and left. Of course, Long Chen followed him, and the other Vice Hall Master's disciples seemed to have received quite a bit of education. Their gazes wandered for a moment, but they still followed Jiang Qing. As for the disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace Master, they hesitated for a moment. Wu Yang took the lead, and Yi Zheng was at the back, without any intention of leading at all. A group of 16 people were divided into 2 small groups. The first step was to leave the Imperial Star. After more than a month, Long Chen had once again stepped onto the path of martial arts. This time, he was much stronger, and was one step closer to his goal. Turning back to look at the Imperial Star that was getting smaller and smaller, Long Chen couldn't believe that this was the planet he used to live on. The Imperial Star was rotating, and in a distant corner, a golden light shot up into the sky. It was a soul-shaking power. The 99 golden demon suppression pillars stood there. They probably had millions of years of history. Countless true martial experts were born and died here. The trial battle, 3,000 palaces, 3,000 missions. The true martial Emperor Palace's actions this time would definitely cause a bloodbath in the entire true martial imperial region. Some of the missions might even go beyond the boundaries of the true martial imperial region. After leaving the Imperial Star and coming out of one of the sacred martial palaces, Long Chen and the others were silent. The atmosphere was oppressive. They arrived in front of the teleportation array that led to the northern imperial region. It was a huge teleportation array that shone with golden light. Occasionally, snowflakes would appear in the teleportation array. The Northern Imperial Region is the northernmost land of the true Martial Imperial Region. It snows all year round, and the temperature is extremely low. It's an extremely cold place, where ghosts and demons are rampant. That's why there are such sinister organizations like the Moon Devil Cave. Most of the Northern Imperial Region is a barren land. When you get there, remember to keep a low profile. Don't let others know your whereabouts. Don't expose yourself. You only have one goal, and that is to complete the mission. In front of the teleportation formation, Jiang Qing looked around and slowly explained. The Moon Devil Cave is not a simple force. They even have spies in the Northern Imperial Palace. If you want to show off, what awaits you will be the death traps they have set up in the Moon Devil Cave. Therefore, when you arrive at the Northern Imperial Region, you must not cause any trouble. After we pass through the transmission formation, we will leave the Northern Imperial Palace in a low-profile manner. We will no longer look for the transmission formation to the Moon Devil Cave. Instead, we will fly there directly. The transmission formation to the Moon Devil Cave, even if we go to the nearby transmission formation, is definitely under the control of the other party. Jiang Qing had explained these things before. Now that he was repeating them again, it showed how much importance he attached to them. There's one more thing. The Moon Devil Cave is in the northernmost part of the true Martial Imperial Region. After the Moon Devil Cave is the endless Broken Star Sea, one of the 9 realms. The entrance to the Supreme Shadow Devil world is in the Broken Star Sea. Recently, there has been a huge commotion in the Supreme Shadow Devil world. Many people may run to the Northern Imperial Region. The forces of the Supreme Shadow Devil world are very strong, and not much weaker than the true Martial Emperor Palace. Therefore, you must be careful not to have any conflict with the people of the Supreme Shadow Devil world. Supreme Shadow Devil world. Among the 3 regions and 9 realms, Long Chen only knew about the Supreme Shadow Devil world and the Azura Sword Prison. Every time he heard about the Supreme Shadow Devil world, Long Chen would feel a little emotional. This was because Li Xuanji had once said that his sister had the Supreme Shadow Devil body. It was a rare and powerful physique that could compete with her 9-yin absolute meridian. He wondered if the Supreme Shadow Devil world and the Supreme Shadow Devil body were related. In other words, could Li Xuanji have placed his sister, Yang Lingqing, in the Supreme Shadow Devil world? Thinking of this, Long Chen was a little excited. Yang Lingqing was his most beloved sister. She was the person he had protected since she was young. He really didn't know how she was doing now. I wonder if this girl is doing well. If she's doing well, I'm going to skin Li Xuanji alive. Thinking back, Li Xuanji was saved by Lingxi unintentionally. Chapter 1088. This was Jiang Qing's last instruction. He was only the leader of this trial and didn't even have the strength to make decisions. Once they arrived at their destination, he would temporarily hide in the dark and wouldn't act rashly. While he was speaking, Yizheng, Wu Yang, Wu Yu, and the others were mingling together. They simply didn't listen to Jiang Qing's words. Because Long Chen had injured Jing Dongyang, they were very dissatisfied with Jiang Qing. In any case, in their eyes, Jiang Qing was only the leader. Only when the other side suddenly had a strong enemy appear would Jiang Qing have the opportunity to act. The real decision-making power was actually in the hands of Yizheng. Let's go. Jiang Qing was expressionless as he took the lead and walked into the giant Cosmos transmission array. This transmission array led directly from the true Martial Imperial Domain to the Northern Imperial Domain's Northern Imperial Palace. There was a distance of tens of thousands of miles between them. If there was no Cosmos transmission array, who knew when they would arrive? With the current strength of Long Chen's body, he didn't need to worry about being torn apart by this level of Cosmos transmission array. When he followed Jiang Qing into the Golden Formation, the Cosmic Teleportation Formation, which was usually quiet, suddenly started to spin. A total of 16 people stood in the Cosmos Transmission Array. Jiang Qing took out no less than 500 divine crystals from his storage ring and casually threw them. Under his control, these 500 divine crystals fell into the array eyes of the Cosmos Transmission Array. Suddenly, the transmission array erupted with a strong golden light, and its rotation speed instantly increased by tens of thousands of times. The golden light completely blurred Long Chen's eyes, and a tearing force acted on his body, tearing his body in all directions. Of course, Long Chen could still withstand this force. As for the others, they had no choice but to use spirit essence to protect their bodies. In terms of physical strength, it could be said that even Jiang Qing was inferior to Long Chen. This was because Long Chen's current body was basically equivalent to a 7th grade divine skill, or even stronger. The ancestral dragon's bloodline expanded his terrifying physical body, strengthened his meridians, and allowed his divine essence to be 10,000 times stronger than other warriors of the same level. At the same time, it was a great help to his god Martial's soul and physical body. This wasn't just a strengthening of his physical body, but a transformation of his life. Every time he absorbed 1/10 of the dragon's blood, Long Chen would feel that his life level was rising. The distance between the Northern Imperial region and the true Martial Imperial region was even greater than the distance between the Eastern Imperial region and the true Martial Imperial region. Long Chen didn't know how much time had passed. It might have been a few days, or it might have been an instant. In any case, he had been suffering, let alone the others. Suddenly, in the distance of the dark tunnel filled with tearing power, a golden light appeared. Everyone's faces were filled with joy, because this meant that they had arrived at the Northern Palace. Everyone had suffered enough, and it was finally time. This also meant that the opportunity to realize their ambitions had also arrived. Everyone touched the golden light in front of them. A burst of golden light flashed, and they appeared in a golden formation. This golden formation was similar to the previous one, but the surrounding scenery had changed greatly. The previous cosmos transmitting formation was surrounded by dust. This cosmos transmitting formation was in a city that was similar to the Eastern Imperial Palace. There were guards around it, but their cultivations were generally not high. Generally, warriors from the true Martial Imperial region were not strictly searched. Because of this, Jiang Qing led Long Chen and the others into the crowd and quickly left the area where the guards were stationed. "It's snowing." Long Chen raised his head. This Northern Imperial Palace was a vast white world. It was covered in snow for thousands of miles, and there was a thick layer of snow on the ground that was almost a meter thick. The temperature had dropped to an extremely low level, even lower than some of the lesser cosmos worlds that Long Chen had experienced before. The entire city, whether it was the roofs or the trees, was covered with snow. The entire city was completely white, submerged by the feather-like snow. They were already cultivators. After reaching the divine martial arts realm, a cultivator's life had already risen to another level, and they were like gods. This was a kind of escape. Snow only belonged to mortals, but when Long Chen looked at the falling snow, he would also think of the days when he was still a weakling in Biyao town, hiding from the snow under the eaves with his neck tucked into his shoulders. In those days, there was no lingxi or martial arts. There was only confusion and solitude. But now, he was different. He had already transcended his original self and became the godlike existence that he had thought he was back then. Only 7 years had passed. Long Chen did not say anything, and followed Jiang Qing's footsteps, quickly and quietly leaving the Northern Imperial Palace. Originally, if they had arrived normally, the people of the Northern Imperial Palace would have welcomed them grandly, but the situation was different now. In order to complete the mission, they could not reveal their identities. Fortunately, they could safely leave the Northern Imperial Palace. In front of them was a vast expanse of white snow. Jiang Qing had memorized the direction of the Moon Demon Cave on the map, so they could only walk on foot. Of course, with their speed, it was not bad either. At least Long Chen did not have to worry about being left behind. The group of people was divided into 2 groups. The disciples of the evil dragon palace leader were still standing together with their own group. Just as they walked out of the Northern Imperial Palace, Yang, and the others actually did not say a word and rushed past Jiang Qing. A total of 4 people left first, leaving only Lu Qingfeng, who was extremely embarrassed, and said, "Palace Master Jiang, I can't persuade them, look." Jiang Qing didn't have any expression. In his eyes, this was just a child's quarrel. He smiled and said, "Let them be. In any case, they won't obey me even if they follow me. Qingfeng, you are more sensible. Follow them well. Don't let them do unwise things. Do you understand?" Lu Qingfeng nodded helplessly and said, "Many thanks for Palace Master Zhang's magnanimity. When we return to the Evil Dragon Palace, I will definitely bring them to apologize to you another day. These fellows are really too disobedient. Go." Jiang Qing did not say much. He would not hold back disobedient people. Before the battle had even started, they had already split into 2 groups. If the supervisor saw this, the Evil Dragon Palace's points would definitely be deducted. If it was an organization, unity was a powerful force. Internal strife was often the root of destruction. Therefore, as long as one was in the upper echelons, they would definitely not like this kind of situation. However, Jiang Qing did not care. This time, the supervisor was Han Yinqing. He was a mysterious person. Until now, no one had seen his shadow. It was very likely that he did not even come. After all, how many people who were called idiots were normal? Just like that, Yi Zheng, Wu Yang, and the other direct disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace advanced first. They might have gone to the Moon Demon Cave from another direction. Jiang Qing was not worried about them at all. He brought Long Chen and the other 9 Vice Palace Master disciples towards the Moon Demon Cave. In truth, the other 9 disciples also formed a small group. They did not take Long Chen seriously. Zhao Shuiji could be considered as their friend. Who was Long Chen? He was just a newcomer. Why would Jiang Qing dote on him so much? He had even replaced Zhao Shuiji to participate in the trial. Zhao Shuiji was one of the stronger people who had passed the devouring fire tribulation. She was a great guarantee for everyone's safety. Who was Long Chen? If his strength was only at the level where he defeated Jing Dongyang, although he would not be a burden, he would at least not be as useful as Zhao Shuiji. Long Chen followed behind Jiang Qing, walking alone. He didn't pay much attention to them. Apart from the top disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace, there were more yin than yang. Among the 9 disciples, 6 had just passed the Oblivion Wind Tribulation. The other 3 had passed the Devouring Fire Tribulation, similar to Zhao Shuiji. Coincidentally, these 3 were all women. They were all beautiful. Some were cute, some were mature, and some were unruly. They chattered in low voices along the way. The beautiful scenery was a feast for the eyes. These 3 women all had arrogance in their eyes. In addition to those 3 martial artists, they and Jing Dongyang could be regarded as second-class characters. If they performed well this time, it was normal for them to have a meteoric rise in their career. Moreover, with their good looks, if more powerful and higher-status young male martial artists fancied them, it would be even better. Basically, even if they didn't cultivate, they could live the rest of their lives carefree. At this time, Wu Yang and the others had already left. As long as Jiang Qing left, the group would be without a leader. When the 3 women saw this situation, they quickly tied the other 6 cultivators to their side. Naturally, they isolated Long Chen, who in their opinion was someone who had entered through connections. Perhaps in their minds, only those with internal connections could enter the Evil Dragon Palace so easily and take over Zhao Shuiji's position. The women followed behind, creating a lively scene. "It looks like they don't like you very much," Jiang Qing suddenly whispered in Long Chen's ear as they moved forward. "Them." Long Chen was startled. Actually, he had no interest in these people. In terms of combat strength, Long Chen could kill them all within 10 breaths of time. Of course, they were the disciples of other Vice Palace Masters. Killing them instantly was out of the question. "I will make them like me and rely on me." Long Chen understood Jiang Qing's meaning. Jiang Qing also did not want Long Chen to be isolated by them. Jiang Qing nodded in satisfaction. Long Chen was a very smart person. He understood immediately. Because of his intelligence, Jiang Qing vaguely felt uneasy. She did not know why, but this feeling suddenly appeared in her heart. The journey from the northern imperial region to the Moon Demon Cave was quite a long one. They chose to keep a low profile. Even with their current speed, it took them a month's time. They didn't rest much along the way. Finally, while the disciples were complaining, they arrived at a mountain range very close to the Moon Demon Cave. Chapter 1089. They had almost reached their destination. This was the northernmost part of the true martial imperial domain. The temperature had dropped to a terrifying level. Snowstorms filled everyone's field of vision. The accumulated snow on the ground had probably not melted for countless years. The strange thing was that the sky here was wrapped in a layer of purple light film. The sun during the day and the moon at night also looked completely purple. It gave off a strange feeling. They had been rushing at a high intensity for the entire journey. None of them could endure such a high-intensity journey. Of course, Long Chen could. His physique was stronger than everyone else's, so this journey was a piece of cake for him. Therefore, when the fat and skinny girls were about to collapse from exhaustion, they saw that Long Chen was still alive and kicking, and was even cultivating. Their faces were filled with incredulity. In a place where Long Chen couldn't see, they were discussing softly. Of course, in order to prevent Long Chen's divine sense from spying, they were directly communicating with each other using their divine sense. Among the 9 people, the 3 strongest women had joined forces. All 3 of them were quite good-looking. Among them, the delicate and lovely one was called Yabit-ong. The sexy and flirtatious one was called Dui Shuang. The last one looked unruly and wild. Her name was Chen Peiqi. The strength of these 3 people was estimated to be around the same level as Zhao Xueji. However, their real fighting strength might be a little weaker than Zhao Xueji. After all, Zhao Xueji's ice-sealed bloodline was quite strong. At this time, Yabit-ong looked at Long Chen's back in the distance with some disgust. She said, "This guy has been rushing for so many days, but he's still not tired. He's really a monster in human form." The sexy and seductive Du Yishuang gently tucked her long hair behind her ears. Her face was painted with heavy makeup and a seductive fragrance was exuding from her body. She blinked her eyes at Long Chen and said, "You're not pretending, right? You're probably very tired. All men are like this. They like to show their best side in front of women. When the 2 of you grow up, you'll probably understand." Chen Peiqi snorted and said, "You're just a fledgling, and you're making it sound like you know a lot. As for this Long Chen, I've heard that his body is very strong. I'm guessing that he has cultivated a grade 6 body-refining battle technique. He's a match for Palace Master Qin Yuantong, but, a strong body doesn't necessarily mean that he's powerful in battle." Du Yishuang looked at Chen Peiqi and said, "That's not necessarily true. His body is so strong that it must be very hard. His skills in bed must be very good. Your heart is rippling." Chen Peiqi looked at Du Yishuang with contempt. Du Yishuang smiled. "What nonsense are you talking about? Does he have the qualifications to make my heart ripple? The one who makes my heart ripple is Wu Yang. His aura is like the scorching sun. It's constantly burning my body." Du Yishuang said. Then, Jiang Qing gathered everyone and said, "Go in this direction. In about a day, we will arrive at the Moon Demon Cave. That place is a boundless mountain range. The Moon Demon Cave is an underground world. This is a very large underground world. There are hundreds of thousands of underground passageways. Some of them might be huge caves, while others might be small passageways that only one person can pass through. The people of the Moon Demon Cave are very familiar with the environment here, but you don't know anything about it. The difficulty of this mission is very high. Therefore, you have to make your own plans. I have no right to interfere. From now on, I will hide in the shadows. I will only appear when you encounter an additional danger that you cannot resist. Otherwise, even if you die, I will not save you even if you die. After saying this, Jiang Qing's expression turned solemn. He coldly looked at everyone and said, "Everyone has to pay the price for their past. You were once a hard-working person, you might not have to die. The refinement battle is the most critical challenge in your life. The victor is the king and the loser is the bandit. If your skills are inferior to others, your death will not be regretted. Even if you die, this world will not change. Even your master will accept a disciple that surpasses you in the future and forget all of you. The true martial emperor palace has never lacked geniuses. No one would feel heartache if a few of them died." This should be the last time Jiang Qing spoke. "I remember there's a small city up ahead. You can rest there and come up with a battle plan. You'll have to rely on yourselves to defeat the powerhouses of the Moon Devil's Cave with your current strength. Goodbye, everyone. I hope you all can survive." Jiang Qing smiled and left in a relaxed manner. He didn't say anything else to Long Chen. In fact, Long Chen was much more mature than them. Long Chen understood everything. Jiang Qing's figure soon disappeared. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Finally, everyone's attention shifted to the three women. Since Hall Master Jiang said there is a small city ahead, let's rest there first. At the same time, we can also inquire more about the Moon Demon Cave. Yao Bidong said. Dui Shuang wasn't willing to let the opportunity to speak be snatched away. In order to solidify her position, she quickly said, "Since that's the case, let's listen to Hall Master Jiang and head to that small city. Everyone, remember, after arriving there, we must keep a low profile. We must not attract the attention of the Moon Demon Cave. Moreover, we must enter the city separately. We must conceal our appearance and strength as much as possible." Chen Peiqi said. They had already thought it through very thoroughly. Everyone had nothing to say, so they followed them. This feeling of being in control was very refreshing. So, the three women who were previously tired were now full of energy. They even momentarily forgot themselves. Soon, they discovered that Long Chen was also following behind them. Since this was the case, should they play with him? After thinking about it, they decided to forget about it. However, the thing that the three women wanted the most right now was to kick Long Chen out of their organization. The 9 of them were solid, and there was only one stranger who was hindering them. The small city wasn't far from where they were. The three women's divine senses were more than 10 miles away. Their eyes first approached the city in the snow, then quickly approached it. When they were close enough, they were stunned. They looked at each other and said, "Everyone, stop." The others stopped and stared at the three women with their eyes wide open. In such a big city, there is not a single person. What's going on? Yes, there is not a single person. Could there be a problem? After the three women encountered a problem, they were a little flustered. They knew how to compete with each other, but this was the first time that they had to make a decision. After thinking for a long time, Chen Peiqi said, "No matter what the problem is, it is better that there is no one. We have been rushing for so many days, so we need to rest. Let's enter the city first." "That's right. I haven't had a good bath for many days," Dui Shuang said gloomily. "Then let's go in." Yao Bidong didn't forget to interject to prove that she also had a position in the decision-making. Under the leadership of the three women, everyone could only enter the city. Long Chen walked at the very back. In his eyes, these three women were like flowers in a greenhouse who had never seen the world. They could fight tit for tat, but when it came to dealing with the vicious people of the Moon Devil Cave, they were a bit lacking. However, Long Chen couldn't be bothered with them. In this small city, there are many places that are still clean. The houses seem to have been occupied not long ago, but now they are empty. Why is there no one here? While following the large group, Long Chen carefully observed and studied. He discovered some small details. Basically, every household had many traces of fighting, and the city had also suffered a certain degree of damage. In other words, all the people here were probably kidnapped. Thinking about the information about the Moon Demon Cave, Long Chen roughly understood that this place had been ravaged by the Moon Demon Cave. This group of vicious scum won't be easy to deal with. If it was Yi Zheng's group, it would be fine. But these guys, it's obvious that they've met such murderous opponents since they were young. So the situation isn't optimistic. Long Chen also wanted to complete the task perfectly. However, his current teammates were pigs. He didn't know what would happen if the wolves came. Not to mention, these pigs might personally run into the wolves' den. While Long Chen was thinking, the sexy Du Yishuang looked at him and shouted, "Long Chen, come here." "What's the matter?" Long Chen walked over. "We decided to use the hall of this house as a conference room to discuss specific matters. You clean up this place." Du Yishuang said arrogantly. "Are you crazy? Don't you know how to do it yourself?" Long Chen looked at her and turned away. "You!" Du Yishuang was furious. This was the first time she had seen someone reject a goddess-like figure like her. Du Yishuang was already one of the best among the younger generation since she was able to cultivate to her current level at such a young age. She was no longer just a vase. She had the right to be proud. "Forget it. Don't bother the disciple of Hall Master Jiang Qing. We'll do it ourselves. However, if we don't help them now, don't expect us to help them in the future," Chen Peiqi said coldly. A group of people walked into the hall and cleaned up the place. Then, Long Chen turned to the city and continued to see if he could find any clues. There is no one in the city. If a cultivator with a powerful divine sense passes by, he will definitely discover us. This is not a good thing. These idiots really came in and used this place as their base of operations. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 1090. Yao Bidong said, "I'm guessing that Yi Zheng and the others have already killed their way in. They're just some small fries. Even if their cultivation is high, it's useless. We are the disciples of the 3,000 palaces' deputy palace masters. We have the most powerful resources to train our disciples. How can we not defeat a few bandits?" Du Yishuang frowned and said, "This won't do. The people of the Moon Devil Cave are so cunning and there are so many of them. Even if we die from exhaustion, we won't be able to kill so many people. I think we should find a place to lure them out and ambush them one by one." Chen Peiqi, who was at the side, laughed and said, "According to your method, we'll probably only be able to complete the mission next year. Next year's trials will be over. The shorter the time needed to complete the mission, the higher the points. For the sake of some small things, we're wasting our points. Is it worth it?" The three of them argued endlessly. For a moment, spittle was flying everywhere. The others looked at each other in dismay. They didn't even have the chance to interject. They just let the three of them make their own arrangements. It was a pity that the three of them were not of one mind. The argument gradually escalated. Everyone had their own reasons, and they argued endlessly for this reason. At the same time, they also wanted to prove their dominance. While they were arguing, the others were envious of Long Chen. He could stand so far away and look as if he didn't care. Long Chen used his spirit-devouring demon eyes to observe the surroundings. When the argument reached its climax, Long Chen was startled. He could sense that some people had entered the small city and were heading towards them. There were about 20 people in this group. Their strength was roughly at the 5th level of the divine martial realm. 5 of them had passed the devouring fire tribulation, while the rest had passed the oblivion wind tribulation. Du Yishuang and the others were still arguing, so they didn't use their divine sense to observe the surroundings. Therefore, Long Chen was the first to notice the situation. "Don't quarrel, there are enemies coming." When the argument reached its climax, Long Chen said something. In a flash, everyone stopped and looked at Long Chen. Then, they used their divine sense and their complexion changed. There are so many enemies. Everyone, don't panic. Let's go out together and fight them head-on. Chinpeichi took the lead and rushed out. She was quite courageous. Yao Bitong hesitated for a moment before calling everyone to follow her. Dui Shuang was a sexy woman who didn't support head-on confrontation. After thinking for a while, she decided that she shouldn't let them steal the limelight. So, she also rushed out. The remaining 6 people's faces were somewhat pale. They could already feel that the situation was not good. As soon as they arrived on the street, a group of people appeared in front of them. These people were all wearing purple tight-fitting clothes. Even their heads were completely covered with purple scarves. It was as if they couldn't stand the sunlight on the snowy ground. The only things that could be seen were their slightly purple eyes and the purple moon pattern on their foreheads. Those who had read the information knew that these people were from the Moon Devil Cave. There were a total of 5 people standing at the front. Every one of them was as strong as Yao Bitong and the others. After sensing this, the people who had been talking about the Moon Devil Cave looked at each other and sucked in a breath of cold air. True Martial Emperor Palace, do you really look down on us from the Moon Devil Cave? Why did they send trash like you to deal with us? Just as everyone was panicking, the other party said something that made them even more panicked. Instantly, everyone's heart was pounding. Longchen also felt that the people from the Moon Devil Cave weren't simple. They even knew about the mission of the true Martial Emperor Palace's refinement battle. Jiang Qing had been very careful along the way, and he didn't know where he had slipped up. You even know about this? Not bad. We originally wanted to kill our way into the Moon Devil Cave. I didn't expect that you would come to seek death first. Chinpeichi said fiercely. Her heart was pounding. The cold eyes of the other party made her heart palpitate. It was as if they were looking at monkeys. They were looking at the people from the true Martial Emperor Palace and the evil Dragon Palace. After a moment of silence, one of them suddenly laughed and said, "Since the true Martial Emperor Palace has sent a bunch of beautiful women to our doorstep, we can only respectfully accept and enjoy them. Brothers, kill the men and capture the women. Today, we will all have a good time. No one will be left behind." As soon as this was said, the people from the Moon Devil Cave split up and charged towards Dui Shuang and the others. That boundless aura and cruel killing intent could only be obtained after killing many people. Dui Shuang and the others didn't have such killing intent, so they couldn't resist the other party's attack. You guys actually attacked together? How immoral. Despicable. Yao Bitong gritted her teeth and said angrily. She thought that they were still in the true Martial Emperor Palace and the evil Dragon Palace sparring with their brothers. Thinking about what they said before, the hearts of the 6 women in the group turned cold. If they won, it would be fine. If they lost, even if they survived, they wouldn't be able to see anyone for the rest of their lives after being killed by these despicable people. At this time, they remembered what Jiang Qing had said, that everyone had to pay the price for what they had done. Let's go all out. Dui Shuang shouted to boost her courage. In front of these evil cultivators, their morale was reduced by half. They didn't have the heart to continue fighting. This was very dangerous. The people from the Moon Devil Cave didn't care about morality or what it meant to be a gentleman. They outnumbered the evil Dragon Palace disciples by twice. Therefore, it was basically 2 against 1. Although the evil Dragon Palace disciples had good combat skills and good masters, they didn't necessarily have their own killing methods. In the first exchange, the evil Dragon Palace disciples were basically defeated. Clearly, there were no true experts in this group. They were already powerless. Dui Shuang and Yao Bitong were relatively beautiful, so they were besieged by 2 experts who had already crossed the devouring fire tribulation. For a moment, they were in a dangerous situation. However, the other party didn't kill them at all. Instead, their attacks were aimed at their clothes. It didn't take long for their clothes to be torn to shreds. Their white and tender skin was faintly discernible. This scene made the onlookers even more excited. The evil dragon palace disciples would be completely annihilated soon. The men were all dead, and the women lost their ability to resist. They were attacked by the Moon Devil Cave's people one after another. After exchanging blows, Yao Bitong and the others knew that they were in trouble. The other party's strength was not as simple as they had imagined. In fact, they were much stronger than they had imagined. They might not even be able to deal with one of them alone, let alone two of them. When the other party didn't kill them, and instead tore off a piece of their clothes, revealing their fair skin, they let out cries of shock. When they thought about the tragic scene that was about to unfold, they were completely dumbfounded. They didn't even think about fighting. There were a total of 6 delicate female disciples. They were all virgin girls. At this moment, they were all in danger. As for the men, they were basically the targets of death. Long Chen was also one of the 4 male disciples. He had long since known that these 3 women were unable to accomplish anything but were good at spoiling things. So when he saw their terrified and despairing expressions, he couldn't help but find it funny. These arrogant, sheltered flowers had to be frightened by this method. Only then would they put away their arrogance. For them, this was also beneficial. You're courting death. What do you want to do? I'm telling you, I'm a disciple of the true martial Emperor Palace. If you mess around, my master will take your dog lives. While Yao Bitong was talking, the clothes on her chest were torn off again. The undergarment embroidered with mandarin ducks was exposed. Beside it was the shining white flesh. Yao Bitong screamed. Her heart was completely terrified. She looked at Qin Haodong. She was even trembling. The Moon Devil Cave's people didn't say anything. They just coldly tore off their clothes. On the other side, Du Yishuang was in an even more miserable state. Because of her seductive appearance, men were always attracted to her. The 2 martial artists were also a little anxious. At this time, Du Yishuang's long white thighs were exposed, almost reaching the root of her thighs. Du Yishuang was crying. Tears flowed down her face. She looked extremely miserable. This lesson is more or less enough. Long Chen first had to deal with his 2 disciples. No matter what, they were disciples who completed the mission with him. He couldn't let them be killed by the Moon Devil Cave's people. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain to Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing would also have to explain to the other disciples. Although these 3 women were a bit arrogant and looked down on everyone, they had noble statuses in the evil dragon palace. This was just a small problem, it was not fatal. After today's matter, they would realize the consequences of looking down on others. 2 punches in a row. The 2 cultivators were directly sent flying by Long Chen. Under his fist energy, the 2 cultivators' internal organs were already crushed. At this moment, blood was flowing out of their mouths. Their scarves were covered in blood. The battle had already reached its end. Long Chen had no choice but to make a move. Scarlet Blood Heaven Desolation appeared in his hand. At this moment, Long Chen looked like a completely different person in front of everyone. That killing intent that surpassed everyone in the Moon Devil Cave's people erupted and enveloped everyone. The birth of a killing god. Grand White Sword Prison. The white sword chi splashed out and instantly transformed. In a very short period of time, the white sword chi formed a huge egg, surrounding everyone inside. If they didn't use their level 6 god skills, no one present could escape. Everyone knew that this was caused by Long Chen. Whether it was the Moon Devil Cave's people or the Evil Dragon Palace's women, they all looked at Long Chen in confusion. Hiss. At this moment, in the blink of an eye, Long Chen's Scarlet Blood Heaven Desolation pierced through the forehead of one of the Moon Devil Cave's cultivators. Chapter 1091. Before, Long Chen hadn't really made a move, but no one had expected that his attack would be so shocking. For the people of the Moon Devil Cave, the sudden appearance of such an expert immediately alerted them. They realized how powerful Long Chen was. In the blink of an eye, a warrior at the 5th level of the divine martial realm, wind, fire, and thunder tribulation, had died in the hands of Long Chen. Leave one person to deal with your opponent, and the rest of you go all out to kill him. Sure enough, they were a group of desperados. They reacted immediately. Among the warriors who had been besieging one person was left. The remaining one person was enough to restrain their opponent. As long as the others killed Long Chen, who had suddenly appeared, they could continue to besiege one person according to their original plan. Because the number of opponents had decreased, the pressure on Yao Bidong, Dui Shuang, and Shin Peiqi was instantly reduced. However, they were still frightened, and their minds were still blank for a while. They didn't care whether their bodies were exposed or not. While they were dealing with their remaining opponent, their eyes were staring at Long Chen in shock. Every time Long Chen's blood-red heaven desolation killed someone, it was like a slap to their faces. In their eyes, this young man was like a god of death. Wherever he went, blood splattered. One by one, the people of the Moon Devil Cave fell at his feet. The most they could do was to restrain the opponents in front of them. In fact, if they used their full strength, it wouldn't be difficult for them to kill their opponents. It was just that they were a bit lacking in quality. Now that they were panicking and confused, it would be good if they could save their own lives. In front of everyone's horrified eyes, Long Chen was like a bloody whirlwind. His speed had already surpassed the speed of the opponent's eyes. The most terrible thing was that Long Chen had used the divine breath technique that Kitten had given him during the battle. This divine breath technique could blind the opponent's divine sense, and they could only rely on their eyes to catch Long Chen's trace. However, they couldn't catch Long Chen's trace at all. In terms of divine origin, Long Chen wasn't stronger than them. At most, he was at the 5th level of the divine martial realm, which was similar to the warriors who had passed the Oblivion Wind tribulation. The people of the Moon Devil Cave were afraid. Among them, there were 2 warriors who had passed the devouring fire tribulation to deal with Long Chen. Their strength was comparable to Zhao Shuiji's, but they couldn't catch Long Chen. They could only watch helplessly as their subordinates were killed by Long Chen's sword. Boy, if you have the guts, fight us fair and square. What's the point of bullying the weak with your speed? One of the warriors said coldly. Previously, when he was dealing with Dui Shuang, he would touch her body from time to time. But since he was fighting with Long Chen, he couldn't even see where Long Chen was. You think you are qualified to fight with me? At this time, Long Chen stopped in the middle of the battlefield. He didn't attack again. The blood-red sword in his hand, which was the scarlet blood desolation, was dripping blood. A pair of blood-red eyes swept across the opponents. Everyone stopped fighting. As long as it was the people of the Moon Devil Cave, they were all shocked when they saw Long Chen's eyes. They seemed to see someone who surpassed them in terms of killing. They had only seen such a murderous aura from the 3 of them. This is a great opportunity. The people of the Moon Devil Cave waited for Long Chen to stop. Everyone looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes. They quickly gave up on their original opponents and gathered together. There were only about 10 people left. They surrounded Long Chen from all directions. All of a sudden, everyone unleashed their trump cards. Basically, all of them were rank 5 divine skills. Every move had been honed by them for over 100 years, and they were very familiar with it. They had killed countless people, and in order to kill Long Chen, they could be said to have thrown caution to the wind. Long Chen, be careful. Dui Shuang and the others had just escaped from danger. The blankness in their minds gradually disappeared. They looked at Long Chen with disdain. Now, their eyes were filled with deep reverence. This was especially true for the 3 women. They all blushed. They knew that their previous performance in front of Long Chen was like a clown. At this time, they saw that Long Chen was in danger. The sudden appearance of the Moon Devil Cave made them unable to react. They had already launched a fatal attack on Long Chen. The combined attack of more than 10 people was too terrifying. In an instant, all the snow in the surroundings was shattered and turned into powder. Long Chen was at the center of the collision. Du Yishuang and the others definitely knew that if Long Chen died, all their hopes would be dashed. They would definitely end up miserable. Therefore, they were extremely anxious. At this critical moment, they could only divert their attention while the other party attacked Long Chen. Basically, their eyes were already glistening with tears. After today, they would definitely understand that arrogance would bring destruction. Unlike what they had imagined, the besieged Long Chen did not have any panic on his face. He had even used the 1,000 slaughter before. This kind of formation was a piece of cake for him. He had a move that could easily resolve it. God-killing sword formation, Sword C. Under his control, the blood-red desolation in his hand stabbed into the ground. Immediately, a blood-red formation appeared on the ground within the range of the magnificent white sword prison. Blood-red sword chi surged within the formation. Hundreds of millions of strands of sword chi whistled through the air as they spun rapidly. Die. Long Chen twisted the scarlet blood heavenly wasteland in his hand, and in an instant, a huge change occurred in the entire area of the god-murdering sword formation. Countless sword chi soared into the sky, converging into a dozen or so sword blades that soared into the sky. The blood-red light rumbled, and the irresistible power instantly broke through the attacks of the dozen or so opponents. God-killing sword formation, Beast Tide. A completely blood-red divine dragon suddenly rose up and let out a deafening dragon roar. It whizzed towards those people. The people of the Moon Demon Cave were dealing with the attack of the Sword Sea in shock. In the next instant, the Beast Tide engulfed all of them. Even the 5 warriors who had passed the devouring fire tribulation could not resist at all in Long Chen's god-killing sword formation. The power of the Sword Sea was mainly used on them, instantly breaking through their defenses. As for the Beast Tide, it contained the power of over 1,000 beast souls, completely shattering their physical bodies and god-martial spirit. In an instant, everyone was dead. Long Chen kept the scarlet blood heavenly wasteland and everything disappeared. In front of him were the bodies of the 19 Moon Demon Cave warriors. There was a line of blood on their foreheads. The insides of their bodies had been completely destroyed by Long Chen. Only their appearances were still normal. At this moment, their corpses were falling one by one. Every time a corpse fell, the eyelids of the evil Dragon Palace disciples beside them would twitch. Only when all the corpses fell to the ground did they look at the man in the middle with blank eyes. Putting aside his strength, they realized that Long Chen was actually very handsome. Compared to Wu Yang, he was not the slightest bit inferior. In fact, his cold and demonic temperament was even more attractive. At this moment, Du Yishuang and the others discovered that their hearts were broken. Your heart is rippling, right? Qin Peiqi saw Du Yishuang's red face and teased. Rippling. These 2 simple words expressed her restless heart. In her eyes, even the way Long Chen kept the scarlet blood heavenly wasteland was so perfect. The opponent's complete annihilation was a very good result. Unfortunately, it was caused by Long Chen alone. After a short period of shock and coldness, Du Yishuang and the others finally understood that Long Chen's strength was much stronger than theirs. At the very least, he was at the level of Wu Yang and Wu Yu. No wonder he was brought here by Jiang Qing, no wonder he could defeat a character like Xing Dongyang. In terms of strength and courage, this Long Chen was the cream of the crop. Thinking back to how they had looked down on Long Chen and claimed that they wouldn't help him, these women felt their faces burning with shame. After approaching Long Chen, everyone was embarrassed. They really didn't know what to say. Du Yishuang's heart was beating crazily. She finally plucked up her courage and said that, Long Chen, thank you for saving us. We are really sorry for offending you before. I hope you can forgive us. Yes, it's all our fault. From now on, the command of this team will be handed over to you. Anyway, you are stronger than us and calmer than us. As women, it's better to stand at the back. Not only Du Yishuang, even the cute Yao Bidong was not willing to show weakness. She couldn't let Du Yishuang snatch Long Chen away. Before you speak, don't you want to put on your clothes? Long Chen said this sentence. Originally, their hearts were beating wildly, looking forward to Long Chen's answer. With Long Chen's strength, even if he left them, it wouldn't be a problem. Ah! The three women screamed and quickly rushed into the house. After a while, they changed their clothes and came out. Each and every one of them was delicate and beautiful. Their faces were flushed red and their bodies exuded an intoxicating fragrance. This gave Long Chen a strong signal. In fact, Long Chen didn't kill everyone. He left one person alive. However, this person had already lost the strength to resist and couldn't even move. At this time, Long Chen was among the corpses and pulled out the cultivator from the Moon Devil's cave. He completely ignored Dui Shuang and the others who were dressed up and directly dragged the cultivator into the house. Dui Shuang and the others quickly followed. Chapter 1092. Who wants to know from your mouth? Long Chen stood in front of him and used his hand to lift the man's head. Under Long Chen's control, the man could only look at him. Bang! Long Chen gave the man a heavy blow to the head. The man, who was already close to fainting, became even more dizzy. Although Long Chen's sea of swords didn't mainly attack him, it still seriously injured him. If he wasn't holding on, he would have already fallen to the ground. In this state of dizziness, all the hatred gradually dissipated. At this time, a pair of misty eyes appeared above the man, looking at him. This pair of eyes was like a whirlpool, gradually swallowing the man's mind. Soul control successful. This was the 4th level of the spirit-devouring demon pupil. Long Chen hadn't used this move for a long time. In his life, he had fought many battles and killed most of his opponents directly. There was no need for him to control the soul. But in dealing with the Moon Devil Cave, because the Moon Devil Cave was too complicated, although Long Chen had a lot of information, he didn't know everything. For example, why did the people of this small town all disappear? With the soul control successful, the next step was much easier. Long Chen prepared a lot of questions and asked them one by one. The man had already entered a state of being controlled by Long Chen. No matter what question Long Chen asked, he would basically answer all of them in detail. This process lasted for half an hour. The others quietly waited outside the door for Long Chen. They didn't dare to say anything. In the past, this was simply impossible. But now, Dui Shuang and the others were willing to do this. Long Chen's previous performance was really amazing. Now, he was even more mysterious. They didn't know what he was talking about. They roughly understood that Long Chen was interrogating the man. As for whether the man answered, they didn't know. Even without Long Chen's permission, they did not dare to use their spiritual consciousness to check. After an hour, Long Chen finally walked out. Everyone was trembling with fear as they looked at Long Chen's gloomy face. When they looked inside, they saw that the cultivator was no longer breathing. Long Chen, did you get anything? Yao Bidong asked nervously. There was a lot of information in Long Chen's mind, and he needed some time to sort it all out. From what the other party had said, he already knew where the people from the nearby towns and cities had gone. He also knew why the other party knew why they had appeared. Yi Zheng and the others had arrived earlier than the others. Over the past few days, they had clashed with the people from the Moon Fiend Cave. In fact, the number of people from the Moon Fiend Cave was much higher than what they had received. It was useless to tell Ya Bidong about these things. Long Chen had his own plans. At the same time, the map of the interior of the Moon Fiend Cave was already clear in Long Chen's mind. Through soul control, Long Chen had a rough idea of how to get to the Moon Fiend Cave. Now, everyone was looking at Long Chen, waiting for Long Chen's decision. Long Chen was a little angry. He had learned about this from the martial artist from the Moon Fiend Cave. Because this martial artist was not part of the upper echelons, he did not know much. Generally speaking, the upper echelons of the Moon Fiend Cave had a mystical treasure. They called it the Moonlight Treasure Box. As long as the moonlight treasure box was placed under the moonlight of the full moon and the souls of 999 people were sacrificed, the moonlight treasure box would open. After opening the moonlight treasure box, a pattern would appear in the sky. The martial artists of the Moon Fiend Cave called it the Purple Demon Moon Pattern. This Purple Demon Moon pattern was very strange. It was filled with the mysteries of martial arts. It was said that in the Purple Demon Moon, there was a martial artist who practiced martial arts. When the Purple Demon Moon pattern appeared, everyone who practiced martial arts would advance by leaps and bounds. Their cultivation speed would far exceed that of ordinary people. The reason why the people of this small city had disappeared was because the next full moon was coming. In the surroundings of the Moon Fiend Cave, within a very long distance, those who could escape had already escaped or had been captured. The remaining people were all people who loved their homes, so they suffered a calamity. The Moon Fiend Cave had obtained this moonlight treasure box for a very long time. It had been at least 10 years. Every month, almost 1,000 people would die. In these 10 years, the number of people that the Moon Fiend Cave had slaughtered could be imagined. This was probably the secret of the Moon Fiend Cave that could not be divulged. The moonlight treasure box was the key to their strength. It was an extremely mysterious item. Even their 3 leaders did not know the true name of this treasure. Therefore, regardless of whether this was a mission from the evil Dragon Palace, since Long Chen knew about it, he felt a responsibility in his heart. There was no need for the Moon Fiend Cave to exist. Every time the moonlight treasure box opened, it required the souls of thousands of people to be sacrificed. This was not a good thing. This time, because the next full moon was about to arrive, the Moon Devil Cave had entered a completely sealed state. The arrival of the true Martial Emperor Palace's members had broken the peace. Hence, a portion of the true Martial Emperor Palace's members were sent to deal with the true Martial Emperor Palace's members while the rest entered the sealed Moon Devil Cave. The Moon Fiend Cave was huge. The cultivators inside had managed it for over 100 years. They had already made full use of this complicated terrain. If it was an outsider, no matter how strong, they would not be able to find them inside. Long Chen understood that one of the 3 leaders was a genius mechanism maker. He had been interested in studying mechanisms since he was young. The Moon Fiend Cave was filled with his creations. From the cultivator's words, Long Chen could hear the deep reverence he had for this genius mechanism maker. There were definitely countless dangers waiting for Long Chen's group inside the Moon Fiend Cave. However, no matter what, Long Chen still had to enter the Moon Fiend Cave. Long Chen. Big brother, what should we do now? Now that they saw that Long Chen was silent, they didn't dare to disturb him. Only when they couldn't bear it any longer did one of them ask cautiously. If it was just one person, Long Chen wouldn't hesitate to enter the Moon Fiend Cave. However, there were so many people. Leading this group of idiots wasn't easy. Therefore, he needed to consider many things. Just as Long Chen didn't know what to do, another group of people barged into his perception range. It seemed that Yao Bitong and the others had also discovered them. Their expressions changed as they said, "It's Yizheng, Wu Yang, and Wu Yu." They had come first, causing Long Chen's group to be ambushed. Now, they had reappeared. Although Long Chen was strong, Yao Bitong, Dui Shuang, and the others didn't believe that Long Chen could be the evil Dragon Palace's top disciple, Yizheng. Moreover, Long Chen didn't care about them at all. Therefore, when Yizheng's group appeared, they shifted their attention to them. After all, they didn't know where Jiang Qing was at this time. Yi Zheng's group quickly arrived in front of everyone. Among them, Wu Yang and Wu Yu were leading. Yi Zheng was like a ghost of slaughter, hiding among them. This was the person that Long Chen was truly afraid of. When they arrived, they saw the corpses on the ground. Wu Yang was startled. He didn't understand. In his impression, Yao Bitong and the others couldn't do this. Not a single person in their group was safe, but the Moon Fiend Cave's group was completely annihilated. This clearly wasn't their doing. Most importantly, everyone died in the same way. There was a sword wound on the forehead. This meant that everyone was killed by the same person. Moreover, it was a sword cultivator. If it wasn't for Yi Zheng being beside him, he would have thought that it was Yi Zheng who did it. Who did it? Wu Yang asked as he looked around. Everyone silently looked at each other, then shifted their gaze to Long Chen. Before Yi Zheng's group arrived, they were afraid of Long Chen. But now, Yi Zheng, who was even more terrifying, was the leader. Everyone's gaze had already told Wu Yang that everything was done by Long Chen. Since Jiang Qing was not present, it was the perfect time for enemies to meet each other. Standing next to him, Jing Dongyang's eyes were filled with a cruel grin as he quickly said to Wu Yang, "Third senior brother, Hall Master Jiang is not here. This is a great opportunity. Don't talk nonsense. Hall Master Jiang must be nearby." Wu Yu stopped him in time. Although they didn't like Jiang Qing, they had to admit that Jiang Qing had cultivated for thousands of years. Just like the evil dragon palace master, he was one of the old foxes. Their strength had been stagnant 1,000 years ago, and they were stuck at their current realm. After so many years of tempering, they were definitely extraordinary. It wasn't something that Yi Zheng could deal with. It was clearly unwise to make a move against Long Chen at this time. "We'll see." Wu Yang waved his hand, signaling Jing Dongyang to shut his mouth. From Lu Qingfeng, he knew that Long Chen was protected by martial addict and drunkard. This time, the supervisor was drunkard Han Yunxing. If Jiang Qing was very mysterious, then drunkard was even more mysterious. He had never shown himself from start to finish. Yi Zheng didn't say anything. He looked like he was in a trance. His gray eyes were devoid of any color. In this group, the siblings Wu Yang and Wu Yu were temporarily in charge. "You killed these people." Wu Yang and the others gradually walked over. The group of 15 finally gathered together. "Yes," Long Chen said indifferently. To be honest, Long Chen didn't have any enmity towards Wu Yang and the others. However, if they had any malicious intent towards him, Long Chen wouldn't be polite. If he used his full strength, he would be able to kill everyone except Yi Zheng. Aside from that, for the sake of the Moon Devil Cave, Long Chen was very willing to cooperate with them. Chapter 1093. This sentence established Long Chen's position in everyone's hearts. At the very least, Long Chen was now part of the highest-ranked group. This group was made up of Yi Zheng, Wu Yang, Wu Yu, and himself. They were all qualified to make decisions. Wu Yang did not look at Long Chen again. Instead, he shifted his gaze and said, "Since we've come together again, let's all move together. Work together and destroy the Moon Demon Cave's people for the evil Dragon Palace. You've all gained a lot today. We've already been here for 3 days, but we haven't killed as many as you. Today, we're preparing to sneak into the Moon Demon Cave. Coincidentally, you've all arrived. So, let's move together. Follow us. You have to listen to our commands. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you any face." After looking around and seeing that no one disagreed, especially Long Chen, Wu Yang said, "Since it's like that, there's no one in this small city. It's extremely dangerous here. We have to leave quickly. Follow me." After speaking, Wu Yang and the others left. Yao Bidong, Dui Shuang, and Shen Peiqi looked at each other. It was still safer to stay with Wu Yang and the others. So, they followed without hesitation. Only Long Chen was left. "This brat is very arrogant. He probably won't follow us." Wu Yang smiled mockingly at Long Chen. "You're wrong." Wu Yu covered her mouth and laughed. That was because Long Chen was following closely behind them. "How spineless," Wu Yang said angrily. No matter what, the group gradually approached the Moon Demon Cave. Among them, Yi Zheng's divine sense was the most extensive. With his divine sense as protection, everyone's safety increased. Of course, this was only useful outside the Moon Demon Cave. Inside the Moon Demon Cave, there was no use for divine sense. This was also the reason why the Moon Demon Cave had existed for such a long time. In front of him was a vast expanse of white mountains, with a tinge of purple within. It was enchanting and beautiful. This mountain range was at least half the size of the ghastly domain forest, and the shape of the mountains was a little strange. The entrance to the Moon Demon Cave was actually hidden within these countless mountains. The Moon Demon Cave was under these mountains, and was made up of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of passageways, crisscrossing each other. To find a group of people in these countless passageways was not an ordinary difficulty. They were a group of outsiders. Their strength was inferior to the other party. Not to mention killing them, it was already very good if they were not killed. Of course, Yi Zheng and the others were much more reliable than Du Yishuang and the others. In this mountain range, there were more than 100 entrances to the Moon Demon Cave. In the true Martial Emperor Palace's information, there were more than 30 entrances. In front of the mountain range, Wu Yang and Wu Yu studied for a while and chose one of the tunnels. They then led the group in that direction. The Moon Demon Cave was so big that it was unrealistic to kill all the people inside one by one. Moreover, the other party already knew of their existence. Furthermore, the cultivators of the Moon Demon Cave that remained outside had already been slaughtered by Long Chen and the others. Now was the time for them to enter. The group advanced cautiously in the mountain range. The terrain here was very complicated. There were many emerald green trees on the mountain, and the top of the trees was covered with thick snow. Even in such a harsh environment, they could still grow to such an extent. One could see how strong the vitality of the trees here was. Their target was a cave entrance at the bottom of a cliff. This cave entrance was relatively hidden. Sure enough, there were fewer people coming in and out of this place. This place was very remote. After reaching this place, because of the soul-suppressing stone, everyone's divine sense had basically lost its effectiveness. They could only rely on their eyes and other senses to sense the surroundings. When they were about 1 li away from the cave entrance, Long Chen, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "Everyone, there is a group of people not far from this cave entrance." When these words came out, everyone was stunned for a moment. At this time, although everyone's divine sense was gone, it allowed Long Chen to sense whether he was lying or something. Wu Yang and Wu Yu looked at each other, and Wu Yang said, "In that case, you lead the way. We will go and take a look first. If you are playing with us, we can only ask you to leave our group." Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him. In truth, he didn't have much interest in this group. It was just that when he thought about it, Yi Zheng was indeed very strong, and he knew a lot. If the two of them worked together, they should be able to quickly complete the mission. But if they acted alone, who knew how long it would take to complete the mission? For the sake of completing the mission and obtaining the dragon scale as a reward, Long Chen decided to endure this matter for now. He led the way, heading towards the group of people he had discovered. Not long after, everyone fell silent. That was because when they looked up, they could indeed see a group of people heading towards the cave entrance. The appearance of Long Chen's group attracted their attention. The people who had originally been about to enter the cave immediately turned around and charged towards Long Chen's group. "Get ready." Wu Yang had the advantage in numbers, so he wasn't afraid at all. However, when they got closer, they realized that the two sides didn't attack because they weren't from the Moon Devil Cave. The newcomers were a few tall young men. They were slightly older than Yi Zheng's group, probably over 100 years old. In the three emperor domains, this age could only be considered as young adults. As for their strength, they were all at the 5th level of the divine martial realm. The dark-skinned young man leading them was as strong as Wu Yang. He was an expert. When the two sides met, they first scrutinized each other. The dark-skinned young man asked, "Looking at your clothes and age, you shouldn't be from the Moon Devil Cave, right?" "Of course not." "Who are you?" Wu Yang raised his head. Based on appearance alone, he could instantly defeat the other party. "We are." The dark-skinned young man smiled and said, "We are from the Devil Bear Gang. Have you heard of us?" Of course, Wu Yang hadn't heard of them. He shook his head. At this time, the dark-skinned young man asked, "It's impolite not to reciprocate." "Then let me ask you, who are you?" Wu Yang couldn't answer. His identity as a member of the true Martial Emperor Palace couldn't be divulged to anyone. Hence, he silently stared at the dark-skinned young man, not saying anything. "We've already revealed our origins, yet you guys aren't saying anything. Don't you think it's a bit too much?" The dark-skinned young man was somewhat unhappy. "If you are all here for the sake of exterminating the Moon Devil Cave, then there's no need to ask. Let's just work together." Wu Yuejiao, who was at the side, smiled. Her sweet appearance was extremely lethal to the people from the Devil Bear Gang. That dark-skinned young man laughed as a strange light flashed in his eyes. He said, "Well said, this young lady is indeed reasonable. I'm the gang leader of the Devil Bear Gang. Yang Xiong, these are my brothers. You should understand that the so-called Devil Bear Gang only consists of the few of us. Us brothers are like-minded people who formed an organization and came here to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." Enforce justice on behalf of the heavens? Is your target really the Moon Devil Cave? Don't you know how strong the 3 experts of the Moon Devil Cave are? Based on your strength, the strongest among you has only passed the 9 heavenly lightning tribulation. How are you going to deal with the Moon Devil Cave? Wu Yang was slightly suspicious of their intentions. Yang Xiong snorted disdainfully at Wu Yang's words. He coldly snorted and said, "A real man only wants to live a worthwhile life. He doesn't care about life and death. The people of the Moon Devil Cave are vicious and merciless. As a cultivator, I will definitely eliminate them on sight. If I need to consider so many things, how many more people will die in the hands of the Moon Devil Cave? We originally didn't intend to completely exterminate the Moon Devil Cave, but we will do our best to kill as many people as possible. My brothers." Turning his head, Yang Xiong looked at his brothers with a resolute gaze and said, "We are actually youths who grew up in the vicinity. We went out to temper ourselves, and when we returned, we discovered that our hometown and our relatives had already been slaughtered. Hence, we are here for revenge." In Yang Xiong's eyes, there was a flame of hatred. Wu Yang and the others exchanged glances. From Yang Xiong's words, they could tell that he wasn't lying. Yang Xiong's Devil Bear Gang had a decent combat strength. At the very least, Yang Xiong should be able to fight against Wu Yang, Wu Yu, and the others. The trial battles also tested the disciples' mentality and communication skills. If they could join hands with others to defeat their opponents, and if they could use some benefits, it would also add points. At this time, Yang Xiong looked at the crowd and continued, "I think you guys must have come from afar and heard about the brutal deeds of the Moon Devil Cave. You guys have a pretty good heart. These past few days, I've sneaked into the Moon Devil Cave several times and killed many people inside. I'm also familiar with some routes. Since we are all here for the same goal, why don't we go together? We can also look after each other. What do you think?" This was a big matter and Wu Yang couldn't make a decision. At this time, he still trusted Yi Zheng. He turned his head and saw that Yi Zheng didn't say anything, he just nodded. It was obvious that the 3 experts at the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm gave him a lot of pressure. "Lead the way." Wu Yang didn't say anything else, he just nodded to Yang Xiong. Yang Xiong didn't say anything else. He called the crowd and rushed to the entrance of the cliff. The disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace didn't want to be outdone, they also rushed up. This was a decayed cave, it should have been a long time since anyone came here. In this place, the width of the cave was about 20 meters, it was enough for everyone to go in. Chapter 1094. Long Chen walked at the very back. He didn't say a single word as he observed the group. After Yi Zheng's group arrived, Long Chen's position in the group once again disappeared. He was reduced to a state where no one paid attention to him. He silently advanced. Even if he secretly left the group, at this time, no one would know. Long Chen really left the group. Long Chen stood in the distance and waited for them to walk far away before he followed them. His soul-devouring demon eyes scanned the surroundings. Although he couldn't see the passageway, he could clearly see the people within a mile. In fact, Dui Shuang saw that Long Chen didn't continue to move forward. She thought that Long Chen was afraid and ran away. Her impression of him was greatly reduced. He doesn't even have the courage. It seems that he is not qualified to be compared to Yi Zheng and Wu Yang. Previously, she had regarded Long Chen as one of her targets. If he became awesome in the future, she would definitely have a bright future if she could get close to him. However, judging from his courage now, she reckoned that his success would be limited. What's wrong? Chen Peiqi noticed something strange. Long Chen ran away, Dui Shuang said indifferently. Dui Shuang said indifferently. Everyone was standing close to her, so everyone heard her words. Wu Yang and Wu Yu turned their heads, and Wu Yu asked, "Why does he want to leave us? Does he have the ability to act alone?" "Sister, you think too highly of him. He probably didn't dare to move forward and ran away," Wu Yang said calmly. He was very dissatisfied with Long Chen's action of running away. "Let's wait and see." Wu Yu felt that Long Chen wasn't the kind of person who would run away. "One is gone." Next to Yang Xiong, one of the warriors said softly. "Count him lucky," Yang Xiong said expressionlessly. The team continued to advance, and soon, they were very deep. Their surroundings began to intertwine with each other. Some of the passages were very large, at least 100 meters wide. It was a huge underground cavern, and there were countless passages extending from the cavern, with no end in sight. After arriving here, the map in everyone's mind was completely scattered. Wu Yu took out the map drawn by the true Martial Emperor Palace. However, she didn't know where they were. Everyone walked very carefully, not making the slightest sound. Yang Xiong kept moving forward silently. He seemed to be very familiar with this place. Sometimes, he would bring everyone into a small passage that only 3 people could walk side by side. Seeing that familiar figure walking in front of them, the people from the evil dragon palace gradually felt that something was wrong. At this moment, they were in a circular cave with a circumference of 100 meters. It was only 10 meters tall. On the other side of the cave, there were more than 10 passages. Each passage was very deep, no one knew where they led to. Yi Zheng raised his hand and everyone stopped. At this moment, his expression was somewhat gloomy as he looked around. At this moment, Yang Xiong quickly turned his head and asked, "Brothers, why aren't we moving? Those people's lair is still very far from here. You can't understand how big the Moon Devil Cave is. There are hundreds of thousands of passages inside." Yi Zheng looked at him with a gloomy expression. After a breath of time, Yi Zheng suddenly shouted, "Everyone, charge back." Everyone was confused. What had happened to make them charge back? Could it be, there was something wrong with Yang Xiong? No one was on guard. What Yang Xiong said was very true. Moreover, they didn't look like people from the Moon Devil Cave. People from the Moon Devil Cave should at least have a moon tattoo on their forehead. Moreover, how did they know Yi Zheng's whereabouts? No matter what, Yi Zheng's order had to be carried out immediately. For a moment, everyone was fighting to be the first to move back. Each person was faster than the other. Yi Zheng didn't immediately retreat, he stayed at the back. From this point, it could be seen that he was a very responsible leader. "You finally found out? But it's already over." At this moment, Yang Xiong's face was filled with a sinister smile as he opened his arms. It was a far cry from his previous honest appearance. It could only be said that this person's acting was too good. No one would have thought that he was actually a swindler. Everyone fell for his trap, even the calm Yi Zheng was no exception. At this time, Yang Xiong raised his arms. Suddenly, the entire cave began to shake. Looking at the falling soil, everyone couldn't help but think of one word: mechanism. According to the information, one of the 3 cave masters of the Moon Devil Cave was a rare genius in mechanisms. It was precisely because of his existence that the Moon Devil Cave had transformed into an impenetrable fortress. And now, it was clear that Yang Xiong was activating the mechanism. From this, it could be seen that Yang Xiong was definitely someone from the Moon Devil Cave. Yi Zheng and the others had been completely tricked by him. It was likely that he had used the same words to trick many people. As everyone retreated, within 100 meters of this area, purple steel pillars, burning with purple flames, pierced through the ground and directly pierced the ceiling, trapping everyone. Soil fell from the ceiling. Everyone raised their heads to look. Not only were there purple steel pillars everywhere, but even the ceiling and the ground were also filled with the same purple steel pillars. Each pillar was only as thick as an arm, and the gap between two pillars should be about 10 centimeters. A cage burning with purple flames completely sealed everyone inside, forming a trapped beast situation. The purple flames transmitted an extremely high temperature. If anyone's physical body approached, they would probably be roasted. Therefore, inside this cage, everyone had no choice but to wrap themselves in divine essence and float up. Everyone's expressions were extremely unsightly. Not only were they unsightly, but they were also sullen. The people of the Moon Devil Cave hadn't been killed yet, but they had been tricked. Anyone would be angry, especially Wu Yang, Wu Yu, and the others. They were the decision makers, and they had also chosen to believe Yang Xiong. Now that they had been tricked, they couldn't escape responsibility. Wu Yang coldly snorted, "Don't worry everyone, there's no cage that can stop us. Let's break this cage first, then we'll slaughter this bastard." Being tricked, everyone was incomparably angry. Those who had weapons already used their weapons to crazily hack at the purple flame cage, and those who didn't use their fists to attack it. At this critical moment, everyone had a tacit understanding. They were dealing with the same purple pillar. While everyone was going crazy, Yang Xiong smiled and said, "Don't waste time. This cage is made of purple flame godly iron. It naturally burns with purple flame essence fire. If you have the strength of the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial realm and have an 8th grade divine weapon, you might be able to break this cage. But if you don't, if you continue to work hard, you should be able to break it. However, it will take at least one day, and after one day, when the three of us arrive, you will already be corpses." The people next to Yang Xiong also laughed savagely. "Let me tell you, this purple flame cage is the most important treasure of our third cave master. Today, it's your good fortune to have it serve you. You should know that 2 experts of the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial realm died under this purple flame cage, and the person who killed them was only the 3rd cave master who had just entered the 6th level of the divine martial realm." Speaking of the 3rd cave master, everyone was incomparably respectful. Only an 8th grade divine weapon could break this cage. This showed that the material of the purple flame godly iron was really too heaven-defying. In the Moon Devil Cave, it was indeed very easy to fall into their trap. Everyone stopped, just as Yang Xiong had said. Their method was completely useless. The purple flame godly iron cage wasn't damaged in the slightest. Yang Xiong and the others were probably worried about Yi Zheng's attack, so they stood far away from the cage. Although Yi Zheng was trapped in the 6th level of the divine martial realm, they were also worried that a super expert of this level would attack him. "Brainless, 6th level of the divine martial realm, didn't you still die in my hands? Children of the true martial emperor palace, you are still too inexperienced." Yang Xiong sighed. He didn't attack, he just trapped Yi Zheng and the others, obviously waiting for the arrival of their 3rd cave master. Yi Zheng and the others were like fish on the chopping board, waiting for the 3rd cave master to come and kill them. "Let me try." Although Yi Zheng had spoken, his unwillingness could still be seen from his eerie gray eyes. He was a warrior from the Azura sword prison and was a natural sword cultivator. His cultivation in the way of the sword was already at the 4th tier, which was 1 tier higher than the current Long Qin. However, the amplification of his attack power was tenfold. Therefore, when Yi Zheng used a weapon, his fighting capacity was infinitely close to the consummation of the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm. Dang! Yi Zheng took out his own weapon. It was a gray longsword that emitted an aura of death, causing people's hair to stand on end. Everyone believed that if this weapon was used on their bodies would definitely rot. If there were any plants in the surroundings, this weapon would be enough to corrode them and make them wither. He even took out the sword of reincarnation. Wu Yang sighed when he saw the sword of reincarnation again. Back then, he was defeated by this sword of reincarnation and became the third disciple. Since then, he had never caught up to Yi Zheng. This sword of reincarnation was brought to the true martial emperor palace by Yi Zheng himself. It was a grade 7 divine weapon. In the evil dragon palace, it was already considered a first-rate treasure. At the very least, it was a grade 7 divine weapon. Yang Xiong frowned when he saw this sword. However, he wasn't afraid. He had absolute confidence in the treasures of the genius third cave master. I've said it before, if it's useless, don't waste your effort. Of course, this sword of yours is still not bad. Yang Xiong coldly said. You will know after you try. Yi Zheng calmly said. He stood in front of the purple flame divine iron mask. The sword of reincarnation in his hand was filled with grey mist. Chapter 1095. On the rank 7 divine sword, the reincarnation sword, the grey mist condensed into a long snake, coiling around it and letting out hissing sounds. Yi Zheng didn't say anything. He waved the sword in his hand and a terrifying grey aura emanated from his body. It was a deathly murderous aura. It was very different from Long Chen's murderous aura. Yi Zheng's divine martial realm Dao was also a killing Dao, but it belonged to the Azura Sword Prison's Azura killing Dao. Azura held 7 swords, Death Ray. Everyone looked at Yi Zheng expectantly. Yi Zheng was their only hope. If even he couldn't destroy this cage made of violet flame godly metal, then they would all die here. At this moment, Yi Zheng's aura underwent a huge change. Under his control, the long sword in his hand turned into a cold grey ray of light. This ray of light was actually the sword light of the light of death. In an instant, it struck one of the purple flame godly metal ores. As long as one of them was destroyed, everyone would be able to successfully escape. Clang! The entire cage shook. The grey light had a strange fatal force. If it hit a human body, it was very likely that it would rot. However, Yi Zheng's attack didn't have much effect on anything other than flesh. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Although Yi Zheng was very strong, he couldn't do anything to this cage. The material of this cage could only be destroyed by a grade 8 divine weapon. The sword of reincarnation might be very effective in killing people, but it was very ordinary when it came to destroying things. Yi Zheng's entire body bounced back. The violet flame godly metal bar seemed to be enraged. Purple flames rushed towards Yi Zheng, wanting to surround him. At this moment, Wu Yu arrived in front of Yi Zheng. She waved her hand and instantly, a dark green gale carrying Yin Qi collided with the purple flames. Wu Yu cultivated the lunar water art, which was an extreme yin and extreme cold cultivation technique. Her divine energy had this attribute, which was the exact opposite of the purple flames. She had a very strong resistance against the purple flames. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces turned ashen. If even the strongest Yi Zheng couldn't do it, then it was even more impossible for the others. Therefore, if there was no other way today, they would definitely be completely annihilated. They would die before they could achieve victory. Not only would the evil dragon palace fail to complete the mission, but such a death would also make the evil dragon palace a laughing stock. So far, they had only killed a few small fries, and their mission completion rate was almost 0. Moreover, the other party's powerhouse didn't even show up. They only sent out a small fry and successfully deceived this group of idiots. This was the biggest joke. It could even be said that the true martial emperor palace's reputation was tarnished. The dignified true martial emperor palace actually produced a bunch of idiots. Seeing that Yi Zheng had failed, Yang Xiong and the others laughed heartily and said, "Stop struggling, just obediently enjoy your last moments inside." When our third cave master arrives, all of you will die. Of course, if there's a beautiful girl inside that catches the eye of our third cave master, then it's a different story. The heaven's pride of the true martial emperor palace, I'm sure it'll be a different kind of enjoyment. Despicable and shameless. Wu Yang raged. He punched the purple flame divine metal again and again. His fist energy also contained a blazing heat that wasn't inferior to the purple flames. However, the purple flame divine metal was too hard. If they used the sword of reincarnation, they would definitely be able to break the cage after half a day of grinding. However, at that time, the third cave master, whose cultivation was on par with Yi Zheng, would arrive. By the time he arrived, everyone would still be trapped inside the cage. Who would be his match? Second senior brother. Wu Yang and Wu Yu gathered together with Yi Zheng's group. The three of them had ugly expressions on their faces. As for the others, they were filled with fear and trepidation. I don't want to die here. It's too boring to die like this, Shinpeichi said with some fear. The other pretty girls also turned pale from fright. Shut up. Wu Yang yelled at them. What's the use of yelling at me? If you have the ability, why don't you break this broken cage? Previously, when Long Chen defeated his opponents, he killed them all in one move. How could there be such a situation? Dui Shuang suddenly opened her eyes and shouted, if Long Chen isn't trapped, where is he? Yi Zheng and the others suddenly thought of Long Chen. Yi Zheng knew his own limits. He knew that he was not weak, but the requirement to destroy this purple flame divine metal was simply too harsh. He lacked a grade 8 divine weapon. Long Chen has a weapon that is also quite powerful. I just don't know what grade it is. Yao Bidong rushed to say. When Yi Zheng was at his wit's end, everyone thought of Long Chen. For a moment, everyone seemed to see hope. Don't have too much hope. Although that kid left us first, I don't know where he is right now. Moreover, with his divine origin, he is not even at the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial realm. How can he save us? Wu Yang's words woke everyone up from their dream. They looked at each other in dismay and felt frustrated. That's right, wanting Long Chen to come and help was purely a fantasy. For a moment, everyone was silent. The feeling of waiting for death was undoubtedly very uncomfortable. All kinds of negative emotions emerged from the bottom of their hearts. Therefore, no one was pleasing to the eye. If you didn't believe in this guy, we wouldn't have fallen into his trap. Dui Shuang muttered, expressing her dissatisfaction towards Wu Yang and the others. Yes, Long Chen must have realized that these people are swindlers. That's why he left first. If he had been the one to make the decision, things would have been different. Yao Bidong also said in a low voice. Her voice contained a hint of resentment. The others also started blaming Long Chen. For a moment, the faces of Wu Yang and the others became even more unsightly. Long Chen, are you sure he wasn't swindled? If you have the ability, you can lead the way. Don't blame others for what happened. Wu Yang's face turned red with anger as he shouted at them. Wu Yu said, now is not the time to quarrel. We need to quickly find a way to escape. Only trash will blame their own people after something happens. Don't make me look down on you. Among the female disciples of the evil dragon palace, Wu Yu was the most beautiful. Her cultivation was also the highest. Dui Shuang and the others had always been jealous of her and feared her. Every one of them had probably clashed with Wu Yu before. However, they had all been beaten black and blue. At this moment, they could only swallow their anger and accept it. However, they were still unwilling to accept it. Keep fighting amongst yourselves. It would be best if you killed each other. It seems someone escaped, but don't count on him. He won't come to save you. Our Moon Devil Cave is so complicated. If he was alone, it would take him several years to get out. Where would he find the time to come to save you? After saying that, Yang Xiong laughed loudly. Yi Zheng and the others did not have much hope for Long Chen. There are more than 10 of us. Let's take turns to use our strongest attacks on one of the purple-flamed godly metal ores. I don't believe we can't break it. Wu Yang gritted his teeth. He could only use this stupid method. Rather than waiting for death, they might as well do this. They started to take action. However, after a few rounds, they realized how difficult this matter was. Don't struggle anymore. Our third cave master has received news that the time is probably up. Yang Xiong smiled. All of a sudden, the sound of footsteps came from behind him. Yang Xiong laughed sinisterly. Time is here. Our third cave master is here. Just wait for your deaths. Yi Zheng and the others were extremely anxious. A martial artist of the same level as them had appeared, but they were trapped here without any space to resist. Apart from Yi Zheng, the others simply did not have any strength to resist, and Yi Zheng estimated that he would not be able to last much longer. What should we do? Everyone's hearts were filled with anxiety. They were like ants on a hot pan. They had long since regretted their actions. The footsteps in front of them were getting closer and closer. A black shadow appeared from the depths of the cave. The shadow was very long. Seeing this shadow, everyone's hearts immediately turned cold. Welcome, third cave master. Yang Xiong and the others hurriedly bowed their heads. The etiquette in the Moon Demon Cave was relatively grand. They knelt down and kowtowed. It was as if they were worshipping the moon in the sky. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps became faster and faster, and the shadow that made Yi Zheng and the others feel suffocated appeared in an instant. Before anyone could clearly see what the third cave master looked like, the third cave master had completely disappeared. A blood-red shadow instantly swept towards Yang Xiong and the others who were kneeling on the ground. Billion-killing tribulation. A ball of sword energy instantly surrounded all the people kneeling on the ground. No one had expected that their third grotto master would attack them. For a moment, all the people kneeling on the ground were a little slow to react. Furthermore, the speed of the third grotto master was simply too fast. Under the attack of the sword ball, other than Yang Xiong, the others were completely strangled in a very short time. Yang Xiong's cultivation was very strong. Before the sword ball arrived, he had already used a combat technique to protect his body. At this time, Yang Xiong couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Of course, he knew that the person who suddenly appeared from behind was not the third cave master. Such a misunderstanding was used by the opponent. Yang Xiong's subordinates were all killed in one move. How difficult would it be for a person to react and they were kneeling on the ground? Therefore, other than Yang Xiong, the others all had a line of blood between their eyebrows. Their faces were deathly pale as they fell to the ground. And on Yang Xiong's body, there were many sword wounds that were dripping with blood. This Yang Xiong was comparable to Wu Yang in the 5th level of the divine martial realm. He was a warrior who had passed the 9th heaven lightning tribulation. Previously, the Lord of the Serene Hell Prefecture also had this strength. And now, Long Chen was only at the peak of the 2nd level of the divine martial realm. Long Chen. Chapter 1096. The blood-red tip of the sword was still dripping with blood. Long Chen, quickly come and save us. Those disciples shouted Long Chen's name. Wu Yang and the others' expressions changed. They glanced at each other in dismay, but they weren't too happy. After all, Long Chen didn't have the strength to destroy the violet flame divine steel. If the real third cave master appeared, he would also be finished. Even Long Chen didn't know if he could deal with Yang Xiong. Yang Xiong looked at Long Chen for a while, took a deep breath, and smiled. He was still fearless. He didn't care about the death of some small fries. At this moment, he looked at Long Chen with interest and said, I really don't understand, how did you see through my flaws? Long Chen was indeed the only one who knew that Long Chen was a swindler. It was just that Wu Yang and the others didn't believe Long Chen at that time. Hence, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to explain it to him. At this moment, Long Chen pointed the tip of the scarlet blood sword at Yang Xiong and said, "Yang Xiong, one of the 10 deputy cave masters of the Moon Devil Cave, nicknamed the Earthen Demon Bear. It's been a long time since I've seen a beast warrior. This feeling is really nostalgic." Yang Xiong was stunned. Even Wu Yang and the others glanced at each other. How does he know so clearly? Wu Yu asked in astonishment. There was absolutely no such information. The true Martial Emperor Palace only had information on the 3 cave masters. There was very little information on the deputy cave masters. According to the records, there were a total of 7 deputy cave masters. She didn't expect to hear from Long Chen that there were 10. Moreover, this Yang Xiong was a rarely seen beast warrior. Earthen Demon Bear, a 6th grade divine rank fierce beast. It's incomparably brutal and has boundless strength. Let's not talk nonsense. Long Chen used the soul control method to obtain a lot of information from the experts in the Moon Devil Cave. He knew that the Moon Devil Cave was currently in a sealed state. Half of the passageways were sealed, and the night of the full moon was approaching. They left some people behind to deal with the youths from the true Martial Emperor Palace while the others entered the sealed area. They were waiting for the night of the full moon to open the so-called Moonlight Treasure Box. Yang Xiong had always been known for his mysteriousness. Because of his trickery in the violet flame godly metal, many experts had died at his hands. Previously, he was able to accurately pinpoint the location of Long Chen and the others and appear in front of Long Chen and the others because of the puppets they had created in the sky. These special puppets resembled eagles and had sharp eyes that could transmit information about Long Chen and the others' location. Since that's the case, I'll take care of you before the 3rd cave master appears. A beast warrior's strongest point was his physical body. At this moment, Yang Xiong was enraged. His body was undergoing a huge transformation visible to the naked eye. This was a terrifying transformation. A tyrannical bestial nature was emitted from his body like thick smoke. Crackling sounds could be heard as his originally dark skin became even darker. His body also started to swell, and the sound of his bones increasing in size became exceptionally ear-piercing. Black hair started to grow densely on his body. His fingers started to turn into thick claws that looked like sharp blades. His entire body was surrounded by black air currents. His eyes turned scarlet, and his teeth turned sharp. He let out a roar that sounded like a beast's roar. Such a form was undoubtedly very terrifying. Transforming from a human into this form was even more terrifying than a real berserk beast. That murderous aura made the girl's present scream in fear. The most terrifying part of a berserk beast was its physical body. Right now, Yang Xiong was a humanoid berserk beast. In terms of physical body, he had reached a super strong level. Roar. That violent roar rushed towards Long Chen. As the thick feet advanced, the Moon Demon Cave rumbled and shook, and a lot of dust fell from the sky. But what Yang Xiong didn't know was that the thing Long Chen was least afraid of was wild beasts. A competition of strength? Long Chen picked up the scarlet blood desolation. With his weak body, he directly collided with Yang Xiong's terrifying body. The situation where Long Chen would be sent flying did not occur as everyone had expected. At this moment, Yang Xiong's body was twice as tall as Long Chen's. One big and one small arm suddenly intertwined. Yang Xiong's thick claws tore through the air, emitting ear-piercing sounds. But Long Chen's speed was much faster than the Earth Demon Bear. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen directly rushed to his back and swept his feet. Compared to Yang Xiong, his very small and skinny legs suddenly produced an explosive force, directly knocking Yang Xiong's huge body to the ground. It could be said that although Yang Xiong's strength had increased immeasurably, his speed and agility were restricted. For such a beast warrior, Long Chen was simply his nemesis. In front of Long Chen, he didn't even have the chance to fight back. Seeing Long Chen knock down such a huge beast, everyone felt that the current Long Chen was a true humanoid beast, incomparably terrifying. After knocking down his opponent, he turned around and pressed down on his opponent's head, punching it repeatedly. What was even more frightening was that Yang Xiong was pressed down by him, unable to move. After a short while, he was completely covered in blood. Those terrifying claws and legs repeatedly hit the ground. Yang Xiong struggled and let out terrified roars, but it was to no avail. At most, the entire Moon Devil Cave trembled. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially Wu Yang and the others. They didn't expect Long Chen to be so powerful. Even if Yi Zheng was the one to deal with Yang Xiong, it wouldn't be so easy. Even Wu Yang might not be a match for Yang Xiong's earthen demonic bear. Long Chen was originally having fun. Within the range of his spirit-devouring demon eye, someone rushed over. It must be the so-called third cave master. Long Chen knew that he couldn't delay any longer. At the last moment, the Scarlet Blood Heaven Desolation sword appeared at his fingertips. Long Chen firmly pressed down on the struggling Yang Xiong with one hand, and the sword tip of the other hand directly pierced through Yang Xiong's head, piercing through it. Only then did the huge and violent body gradually calm down. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched the youth calmly stand up. After killing such a powerful opponent, he acted as if nothing had happened. Yang Xiong's physical body was already close to a 7th-grade body refining battle skill. In truth, it had even surpassed the vice leader Qin Yuantong. However, in front of Long Chen's ancestral dragon physique, it was just a child's play. Especially in terms of speed, even if Long Chen didn't act, he wouldn't be able to understand Long Chen. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. I don't think we're his opponent. Wu Yu looked at Long Chen in shock. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a dazzling light. It's just luck. If I was faster, I would also be able to do the same. This big stupid bear can only scare people, said Wu Yang disdainfully. Wu Yu was startled, but she didn't say anything. Long Chen, hurry up and help us. Break out of this cage. Yeah, hurry up and help. The eyes of Du Yishuang and the others glowed with admiration. They all looked at Long Chen with anticipation. From Long Chen, they discovered another kind of charm. Different from Wu Yang's sunny temperament, Long Chen's temperament was cold. This temperament was more attractive to girls. Even Wu Yu had to admit that the violent Long Chen was very charming at this moment. Previously, they hated Yang Xiong to the bone. Now that Long Chen had killed him, it could be said that everyone's anger had been vented. However, they didn't have much hope that Long Chen would be able to break out of the violet flame godly metal cage. After killing Yang Xiong, Long Chen didn't seem to care about them. Instead, he turned his back to them and walked towards the direction of the violet flame godly metal cage. His eyes were fixed on the cave in the distance. Everyone was shocked. Could it be, as expected, at that moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. A moment later, a man dressed in loose white clothes appeared. Long Chen looked at him carefully. This middle-aged man was very skinny, tall and thin. His face was pale and he looked sickly. He exuded a cold aura, as if he was about to die. Who would have thought that such a person would be the third cave master of the Moon Devil Cave, Shui Yazi? Shui Yazi was the mechanism genius of the Moon Devil's Cave. Everything here was done by him, including the violet flame godly metal cage that trapped Yi Zheng and the others. In any case, a warrior at the 6th level of the divine martial realm with a supreme golden body gave Long Chen a lot of pressure. To be honest, Long Chen at the 5th level of the divine martial realm could be considered easy to deal with. However, when it came to the 6th level, it was basically a realm that he couldn't even touch. After passing the wind, fire and thunder tribulations and achieving a supreme golden body, the body was almost immortal, unless the opponent's head was completely destroyed. Even when cultivating to the end, even if the head was destroyed, as long as there was a little bit of it left, it could be reborn. At this time, it was simply monstrous. As soon as Shui Yazi came out, he looked around and roughly knew what was going on. He raised his head and looked at Long Chen with a cold gaze, as if he had just crawled out of a coffin. Compared to Yi Zheng's killing intent, his gaze was even more terrifying. This Shui Yazi seemed like a corpse. You killed my people. Shui Yazi approached Long Chen step by step, giving Long Chen a lot of pressure. Long Chen realized that now was not the time to show off. He still couldn't deal with this warrior. Shui Yazi's appearance also made the others completely nervous. If Long Chen died, then it would be their turn next. Long Chen's appearance would be of no help. The crisis of death once again descended on their heads. At this time, Long Chen said something that made everyone burst out laughing. They are all men, how could they be your people? Could it be that your interests are different from ordinary people, that you like men and have such a strong taste? The people in the violet flame godly metal cage were dumbfounded. In their eyes, Long Chen was a cold person. How could he say such a hooligan thing? Chapter 1097. At this moment, Long Chen smiled as he looked at Shui Yazi, sizing him up and said, I didn't expect the rumored mechanic genius to look like this. You're all skin and bones. You must have been hollowed out by men all these years. I don't have the luck or the courage to become yours, but don't be sad, we have another one that is very suitable for you. Whether it's the figure or the temperament, it's very compatible with you. At this point, Long Chen raised the Desolation Scarlet Blood sword high in the air. Everyone was startled awake from Long Chen's words. They were greatly shocked. Could it be that Long Chen had the confidence to break through the purple flame godly metal? Without the strength of the 6th tier of the divine martial realm, without a grade 8 divine grade weapon, you won't be able to break the purple flame godly metal, Shui Yazi said confidently. Shui Yazi said confidently. Even though the middle-aged man was saying this, he still looked as stiff as a corpse. Is that so? The next moment, Long Chen gave them the answer. He suddenly turned around and shouted. The Desolation Scarlet Blood sword in his hand turned into a blood-red light that quickly swept across the purple flame godly metal. The crowd couldn't imagine how sharp the bloodhorn demonic dragon's horn was. The blood-red light directly passed through the purple flame godly metal, as if it didn't receive any resistance. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Although the purple flame godly metal didn't change much, when everyone looked closely, they could see that Long Chen had already cut the purple flame godly metal in half. He had only used one sword strike to cut it in half. The expressions on everyone's faces became very rich. It wasn't that Long Chen was weak, but that the Scarlet Blood Desolation was simply too sharp. In terms of sharpness, the Scarlet Blood Desolation was a weapon that had once broken the Clear Sky Sword, an 8th grade divine rank weapon. Shui Yazi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. All of this was within Long Chen's expectations. Long Chen took advantage of this opportunity and hurriedly swung the Desolation Scarlet Blood sword again, slashing at the bottom of the purple flame godly metal. He needed to slash it twice before he could completely remove it from the cage. The moment Long Chen brandished his sword, Yi Zheng's eyes became incomparably bright. He was already prepared. When the Scarlet Blood Heaven Wasteland swept past the purple flame divine metal, his body suddenly rushed over, and the first thing he did was to knock the purple flame divine metal away. The distance of 20 centimeters was enough for him to rush out sideways. As for the burning flames, in such a short period of time, it was impossible for them to injure him. Thanks, I'll deal with him. Yi Zheng escaped. Long Chen didn't have the confidence to deal with Shui Yazi, but Yi Zheng was a warrior in the 6th level of the divine martial realm. After he rushed out, he immediately stood in front of Long Chen. Long Chen's Desolation Scarlet Blood sword had given him a huge surprise. Long Chen took advantage of this time to cut down a few more purple flame godly metal, so that the people inside could safely come out. Yi Zheng wasn't afraid of the purple flames, but the others were. If they were caught in the flames, it would be troublesome if they were disfigured. Under Yi Zheng's protection, everyone scrambled to escape from the cage of the violet flame godly metal. Escaping from death, everyone felt as if they were dreaming, and their eyes were filled with reverence as they looked at Long Chen. If it wasn't for Long Chen today, all of them would have been finished. No matter how great Yi Zheng's ability was, if he couldn't put it to use, it would be a tragedy. Shui Yazi watched everything unfold. A deathly pale rage emanated from his body. Long Chen's speed was too fast. By the time he reacted, Yizheng, who was comparable to him, had already come out. He was fighting with Yizheng alone, and there was also a strong warrior like Long Chen eyeing him covetously. Shui Yazi knew that he didn't have much chance of winning. After so many years, you are the first person to destroy my treasure. I'll remember you. Shui Yazi looked at Long Chen coldly. You want to run? Yizheng understood his intention and quickly chased after him. At this time, Shui Yazi was like a ghost. In a short time, he rushed into a cave with a diameter of about 3 meters. Yizheng followed closely, but at this time, the cave was surging rapidly and was completely sealed in an instant. Yizheng was furious. He directly chopped down with his sword, and the passage was directly split open. More soil fell with a rumble. With such a barrier, in just a short time, Shui Yazi had already escaped without a trace. Even someone as cold as Yizheng was enraged. Second senior brother, don't chase after him. This person is a master engineer. This moon demon cave is his territory, everything is under his control. If we chase after him here, it will be easy for us to find his way. Wu Yu stopped him. The group gathered together, and their gazes involuntarily fell on Long Chen. From the performance just now, it was clear that Long Chen knew more than they did. Even Yizheng and the others had to take Long Chen seriously. Long Chen's performance just now had completely convinced them. Wu Yu smiled lightly and said, before this, we treated you quite well, but you didn't bother with trifles. If it weren't for you this time, we would all be dead. Thank you. Zheng Dongyang, who was beside her, was very conflicted. Even though Long Chen had saved everyone once, he still hated Long Chen to the bone. At this time, seeing Wu Yu actually apologize to Long Chen, he was somewhat dissatisfied, but he didn't dare to show it. Wu Yang patted his shoulder and didn't say anything. Third senior brother still doesn't seem to like this Long Chen. Zheng Dongyang was overjoyed. It just so happened that there was someone standing on his side. Long Chen originally didn't intend to save these people, but after thinking about it, he decided that the task was more important. He didn't know how the rewards would be judged, but if he completed all the tasks by himself and abandoned his companions, then his score wouldn't be high. Thinking of this, he decided to come back. Let's go, it's not safe here. Let's go somewhere else and talk in detail. After what happened just now, Long Chen's words had become very influential in this group of people. Vaguely, he had formed a force that could compete with Yizheng and Wu Yang. After saying this, he turned around and left. Du Yishuang and the others quickly followed him. From now on, they even felt that following Long Chen would be safer. Brother, second senior brother, eldest senior brother, let's also follow him. He knows more than us, so I guess he already has a plan. Wu Yu turned around and smiled sweetly. Then, she continued to follow Long Chen. After a series of events, she had a good impression of Long Chen. She always felt that such a person should be a trustworthy companion. Wu Yang and Zheng Dongyang looked at each other. They weren't very happy, but they still followed. After Long Chen led them around a few laps, everyone was confused. Wu Yu caught up with Long Chen's footsteps and curiously asked, "Why do you seem so familiar with this place?" "I am originally a member of the Moon Devil Cave, do you believe me?" Long Chen smiled and looked at the front without saying anything. "I definitely don't believe you." Wu Yu knew that he was joking. "Wait." Long Chen suddenly stopped, the others also stopped. Seeing Long Chen's behavior, Wu Yang and the others were even more dissatisfied. They were clearly the leaders, so why did everyone have to follow Long Chen and obey his orders? "What are you doing?" Wu Yang came forward and said in a somewhat displeased tone. "Mechanism, you guys step back a little." Long Chen waved his hand, he also stepped back a considerable distance, then he pinched a piece of soil from the side and threw it towards the ground in front of him. Bang! With a light touch, the soil actually caved in. At the same time, several ear-piercing whistling sounds rang out, and dozens of roughly 10-centimeter long steel needles shot out from the depression, directly piercing into the top of the cave wall, completely penetrating it. With the strength of these steel needles, it was unknown how many meters they had pierced into the ground. Such an explosive force, in the case that no one could react, was enough to pierce through their bodies. Everyone watched in fear, looking at each other speechlessly. Without saying a word, Long Chen took a few steps forward and looked at the ceiling of the cave. There were a total of dozens of small holes, and each hole had some green mucus on it. It was probably left by the steel needles just now. The green mucus fell to the ground, making a sizzling sound. Poison. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed. Needless to say, they all knew that this was definitely poison. If they had rushed forward just now, it was very likely that they would have been directly pierced by these steel needles, or even been poisoned. Luckily, Long Chen called out to them. He could actually even discover this mechanism. The way everyone looked at him began to change again. Yi Zheng and the others were very strong, but they did not feel as safe as Long Chen at this time. Almost everyone looked at Long Chen with astonished eyes. Of course, there was an exception, and that was Wu Yang. He pointed at Long Chen unhappily and said, "Just where are you taking us to bring us to try these poisonous steel needles? If I let you walk by yourself, you would already be a beehive by now." Long Chen laughed mockingly and continued walking down another path. Soon, they arrived at a hollow cavern. It was large enough for everyone to rest for a while. Seeing that Long Chen was not moving anymore, Wu Yang walked in front of him and said, "Today, our whereabouts have been completely exposed. What awaits us are all sorts of mechanisms. Today is no longer a suitable time to attack. The most important thing now is to retreat. If you know the way out, quickly lead the way." Everyone thought about it and felt that Wu Yang was right. The mechanisms here were so terrifying, staying here was simply a path to death. So everyone started to pressure Long Chen. Long Chen stood up and looked around, saying, "No, we don't have time. It will be a full moon in 3 days. If we are late, many people will die. Everyone is used to seeing death. Even if you don't care about 1,000 lives, the overseer will find out that so many people have died, and the evil dragon palace's points will be deducted. So we cannot retreat." "Full moon? What are you talking about?" Wu Yang looked at Long Chen angrily. Chapter 1098. What do you mean? Wu Yang was completely confused by Long Chen's words. He didn't understand at all. Long Chen thought this way. His main goal this time was to obtain a high evaluation. That way, he would have the opportunity to obtain a dragon scale to cultivate the 9 dragon scripture. That would be pretty good. Because of Lingxi, his only mission now was to climb up in the true martial emperor palace in terms of strength and status. Therefore, he had to complete the battle of trials beautifully. However, his strength wasn't enough for him to complete such a mission for the time being. Furthermore, by cooperating with them, not only would he be able to increase his own score, he would also be able to increase the evil dragon palace's score. It was reasonable and not unreasonable. When the supervisors were grading, they would definitely include everyone's performance. Due to the existence of the soul-suppressing stone in the Moon Devil Cave, one's divine sense would be suppressed. It would be difficult to grade. However, Long Chen was even more certain that the soul-suppressing stone here definitely wouldn't be able to suppress the drunkard's divine sense, which was almost 100,000 li in radius. If there really was such a terrifying soul-suppressing stone, it would have been dug out long ago. The soul-suppressing stone here was at most grade 7. It was formed naturally. He didn't know where it existed in the Moon Devil Cave. Therefore, if Han Yinxing came, he would be able to observe every action of Long Chen and the others. Long Chen was a smart person. He knew how to use his outstanding performance to obtain what he needed. Cooperating with his teammates was also one of his missions. Therefore, he shared what he knew with everyone. Long Chen didn't say anything. Previously, he had used the soul control skill to make that cultivator draw a map of the Moon Devil Cave that he was familiar with. After reaching the divine martial realm, one's life had already transcended. A person's consciousness and memory would increase to a frightening level. Although the Moon Devil Cave had several tens of thousands of passages, after living here for decades or even centuries, any divine martial realm cultivator would be able to draw a map of the Moon Devil Cave that they were familiar with. As for Long Chen, he was now using his own method to draw the map that he had stolen from the true Martial Emperor Palace. Long Chen had at least improved this map by 10 times. Those who were still wondering what Long Chen was doing now saw that the map was gradually being completed. They once again felt admiration for Long Chen. In their hearts, Long Chen had completely stolen the limelight from Wu Yang and the others. There was even a mysterious feeling about him. When Long Chen was drawing the map, even Wu Yang was speechless. As for Yi Zheng, he had been silently watching Long Chen's actions. Occasionally, he would also look at the dignified Wu Yu. The young girl's long hair gently fluttered in the wind. Her fair skin was incomparably delicate, as pure white as a baby's skin. Soon, everyone noticed that there were 2 suspicious points in Long Chen's map. The first suspicious point was that the map looked like a gourd. It was divided into 2 parts. One part was clearly drawn by Long Chen, while the other part was blank. The middle part was the narrowest part of the gourd. Long Chen had directly cut the gourd into 2 halves. The second suspicious point was the clear part of the gourd. Long Chen had used a heavy colored pen to mark a total of 9 points. These 9 points were very scattered. There's still half, why don't you draw it? Wu Yang urged. I'm not clear about the other half, so I don't need it for now. This is the information I obtained. If you believe me, then I'll tell you what to do next. Long Chen seriously spread the map on the ground. Everyone gathered around, clearly believing in Long Chen. Although Wu Yang was unwilling, he couldn't help but admire Long Chen. He truly knew a lot of things. Long Chen didn't talk about the map, but started with the layout of the Moon Devil Grotto. He said, everyone must be very curious. Why are there so many people in those small cities in the Moon Devil Grotto? We've only met a few people so far. That's because they're all here. The only ones left to stop us are Yang Xiong and the other swindlers, as well as Shui Zi. The others are all here. Long Chen's finger pointed at another blank spot on the gourd map. You guys don't know yet, but the people of the Moon Devil Cave have obtained a treasure. Before the full moon, they will seal off half of the cave and hide inside. Then, they will use the lives of thousands of people to activate that treasure in order to achieve some kind of cultivation goal. Now, there are only 2 or 3 days until the full moon, so if we retreat now, more than 1,000 lives will vanish like smoke in thin air. We are representing the true Martial Emperor Palace to complete the mission, so if we can rescue these people, we will definitely get a lot of points. However, if these people are all killed, then we will lose points. At that time, we will fail to live up to the expectations of the Palace Master and the Vice Palace Master. This is inevitable. Long Chen did not reveal the information about the Moonlight Cash Box and the Purple Devil Moon. Instead, he spoke very vaguely. The Moonlight Cash Box should be an evil item. Long Chen did not want some people to abandon the original purpose of martial arts for the sake of strength and become the next Moon Devil Grotto. This information was completely unknown to the others. They looked at each other and did not know what to do. At this time, Jing Dongyang sneered and said, "Are you trying to play to the gallery or are you scheming something? Why do you know so much? I think you have evil intentions." Dongyang, if he had evil intentions, he would not have saved us just now. Wu Yu was very clear about the situation. Beside her, Wu Yang shook his head and said, "You can't say that. Who knows what he is planning? What he said is also a fantasy. Who would believe him?" Wu Yang had only said it casually. He did not expect Du Yishuang and the others to directly say that they believed him. In a moment, everyone believed him. Only the disciples of the Temple Lord, Lu Qingfeng, who had no right to speak, chose to believe Long Chen. I also believe what he said. Wu Yu was silent for a moment. Then, she relaxed her eyebrows and said, "You." Wu Yang was completely speechless. Long Chen glanced at him and said, "This place is now sealed." The place he was talking about was the thin and small area between the two ends of the gourd. Shui Zi placed a lot of purple flame godly iron here, completely sealing the entrance. Apart from destroying the purple flame godly iron, there is no way for us to go. Even if I use my weapon, I don't know how long it will take to dig out a path. Purple flame godly iron? Then what do we do? Doesn't that mean we will never be able to enter and kill them? Wu Yu was in the mood to discuss with Long Chen. This is the key to why I drew so many points. There are 9 points on the map, and each point has a hidden mechanism. Only by finding this mechanism and clearing all 9 of them will the steel wall formed by the purple flame divine iron be opened. Only then will we be able to enter the sealed area and truly complete the mission. If it were just me alone, clearing all 9 of the mechanisms would take a very long time. So, everyone, let's work together. We are currently at this location on the map. After giving out his instructions, Long Chen stood up. Wait, are you kidding? If they sealed the inside, why would they leave 9 mechanisms outside for us to open the door? Wu Yang frowned and said in disbelief. It's very simple. Because this was designed by Shui Zi. He is still outside, and who would know? Who would be able to find him? There are a total of 9 mechanisms here. Shui Zi is the one who set the mechanisms. Things like mechanisms can also fail. If the training mechanism fails, won't they all be trapped inside? Long Chen said directly without looking at Wu Yang. Then how do you know? Wu Yang's question was probably the same question as the others. Why should I tell you? Long Chen asked back. You. Wu Yang was rendered speechless by his words. Long Chen had already said everything that needed to be said. He pointed at the 9 points on the map and said, considering the issue of speed, we'll split into 2 groups. I'll go through the 4 mechanisms here, and the rest of you will go through the other 4. After that, we'll meet here. This is the last mechanism, and also the location of the sealed door. Does anyone have any questions? Everyone looked at each other. I've said everything I need to say. If you don't believe me, you can take the map and explore the Moon Devil Grotto. See if the situation is as I said. If you're afraid, you can come back in a few days. After the full moon, over 1,000 people will die, and their strength will increase once again. At that time, we'll see how the experts will deal with them, said Long Chen mockingly. Everyone was a little embarrassed. Dui Shuang was the first to speak. I feel that Long Chen's words are very reasonable. Moreover, his analysis is very clear and logical. It doesn't seem like he is lying. Moreover, he is Palace Master Zhang's disciple. This information, maybe, when Jiang Qing was mentioned, everyone finally understood why Long Chen knew so much. They understood that it was Jiang Qing who told Long Chen. Long Chen alone could not have gotten so much information. Since Jiang Qing had secretly told him, Wu Yang did not have any problems. He took the map from Long Chen and said, since it is like this, we will split into 2 groups. However, if you really want to go alone, what if you run away and play us like monkeys? Wu Yu, who was next to him, had a bright idea and said, I will go with Long Chen, and the others will go together. Then, we will meet at the last location. The more people, the better. It's decided. Chapter 1099. Alright then. Wu Yang looked at Yi Zheng. In the end, he still had to get his approval. Yi Zheng's gaze was on Wu Yu. He bit his lips and a gray light flashed in his eyes. Then, he nodded slowly. Shui Yazi is still here. There are also his traps. I've marked out the locations of the traps in my memory, so be careful. Long Chen didn't have any objections. Wu Yu wasn't weak either. It was fine as long as she didn't become a burden. At this place, they split into two groups and headed towards their first target. Long Chen didn't need a map at all. He already had one in his mind. After splitting up with the rest, Wuyu followed closely behind Long Chen. Long Chen's speed wasn't slow, so Wuyu had a hard time following him. This made her even more curious about this man. Just how strong was he? Why did he have such speed? After some effort, Wuyu finally reached Long Chen's side. She turned around and looked at Long Chen. Her beautiful eyes glowed like water. What's wrong? Long Chen had a good impression of her. After all, among Wu Yang, Wu Yu, and Yi Zheng's group, she was the one who supported him the most. Nothing, I'm just curious about you. Wu Yu smiled. There's nothing curious about. I left a survivor in that small city and interrogated him for a while. Long Chen continued forward. So that's how it is. Wu Yu bit her lips lightly. It was pure and sexy. She really thought that Jiang Qing told Long Chen about it. This wasn't allowed. Although they thought they were the strongest disciples of the evil dragon palace, they didn't use this kind of interrogation method against their enemies. Basically, they killed as many as they saw. Long Chen was very fast. This place was like his home. If they encountered any traps, he could easily bring Wu Yu to avoid them. As Wu Yu advanced, she looked curiously at Long Chen. She had a feeling that, with this man behind her, she didn't have to worry about anything. He could take care of everything. This was a sense of security that even Yi Zheng and Wu Yang didn't give her. Forget it. A sense of security is nothing but an illusion. Wu Yu smiled bitterly as she followed Long Chen's footsteps. Long Chen judged from the surrounding terrain that they should be close to the location of the first activation mechanism. It was right in front of them. Long Chen rushed forward but was stunned, because what appeared in front of him was a wall. Here. Wu Yu came to his side and looked curiously at the wall in front of them. Apart from the wall, there was nothing here. You stand, I'll do it. After saying that, Long Chen headed straight for that area. He didn't step on the ground, but rather floated in midair. When he neared the wall, he stretched out his hand and shook it lightly, and the entire wall collapsed. Be careful. At that instant, Wu Yu already felt that there was something behind the wall. Actually, Long Chen's reaction was faster than her. When she was born, Long Chen had already rushed past her. Let's go. At the critical moment, Long Chen pulled her back. And at this moment, the wall exploded, and a dark green gas spread towards the two of them at an extremely fast speed. This dark green gas turned into a long snake, hissing as it chased after Long Chen and Wu Yu. This way. Long Chen and Wu Yu suddenly turned into a tunnel. At this moment, Long Chen turned back abruptly, and two white sword lights shot out from his hands. The Tai Bai sword prison was used as a defensive combat technique by him, forming a small white sword ball that trapped the two of them. The dark green snake rushed over, but it was directly dissipated by the violent white sword chi. Can we go out now? The two of them were in such a small space, and Wu Yu wasn't used to it. That's poisonous gas. Let's wait for a while more. Use divine energy to cover yourself. Long Chen said expressionlessly, and then closed his eyes. After about a quarter of an hour, Long Chen kept the Tai Bai sword prison. Looking around, there was still a faint dark green gas surrounding them. Why don't you use divine energy to cover yourself? Wu Yu did as Long Chen said, but she didn't expect that Long Chen didn't use it. Long Chen laughed, this thing can't do anything to me. As he spoke, he returned to the place where the mechanism was. Behind the wall, there was a strange mechanism. Below it were two huge chains, incomparably sturdy. Long Chen found a handle on the mechanism, and used all his strength to activate it. The entire Moon Devil cave actually shook. Alright, next. After that, Long Chen didn't say anything, and headed towards the next location. Running behind Long Chen, Wu Yu was speechless as she looked at this youth. He's really fast. She liked Long Chen's capable and resolute character very much. Along the way, the two of them did not speak. They were rushing at full speed. This was the first time Wu Yu had seen such an insensitive person. In this kind of situation where a man and a woman were alone, even Yi Zheng would say a word or two to liven up the atmosphere. Long Chen actually did not say a word. He really did not give her any face. The second mechanism was a little far away. The two of them traveled at full speed, but it took them half an hour to reach it. The terrain of the Moon Demon Cave was too complicated. Many places seemed close, but in reality, they had to take a long detour to get to them. It was because of this that this place became the base of those people. Countless people who came to destroy them had returned in defeat. The second mechanism didn't seem to be dangerous. It was in a hollow underground world. It was very vast, with a radius of over 1,000 meters. Even the top of the cave was about 30 meters high. The activation mechanism was in the middle of this huge cave. It was empty inside. Long Chen was very careful. He slowly entered, and at the same time, looked around vigilantly. When he activated the activation mechanism, nothing happened. Long Chen was relieved. Let's go to the next place. Just as he was about to leave, all the hair on his body suddenly stood on end. He looked up and saw that there were more than 50 tunnels in this huge cave. In one of the tunnels, there was a tall, thin, pale man standing there like a corpse. Long Chen and Wu Yu both sucked in a breath of cold air. They hadn't expected to meet him here. Or perhaps, he had been waiting for Long Chen for a long time. At this moment, his eyes were twinkling as he looked at Long Chen. He said with some surprise, "Looks like you know how to activate it." Long Chen didn't say anything. After activating the activation mechanism, he destroyed it with a punch. Otherwise, even if he escaped with Wu Yu, this place would be closed by Shui Yazi. That would be a wasted trip. Shui Yazi had to die, but Long Chen didn't have the means to deal with him yet. He wasn't sure if he could deal with him. "You're quite smart. You know that if you destroy the mechanism, I won't be able to close it again," Shui Yazi said expressionlessly. Long Chen and Wu Yu looked at each other. They both knew that they had to fight for their lives. Long Chen was also very distressed. He couldn't use his blood escape in here, but that didn't matter. He wanted to try and see if he could kill this guy by joining forces with Wu Yu. Shui Yazi might not be able to catch up with Long Chen's speed, but with Wu Yu by his side, it would still be troublesome. At this moment, Shui Yazi jumped down from above and walked towards Long Chen. At the same time, he said, "Stop ruining our Moon Devil Cave's grand event. I presume you're participating in the Martial Emperor Palace's trial. The Martial Emperor Palace is really generous. Any young disciple from any hall has the power to destroy our Moon Devil Cave. I, Shui Yazi, am very impressed. Looks like after this, we'll have to leave home. It's all your fault. Don't make yourself look so pitiful. You're all scum. If we didn't come, someone else would have come to take care of you," Wu Yu said unyieldingly. "Young lady, you're not bad. Unfortunately, I'm not interested. You won't be able to live." Shui Yazi was very confident in himself. "This is my world. It would be strange if you could escape." With a slight wave of his hand, the entire cave was covered in snow, just like Zhao Shuaji's ice-bound bloodline. The lethal cold qi had completely surpassed the cold qi of Zhao Shuaji's ice-bound bloodline. As the battle was about to begin, Long Chen didn't say a word. The scarlet blood eternal desolation appeared in his hand. Amidst the blood-red light, Long Chen's cold eyes flashed. Such a battle was truly a battle of a higher cultivation level. It was a battle that could make Long Chen's blood boil. He knew he wasn't a match for Shui Yazi, but he was incomparably passionate about such a battle. Martial Emperor Soul, activate. A gray light appeared between Shui Yazi's eyebrows. No one knew what it was. This gray light confused Shui Yazi for a moment. Very quickly, he smiled strangely and said, "I can smell corpses on your bodies. You'll be struck by lightning if you act pretentiously. Long Chen stretched out his left hand. With a furious roar, the golden lightning completely wrapped around his arm. A roaring golden thunder caged dragon instantly expanded, turning into a golden thunder dragon that blotted out the sky. In an instant, it swooped towards Shui Yazi to devour him. Sure enough, it was a lightning strike. Long Chen was going all out this time. He'd thrown in 10,000 divine crystals, and he didn't have much left. He'd used 20,000 divine crystals to kill Chu Tiange. Although he only had 10,000 now, it was more than enough to deal with Shui Yazi. The golden lightning dragon's power was nothing to be scoffed at. Golden lightning flooded the entire cave. Unlike Chu Tiange, Shui Yazi had reacted by the time the golden lightning dragon had reached him. In his shock, he'd used a battle technique. Chapter 1100. Under Shui Yazi's control, a solid sphere of ice and snow appeared around his body. When the solid sphere was formed, the suffocating golden thunder dragon slammed into it. The golden lightning and the dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, instantly cracked the sphere of ice and snow. With a loud crack, the sphere of ice and snow exploded. The golden thunder dragon let out a deafening roar and swallowed Shui Yazi, whose face was filled with shock. This was the power of 10,000 divine crystals. Shui Yazi had suddenly appeared. At this critical juncture, Long Chen couldn't care less. He immediately released the golden thunder caged dragon. It would be best if he could severely injure or even kill Shui Yazi at the first opportunity. Of course, Shui Yazi had already used the ice and snow cliff to block the attack once. So, it wasn't easy to kill this warrior with the Supreme Golden Body. The Supreme Golden Body was a heaven-defying ability that couldn't be killed. As long as Long Chen didn't destroy his opponent completely, it would be difficult to truly kill him. In the divine martial realm, starting from the celestial realm, one would have all sorts of mystical means. Long Chen was now at the threshold of the celestial realm. If he didn't have the ancestral Gragon's various means, he would only be able to deal with the second tier of the divine martial realm. Anyone present could easily kill him. It was precisely because of the shocking nature of the ancestral Gragon that Long Chen could have his current offensive power. Otherwise, other warriors with the unity of heaven and man could mobilize the Emperor's spiritual qi and directly use their domains to kill him. After the power of the Golden Thunder Caged Dragon destroyed his opponent, it returned to Long Chen's side. Wu Yu, who was next to him, was shocked. Her fair face was filled with astonishment, and her eyes shone with a tender light. Her slender body and graceful figure attracted the attention of all the men. Unfortunately, Long Chen didn't take too many looks. That was because in his heart, there was someone more perfect. You killed him? Wu Yu's pretty face was filled with disbelief. No. Long Chen's gaze darkened. He had used his spirit-devouring demon eye to see that Shui Yazi was still there. A third of the huge cave had been destroyed by the Golden Lightning Dungeon Dragon's attack, and Shui Yazi was buried in the mud that had fallen down. When Long Chen retracted his Golden Lightning Dungeon Dragon, a human head with half a body suddenly emerged from the ground. It was the pale Shui Yazi. At this moment, he was looking at Long Chen with eyes full of hatred. His crazed gaze seemed to want to swallow Long Chen whole. Long Chen and Wu Yu saw a terrifying scene, which was that the other party's body was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Arms and legs were slowly growing out, and the new limbs were almost all white and tender, just like a baby's skin, white and rosy. The surrounding ice and snow environment still hadn't disappeared. While Shui Yazi was recovering his body, the newly formed arms immediately formed an ice and snow wall to surround him in order to prevent Long Chen from attacking. Long Chen didn't say anything. This was the time of a great battle. His body instantly changed, and he rushed to the top of the ice and snow wall in the first moment, and then he slashed down with the blood-scarlet sword. Clang! As expected of a battle skill used by a warrior in the 6th level of the divine martial realm. Long Chen actually didn't manage to break it, but he didn't lose heart. He changed the slash into a stab. The blood-scarlet sword was the strongest, and a golden bolt of lightning instantly arrived in front of the ice and snow wall. The blood-scarlet sword in his hand turned into a red line of blood, making whooshing sounds as it directly penetrated the ice and snow wall. Good chance. After there was a gap, it was easy to open it. Long Chen punched the ice and snow wall, and the strength that surpassed that of a demon of the same level shattered the ice and snow wall. The sharp ice shards fell to the ground one by one, making clanking sounds. You're too late. From inside the ice and snow wall came his opponent's wild laughter. Long Chen obviously knew that he had recovered, and he had tried his best. At this critical moment, Long Chen could only dodge. In terms of speed, Long Chen wasn't any weaker than his opponent, and he was even a bit stronger. He rapidly retreated. The ice and snow wall suddenly exploded, and Shui Yazi's figure reappeared. He looked almost the same as before, but Long Chen knew that in his current state, he had consumed a lot of energy, and he could be considered to have suffered a certain degree of injury. Even so, Wu Yu was still very shocked by Long Chen's mysterious attack. To be able to break the body of a warrior in the 6th level of the divine martial realm, even she, Wu Yu, was far from being able to do that. She even felt that the teenager next to her was very mysterious and powerful. At the same time, Wu Yu was also prepared. A true warrior in the 6th level of the divine martial realm, even if she and Long Chen joined hands, they still wouldn't be able to defeat him. You're still too naive to think that you can defeat me like this. Shui Yazi's tone became somewhat crazy. He stared at Long Chen, and suddenly took out a snow-white crystal. I'm a genius, you will never be able to understand my intelligence. I know that your body is very strong, but... At this moment, he suddenly crushed the snow-white golden crystal. The crystal broke, and turned into a snow-white light, which surrounded Shui Yazi. Very quickly, the snow-white light evolved into a snow-white armor, which completely surrounded Shui Yazi. This snow-white armor was completely made of metal, and Shui Yazi was wearing it. This proved that the strength of this metal was definitely stronger than the purple flame godly iron. At the same time, after Shui Yazi put on the armor, he could move freely, which meant that the metal was also extremely flexible. This was a very beautiful armor, and after the originally skinny Shui Yazi put it on, he unexpectedly became very majestic. This is the work I'm most proud of in my life. I'm a puppeteer, an alchemist, and even a talisman master. But in the end, I became who I am today. This is the snowy heavenly moon armor. As for its effect, Long Chen could feel that the snowy heavenly moon armor was firmly attached to his body, as if it had become a part of him. He and Wu Yu looked at each other, and both saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. I'll stop him, you go first. As long as you leave, I'll be able to catch up immediately, whispered Long Chen in Wu Yu's ear. Wu Yu was somewhat stunned. She and Long Chen didn't know each other, and could even be said to be in conflict with each other. But at this moment, Long Chen was talking to her as if he was sacrificing himself to protect her. This feeling of being protected was really strange. Wu Yu didn't say anything, she was ready to fight. She also wanted to use her actions to prove that she wasn't a weak woman. Don't even think about escaping. Shui Yazi's eyes shone with a destructive light. In an instant, his speed increased by several times as he charged towards Long Chen and Wu Yu. A white light swept towards the two of them. Suddenly, they felt a stinging pain as if a sharp blade had pierced their faces. This guy's armor was covered with weapons. Crack. As the opponent advanced, thousands of poisoned steel needles shot towards Long Chen and Wu Yu. These steel needles were very powerful, and even precious metals could be easily pierced through. Of course, Long Chen and Wu Yu didn't dare to use their bodies to withstand those steel needles. Long Chen's desolation scarlet blood was very fast. When it was used, the thousands of steel needles were immediately sent flying, piercing the cave walls. This was nothing, because to Shui Yazi, it was just a small trick. However, from this confrontation, Long Chen realized that Shui Yazi wasn't someone he could deal with now. He already had the intention to retreat. The most important thing now was to open the remaining two mechanisms. Previously, Long Chen really wanted to try and see if he could kill his opponent with his own attack. However, Shui Yazi had already attacked. Both sides were engaged in a fierce battle. For a moment, golden lightning, blood-red longsword, and snow-white metal light collided with each other. Wu Yu, who was at the side, didn't stay idle either. She used the Taiyin Gui water technique and fought side by side with Long Chen. God-killing sword formation, sword C. Taiyin Gui water technique, Gui water seal. To deal with a warrior at the 6th level of the divine martial realm, Long Chen and Wu Yu could be considered to have used their trump cards. Although the cave was large, in a very short period of time, it was shaken by these warriors moving at high speed. A large amount of soil began to fall, and the Real cave collapsed in a very short period of time. The place where the three of them were fighting was also gradually shifting. This snowy moon armor not only gives him a large amount of divine energy, increasing his speed and strength, but also seems to increase the strength of his body. Ordinary attacks can't break it at all, and my desolation's scarlet blood can't get close to his body. Most importantly, his armor often had steel needles, poisonous gas, and other similar mechanisms, which were really hard to defend against. Not to mention Long Chen, even an ordinary warrior at the 6th level of the divine martial realm might not be a match for him. This battle was very difficult for Long Chen. Even when he used his trump cards, he was still not a match for his opponent. He was constantly being defeated. Although Wu Yu, who was at the side, was assisting him, she was in an even more difficult situation. You're called Long Chen, right? You can go to hell now. The biggest threat to Shui Yazi was still Long Chen. He was most afraid of Long Chen, so at this time, all his attacks were directed at Long Chen. I'll block him first, and you find a chance to escape. Only if you leave, he can't catch up with me. At this critical moment, Long Chen whispered to Wu Yu. Seeing his sharp eyes, Wu Yu didn't seem to be lying, so she nodded. Seize the opportunity. In this battle, Long Chen had learned a lot. The true martial emperor spirit was still open, so he was not discouraged. After all, his opponent was an expert at the 6th level of the divine martial realm who had cultivated for thousands of years, and he was far from that level. It would be strange if he could still kill his opponent. Chapter 1101. If that's all you've got, you can go to hell. A cold light flashed in Shui Yazi's eyes. When he unleashed his true strength, dealing with Long Chen was like playing with a monkey. Even someone in the 6th tier of the divine martial arts realm might not be able to withstand this move. Shui Yazi let out a cold laugh. He clasped his hands together, and the power of ice and frost converged on his body. Omnidirectional freezing magic way, cross seal. The seal was extremely fast, and a dazzling light exploded from Shui Yazi's hands. For a moment, even Long Chen and Wu Yu could not open their eyes. Long Chen knew that this was a part of his opponent's cross seal. The body of the ancestral dragon was not so easy to deal with. Although Long Chen could not defeat his opponent, he would definitely not die at his hands. He forced his eyes open and was still able to withstand the light. At this moment, Shui Yazi let out a loud laugh. A cross-shaped mark burst out from his hand. The cross-shaped mark was like two crossed blades, sharp and full of cold power. It was so cold that it made one's hair stand on end. The omnidirectional freezing magic way that Shui Yazi cultivated was definitely a 6th grade divine skill, and he could unleash the full power of the omnidirectional freezing magic way. A cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. At this critical moment, he had no choice but to use this move. The strongest combat skill that he had obtained from Chu Tiange, the 7th grade divine skill, invincible sword body. Back then, Chu Tiange had not even been able to unleash the full power of the invincible sword body, and he had been directly killed by Long Chen. At this moment, before the cross seal, a mist formed by sword light gathered in front of Long Chen. In a short moment, another cold and indifferent Long Chen appeared in front of Long Chen. This Long Chen's body was completely formed by the blood-red sword light, and it gave people a piercing feeling. God-killing sword formation, beast tide. Tens of thousands of beasts ran together. At this moment, the invincible sword physique and Long Chen did the same thing. Two identical blood-colored formations appeared beneath Long Chen's and the invincible sword physique's feet. As the two of them displayed their formations, the shadows of 10,000 beasts raged within the two god-slaying sword formations. The 10,000 beasts gathered together and formed a blood-colored divine dragon. A total of 2 divine dragons charged towards Shui Yazi's ultimate technique, the omnidirectional frozen devil path. What a powerful attack! Shui Yazi and Wu Yu's faces were filled with shock. At the same time, Wu Yu understood that this was the best time for her to escape that Long Chen had bought for her. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth and looked at Long Chen, who was working hard beside her. Her eyes sparkled, and she gritted her teeth and turned to leave. Boom! With an explosive sound, everything was collapsing. Large chunks of soil fell to the ground. Wu Yu had only taken a few steps when she thought that the person behind her might have died here. She panicked and actually turned around to rush back. The double beast tide and the cross-shaped seal collided. With his meager strength, Long Chen was actually able to resist Shui Yazi's all-out attack. This was basically impossible in Shui Yazi's eyes. He had seen Long Chen's invincible sword physique and knew that it was a powerful divine ability, a doppelganger technique. Not bad indeed. That was just an appetizer. Kid, you are too naive. Do you really know how powerful the 6th level of the divine martial realm is? A blood-colored light rushed towards Long Chen, who was a little exhausted. Long Chen was about to use his speed to escape, but his expression quickly changed. Wu Yu, who had just escaped, had unexpectedly rushed back at this moment. This idiot. Long Chen could have taken advantage of this moment to escape. Her opponent couldn't catch up with him at all. But Wu Yu didn't know this, so she escaped and came back. The time had already passed. I'll let you be consigned to eternal damnation in a world of ice and snow. All-directional freezing devil path, life and death snow talisman. At this moment, Shui Yazi laughed crazily and casually launched an even more powerful attack. Long Chen had to take care of both sides. It was very troublesome. This is the life and death snow talisman. Long Chen's sharp senses sensed that this was an extremely terrifying thing, but he wasn't afraid. As long as he was prepared, it wouldn't be difficult to break his opponent's attack. But at this moment, something happened. Perhaps Shui Yazi knew that this life and death snow talisman wouldn't necessarily affect Long Chen. And since Wu Yu had unexpectedly returned, Shui Yazi didn't want to let her escape again. Therefore, he actually controlled the life and death snow talisman and sent it towards Wu Yu. Watch out. Long Chen was originally defending himself, but it was already too late. Long Chen could only watch as Wu Yu was mysteriously hit by the life and death snow talisman and fell to the ground. The power of ice and snow ravaged her body. This life and death snow talisman wasn't a direct attack, but something that attached itself to one's body and caused torment. After being hit by my life and death snow talisman, you will be tormented by ice and snow for the rest of your life, but you won't die. Enjoy this feeling. Kid, seeing your lover suffer like this, you must be in even more pain. Shui Yazi seemed to have been hurt by love, so he was very crazy at this moment. Compared to killing, he would rather let his lover suffer. But he was wrong. Long Chen and Wu Yu had nothing to do with each other. The Taishu realm was one of Long Chen's secrets, and not many people knew about it. Previously, Long Chen trusted the Yi siblings, so he let them in. If Wu Yu could escape on her own, Long Chen could just follow her. But now that she was injured, Long Chen had no choice but to let her into the Taishu realm. Of course, he used the Taishu Qi to block her vision. Long Chen's Taishu realm had many secrets. Another beauty has come in. Boy, you're really not bad. Your little Cece just left and you can't help but want to vent. The kitten was startled and immediately woke up from its sleep, gloating over his misfortune. Wu Yu disappeared into thin air, and Shui Yazi was stunned. Long Chen was actually a little regretful. If he had let her in earlier, she wouldn't have been injured. He felt a little guilty at the thought, but the most important thing now was to escape. Without Wu Yu's trouble, Long Chen could actually escape easily. He closed the Jinwu Imperial Spirit. He had learned almost everything he needed from Shui Yazi. If he stayed any longer, it would be a waste of time. Long Chen used the invincible sword body to block his opponent, then turned into a bolt of lightning and escaped in an instant. When Long Chen was a few hundred meters away, the invincible sword body would naturally dissipate, and it would be difficult for Shui Yazi to catch up with Long Chen by then. You want to escape? In your dreams. Shui Yazi hurried to catch up, but the invincible sword body's crazy attacks were almost the same as the other Long Chen, and maybe even more reckless than Long Chen. Shui Yazi could only watch as Long Chen left. When the invincible sword body disappeared, Shui Yazi was furious, and he could only follow the traces that Long Chen left behind to chase. Through the spirit-devouring demon, Long Chen could clearly see his opponent's position. He actually knew that I was heading towards the third opening mechanism. Shui Yazi was very smart, and he knew where Long Chen was going. But being smart was useless, as Long Chen's speed was much faster than his. The thing that he was most concerned about was Wu Yu's injuries. Regarding this, Long Chen felt a little guilty. But if she had to blame someone, she could only blame herself for running back and worrying about his safety even though she had already escaped. Where am I, Long Chen? At this moment, Wu Yu was lying on the ground. Her curvaceous body was exquisite and exquisite. However, under the cover of the life and death snow talisman, a thin layer of ice had formed on her skin. This caused her originally cold body to become even colder. Her face was deathly pale. The most obvious change was that between her eyebrows, there was an ice talisman flashing. As long as this talisman existed, the ice and snow would always accompany her. It would freeze her meridians and divine origin, turning her into a cripple. Fortunately, Wu Yu had a naturally cold body, and was more resistant to the life and death snow talismans. Otherwise, it would have been very troublesome. Don't care where you are. How do you feel? Long Chen's voice came from the empty sky. Not good. My whole body is frozen, and I can't circulate my divine energy. My body is gradually freezing, and I'm dying. My head is very dizzy. At that moment, Wu Yu was like a helpless kitten puppy. Long Chen's voice was the only thing she could rely on. Long Chen frowned. The life and death snow talismans had originally been used by Shui Yazi to attack him, but Wu Yu had taken it for him. At that moment, Shui Yazi was still in hot pursuit. He was about 300 meters behind Long Chen. Long Chen's soul-devouring demon eye could completely pinpoint his position, but he could only head towards the third mechanism. No matter what, Long Chen still had to rush towards the third mechanism. Otherwise, if he destroyed the mechanism, no one would be able to enter the depths of the Moon Demon Cave. Long Chen's speed was extremely fast. He could easily maintain his speed at a level where Shui Yazi could not catch up. He maintained a distance of more than 300 meters, which was enough for Long Chen to activate the mechanism, destroy it, and grasp Shui Yazi's position. The only troublesome thing was Wu Yu's injury. As they advanced, Long Chen watched as her body gradually weakened, but she still held on. He was a little annoyed. This time, it's all my fault. If I had brought you here earlier, and not fought with him, you would not have been injured, Long Chen said guiltily. It's no big deal. I was tricked, and I can only blame myself for not living up to expectations. Wu Yu smiled. She was quite open-minded about everything. In truth, Wu Yu did not have a good impression of Long Chen at first, because Long Chen had bullied the weak, and had taught her two juniors a lesson. But from their previous interactions, she could see that Long Chen was actually a good person. Under the effect of the life and death snow talismans, the hazy snowflakes had completely covered her body. Even when she spoke, her snow-white skin was covered in a layer of hazy snow. Chapter 1102. Cold. Long Chen suddenly had an idea. She was feeling cold now because of the life and death snow talisman. Long Chen had something on him that was extremely young, and that was his boiling dragon blood. Although the primordial blood spirit dragon was an evil dragon that made people feel cold and murderous, its blood was indeed extremely young and could dispel all filth and coldness. Fat cat, does my blood have any effect on her current injuries? Long Chen asked as he moved forward. Of course it does. Kitten's face was full of ambiguous expression. What's wrong, kid? Are you going to be a hero saving a beauty with your own blood? Using your own blood to save someone sounds really touching. You've now absorbed 2/10 of the ancestral dragon's blood essence. Every drop of blood is very precious, and you're using it to save someone. Tell me the truth, do you have a crush on this girl? If so, don't be polite with me, Lord Cat. Lord Cat will leave immediately and leave you some space to enjoy yourself. Scram. Long Chen let out a sigh of relief and scolded Kitten at the same time. This guy really liked to talk nonsense. Long Chen knew that he had nothing to do with Wu Yu. He just felt bad that she was injured because she followed him. However, Kitten's words reminded Long Chen that 2/10 of his blood was dragon blood. He definitely couldn't help Wu Yu like he did when he helped Soi Eon heal her. The violent energy in the ancestral dragon's blood essence would probably make Wu Yu explode. Thinking of this, Long Chen squeezed out about a drop of blood from his body. It was very little. He controlled this drop of blood into the realm of Great Void and suspended it in front of Wu Yu. Wu Yu was even more confused. In front of her was a blazing power that made people want to worship it. It had a very ancient aura. Wu Yu gently opened her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Snowflakes covered her face. She had a different kind of beauty. Try drinking this thing. Long Chen's voice echoed in the void. Okay. Wu Yu blinked and asked, what is this? Don't ask too many questions. Wu Yu nodded. In her impression, Long Chen was such a domineering person. At this time, the drop of red that looked like blood moved towards Wu Yu's lips. Actually, it was blood. It was a blazing energy. This drop of blood entered her body, but it was not digested by her. Instead, it merged with his blood. In a very short period of time, it had already spread throughout his body. An incomparably hot power burned Wu Yu's body. She, who was already covered by the power of ice and snow, let out a comfortable moan. As Long Chen hurried along, he maintained the distance between him and Shui Zi. At the same time, he was also nervously paying attention to Wu Yu's movements. As expected, the dragon's blood had a great effect. The blazing energy that erupted from within Wu Yu's body gradually dissipated the ice on her body. Her snow-white skin regained its rosy color. On her forehead, the originally pale skin gradually turned rosy. However, the snowflake rune was still there. This was the key to breaking the snow talisman of life and death. It could be seen that under the attack of Long Chen's blood, the snow talisman of life and death was shrinking. It could be seen that after a period of time, the snow talisman of life and death would completely disappear. I feel much better. It should be about time. This is really mysterious. What exactly is it that can break this snow talisman of life and death? In the information of the true Martial Emperor Palace, there was a person called Shui Zi. There was also a section that introduced the snow talisman of life and death. Wu Yu had read it before and knew that this move was actually very terrifying. Long Chen didn't answer. After finally settling Wu Yu's matter, he focused on completing the remaining 2 mechanisms. As for Wu Yu, although she had taken the dragon's blood, which was equivalent to taking the right medicine, it would still take some time for her to fully recover. Although it was only a drop of Long Chen's blood, it contained the essence of the primordial blood spirit dragon. It would be of great help to Wu Yu's cultivation in the future. This time, it could be considered a blessing in disguise for her. Now, even if it was only a drop of Long Chen's blood, the essence of the dragon's blood in it would surpass all the blood in his body in the past. 1/5 of the inheritance was no joke. When he fully absorbed it, Long Chen would be considered to have truly obtained the primordial blood spirit dragon's inheritance. Right now, he was still far from that. Thank you. After experiencing what had just happened, Wu Yu's attitude towards Long Chen had changed a lot. Shui Zi was still chasing after him with his spirit-devouring demon eyes. At this moment, Shui Zi's heart was filled with anger and shock. In terms of strength, Long Chen should be around the 5th level of the divine martial realm. However, his speed was several times faster than Shui Zi's. He was almost at the complete level 6 of the divine martial realm. To Shui Zi, this could only be described as monstrous. Long Chen, Shui Zi clenched his teeth and chased after him madly. He couldn't let Long Chen activate these mechanisms. Otherwise, when the passageway was finally opened, the Moon Devil's sacrifice that was about to take place would definitely be affected. Thinking of this, Shui Zi went all out. What he didn't know was that in another direction, another group of people had almost finished activating the remaining mechanisms. Wu Yu entered a state of rest. When Long Chen was focused, his speed was terrifying. In a very short time, he had opened up a distance of 1 li from Shui Zi. He was very close to the 3rd mechanism. According to the map, the 3rd mechanism was right in front of them. This mechanism was also dangerous with poisonous gas. However, Long Chen wasn't afraid of it at all. He directly rushed into the poisonous gas. In a short time, Long Chen activated the mechanism. When the vibration of the cavern stopped and the mechanism was completely shut down, he destroyed the mechanism. Using his spirit-devouring demon eyes, he saw that Shui Zi was 500 meters away. For Long Chen's mission, there was only one mechanism left. The last mechanism was the place where the two teams would meet. These two mechanisms were about the same distance from Long Chen. Shui Zi is chasing after me according to the position of the mechanism. The next place he will rush towards is very likely to be my target, but at the same time, it could also be the place where we met last. If he reaches the place first and destroys the mechanism, it will be troublesome. However, Long Chen had super speed. He was confident that he could activate the last mechanism before Shui Zi rushed to the last rendezvous point. Then, he would rush to the rendezvous point before Shui Zi did. Thinking of this, Long Chen sensed Wu Yu's situation. She seemed to have fallen asleep. She was in a slow process of transformation and recovery. The number of life and death snow talismans on her forehead had almost decreased. Thinking of this, Long Chen used his maximum speed. He turned into a golden flash of lightning and rushed in the direction of the last mechanism. As expected, when Shui Zi arrived at the location where Long Chen had activated the mechanism, he directly rushed to the rendezvous point between Long Chen and Yizheng. Perhaps this was his intuition. In this way, Long Chen had to erupt with even greater speed. The distance he had to cover was about 3 times that of Shui Zi. A golden flash of lightning crisscrossed the complicated Moon Devil Cave. Long Chen had a weakness. His familiarity with the Moon Devil Cave was far inferior to Shui Zi's. Quick, quick, quick. Therefore, he had to be quick. Within this tranquil Moon Devil Grotto, a howling wind could be heard. After about 15 minutes, Long Chen finally reached the last place at an astonishing speed and activated the last mechanism. This meant that his task was complete. Next, he just had to meet up with Yi Zheng and the others at the last mechanism. Move. Without saying anything further, Long Chen continued forward, heading towards the last rendezvous point. He couldn't let Shui Zi get ahead of him. Just as Long Chen had covered 1/3 of the distance, 3 people suddenly appeared within the range of his spirit-devouring demon eyes. Furthermore, these 3 people seemed to have discovered him and were heading in his direction to intercept him. These 3 people were completely unfamiliar with Long Chen's qi. 2 of them should be at the 6th level of the divine martial realm. However, one of them was unfathomable to Long Chen. It should be a coincidence. Under this soul-suppressing stone, divine sense is useless. They simply can't see me. Long Chen comforted himself and continued forward. However, at this moment, the person whose strength Long Chen couldn't see through suddenly left the others behind and rapidly charged at Long Chen. That speed stunned Long Chen, because that person's speed was even faster than Long Chen's. He's at least at the 7th level of the divine martial realm and has a cosmic idol. Furthermore, it's not the evil dragon hall's master. Just who could it be in this moon devil cave? Under the pursuit of such a strong expert, Long Chen had no way to dodge. That person's target was clearly him. After charging forward with all his might for a while, that person still caught up with him. Long Chen was helpless. The Moon Devil Cave's paths were extremely complex. Using the blood escape was simply unrealistic. Most likely, if he used it, he would plunge into the ground. A binding energy acted on Long Chen's body. Long Chen was unable to move. He was very puzzled as to how that person had been able to find him. Could it be that he also had a divine ability similar to the spirit-devouring demon pupil? Turning his head, he saw that the person who had bound him was actually a youth. Long Chen carefully sized up that youth. He had a head of long purple hair, a pair of purple eyes that were like resplendent stars in the sky, and even his lips were a bewitching purple. His appearance was extremely bewitching. He had a kind of beauty that was even more beautiful than an ordinary girl's. However, he was definitely a man. Long Chen had a feeling that he had seen this youth before in the depths of his memories. However, it was extremely difficult for him to remember who he was. What made Long Chen feel the most reverence was that this frivolous youth's strength was definitely not at the 6th level of the divine martial realm. It was very likely that he was at the 7th level of the divine martial realm. From his control over heaven and earth, Long Chen could roughly guess that. Chapter 1103. Long Chen was actually very anxious. After all, Shui Yazi was already rushing to the rendezvous point. If he got there first, he could easily destroy the mechanism he had set up. At that time, all his efforts would be for naught. Not only would the evil Dragon Palace's mission be lost, but the lives of thousands of people would also be in Long Chen's hands. At this moment, the youth was also sizing up Long Chen. He had a smile on his face, but he didn't say anything. Under his control, the entire region seemed to listen to him. Even if Long Chen wanted to move, it would be extremely difficult. Who are you? There must be a reason why the other party was restraining him. At this moment, Long Chen could only force himself to calm down. This powerful youth that suddenly appeared did not seem to have any ill intentions towards him. Me. The mysterious youth pointed at himself and suddenly smiled. Who am I? I don't know either. This has nothing to do with you. You don't look like you're from the Moon Demon Cave. Why are you here? Hearing this, Long Chen's mind quickly turned. This person is clearly not from the Moon Demon Cave. Then why is he here? Long Chen thought about it for a moment and roughly guessed that the most mystical thing in the Moon Demon Cave was the Moonlight Cache. This youth's hair and eyes were both purple, and the purple demon moon diagram that appeared in the Moonlight Cache was also purple. Could it be that there was a connection? Thinking of this, Long Chen had a rough idea of what was going on. He said in a deep voice, I'm here to save the person who was captured. There are many people from small cities nearby who were captured and brought here. Some of them are my relatives. Oh. The mysterious youth sized up Long Chen for a while. He couldn't tell that he was lying. He nodded and said, so you're not here for the Demon Moon Cache. Then let me ask you a question. Do you know where they are hiding? I've been looking for them for a long time, but I can't find them. Long Chen said, if I knew, I wouldn't be wandering around here. At this time, the other two warriors, who were probably at the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm, had arrived. Both of them were dressed like servants. One was a pretty little maid, and the other was a middle-aged servant with a stooped back and a big smile on his face. Young master, who is this person?" The young maid rushed forward and stood behind the mysterious young man. She looked curiously at Long Chen, while the other servant stood quietly behind her. "That's not our target. You can leave." The mysterious youth waved his hand lightly, and Long Chen immediately felt the pressure on his body disappear. He breathed a sigh of relief, and after bidding farewell to the other party, he hurriedly left. After such a short delay, Shui Yazi must have advanced a lot. Perhaps he was already close to the rendezvous point. Long Chen was anxious, and he moved forward as fast as he could. After Long Chen left, the mysterious young man said, "That kid is a bit strange. His strength seems to be at the 2nd level of the divine martial arts realm. How could he have such a terrifying speed? Could it be that he has some method to hide his strength, a method that even I, Li Tianji, don't know about? Young master, let's follow him and see. The information I got can't be wrong. The demon moon cache is definitely here. The master of the moon devil's cave is called Li Qingyue. Isn't Li Qingyue the one who stole the demon moon cache?" said the servant. "All right, I'll listen to you." After Long Chen left, the mysterious young man's purple eyes flickered with light. A kind of penetrating power appeared. It was as if he could see Long Chen's existence. He followed Long Chen and moved forward. Long Chen's spirit-devouring demon eyes didn't see anyone within a 1-mile radius. Therefore, he was very relieved. The mysterious young man shouldn't have caught up with him. Wu Yu had more or less recovered. Long Chen was about to reach the final rendezvous point at his fastest speed. At this moment, he was extremely nervous. If Shui Yazi was a step ahead of him, it would be troublesome. At his fastest speed, like a bolt of lightning, Long Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief when he was just about to approach. This was because Shui Yazi had already appeared within a mile of him. The distance between him and Shui Yazi was about the same as the final rendezvous point. Long Chen was confident that he would be able to catch up to Shui Yazi at the rendezvous point. This meant that there was still hope. This was a moment of life and death. Long Chen used all of his strength and speed. In a short period of time, he had caught up with Shui Yazi from another path. Suddenly, there was another surprise. Yi Zheng and the others were unexpectedly rushing towards the final meeting point from the same direction. In this case, the 3 groups would meet at the same time at the same place. Yi Zheng was the one who could deal with Shui Yazi. The current Long Chen could deal with Wu Yang and Wu Yu without any pressure. However, an expert at the 6th level of the divine martial realm was indeed not easy to deal with. At the last moment, Long Chen took the lead. Compared to the others, his speed was the fastest. At this moment, a golden bolt of lightning instantly rushed into the spacious cave. This cave was the largest one Long Chen had seen in the Moon Demon Cave. It had a circumference of several thousand meters, and the last activation mechanism was in the corner of the cave. On the other side of the mechanism was a wall burning with purple flames. This sturdy wall was completely made of purple flame divine iron. In order to prevent outsiders from entering, such a large amount of purple flame divine iron would definitely be very thick. Although Long Chen's scarlet blood desolation could cut through the purple flame divine iron, it was still very difficult to dig a path through such a large amount of purple flame divine iron. Long Chen. When Long Chen rushed into the cave and rushed towards the last activation mechanism, Shui Yazi also came out from another passage. At the same time, Yi Zheng also rushed out from another passage. Although he didn't have divine sense, his sharp intuition could still sense that this was a critical moment. Long Chen rushed in front while Shui Yazi followed 100 meters behind him. Yi Zheng was less than 20 meters behind Shui Yazi. Without thinking, Yi Zheng took out the sword of reincarnation and a gray sword light shot towards Shui Yazi. Your opponent is me. With a single sword move, Yizheng blocked in front of Shui Yazi. A gray murderous aura surged out and thousands of sword chi exploded, blocking Shui Yazi's path. The others also came out from the passage. Long Chen didn't have time to see how injured they were. With Yizheng blocking his opponent, the only thing he had to do was to activate the last mechanism. The wall made of purple flame godly iron had already been seen by Long Chen. Indeed, only by activating the wall could they enter. Otherwise, there was no other way. In Shui Yazi's design, no one was allowed to use other methods to open the door. With Yizheng blocking him, Long Chen arrived next to the switch without any mishaps. Without a word, Long Chen activated the switch and destroyed it. After he activated the mechanism, the entire Moon Devil Cave shook. For a moment, everyone felt like they couldn't stand steadily. When Shui Yazi saw this, he went completely crazy. After this door was opened, the Moon Devil sacrificial ceremony would definitely be affected. You're all courting death. Shui Yazi and Yizheng were evenly matched. After Long Chen activated the mechanism, he gathered with the others. At this time, everyone was nervously looking at the wall made of purple flame godly iron. The wall was very wide, and at this time, countless pieces of earth were shaken off by the purple flame godly iron. The wall was slowly sinking, and holes that could only be passed by one person appeared in front of Long Chen and the others. In total, there were more than 20 entrances. These small entrances all led to the inside of the Moon Devil Cave. With such a huge tremor, everyone in the Moon Devil Cave should have felt it. After finally completing this step, Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Yizheng and Shui Yazi were in the middle of an intense battle. The passage had already been opened, and Shui Yazi's only option was to kill Long Chen and the others one by one. He couldn't let them in. Although Yizheng was younger than Shui Yazi, he cultivated the Azura killing path and was also a sword martialist, so he had a natural advantage. Moreover, Shui Yazi had been injured by Long Chen's Golden Thunder Dragon before. This was an intense battle, and Long Chen's heart tightened. Yizheng's side shouldn't have any problems. Long Chen turned to look at Wu Yang's side. Perhaps it was because of the mechanism, but the original 15 people had now been reduced to 13. 2 of them should have died in the Moon Devil's Cave. Both of them had passed the Oblivion Wind Tribulation, 1 male and 1 female. Long Chen was slightly affected, but Dui Shuang and the other 2 were covered in dust, but they weren't injured. While the others were focused on Yizheng's battle with Shui Yazi, Wu Yang's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Long Chen and said, "Long Chen, where's my sister? She's injured, but she'll be fine after resting for a while. I've put her in a safe place, and after we kill Shui Yazi, I'll bring her back," said Long Chen. To Wu Yang, this was a joke. He didn't have a good impression of Long Chen, and he was even hostile towards him. He didn't believe that Long Chen was telling the truth. After hearing Long Chen's words, he angrily looked at him and coldly said, "Brat, don't talk nonsense in front of me. Hurry up and hand over my sister, or else I'll kill you." Now that Wu Yu was resting, and Yizheng was engaged in a fierce battle, there was no telling what would happen. Moreover, Long Chen didn't want others to know about the existence of the Taishu realm. So his eyes flashed coldly, and he didn't give in to Wu Yang. He coldly said, "What's the rush? I can assure you that she's fine now. When we activated the mechanism, we were chased by Shui Yazi. If it were you, I don't think you would have the ability to bring your sister out." What? Everyone was surprised that Long Chen was able to complete the mission despite being chased by Shui Yazi. Chapter 1104. Do you think I'm a fool? Hand over my sister and I'll spare your life. Otherwise. Wu Yang's expression was unsightly as he approached Long Chen step by step. Zheng Dongyang also wanted to intimidate Long Chen. Only Lu Qingfeng's expression was unsightly as he tried to mediate between the two sides, but to no avail. While Yizheng and Shui Yazi were having a life and death battle, Wu Yang and Long Chen were having a dispute. To be honest, Long Chen had wanted to beat this guy up for a long time. Now that he was actually threatening him, Long Chen was too lazy to be polite. He sneered and said, "You better not make a move. Otherwise, I'll beat you so badly that even your mother won't be able to recognize you. Hand over my sister." Wu Yang had already arrived in front of Long Chen. He cultivated the sacred sun fire technique and the sacred sun body. Now that he was angry, a blazing qi rushed towards Long Chen, as if Wu Yang was completely burning. Seeing the situation between Wu Yang and Long Chen, Dui Shuang and the others quickly advised, "We're all partners, we can't fight at this time. Why don't we take a step back to avoid both sides being injured?" "Both sides being injured? You think too highly of him." Wu Yang sneered and attacked without saying anything. A golden flame covered the surface of his body. That blazing qi was the same as Shui Zi's. Wu Yang was ranked second in the Evil Dragon Hall, no doubt he was powerful. The Sacred Sun Fire technique was also one of the best among the 6th-ranked divine skills. His Sacred Sun body was even more heaven-defying. Sacred Sun Fire technique. As soon as he made his move, a golden energy surrounded Wu Yang. Seeing Wu Yang make his move, the others were shocked and retreated in fear. They couldn't help but pray for Long Chen in their hearts. In the Evil Dragon Palace, there were many elders and hall masters who were defeated by Wu Yang. Basically, other than the vice hall masters, there weren't many elders who could deal with Wu Yang. Brilliant fist imprint. Wu Yang's first move was a ruthless one. The terrifying heat formed on his arm. With a roar, a golden light rushed towards Long Chen. The air trembled slightly. An astonishing power formed a fist imprint on Wu Yang's arm. The golden fist imprint was filled with explosive power. If Long Chen was hit by it, he would definitely be torn into pieces if nothing out of the ordinary happened. However, they had underestimated Long Chen. Wu Yang was indeed very strong. He was in the 5th layer of the divine martial realm and had survived 9 heavenly lightning tribulations. He was an existence that Long Chen could only look up to. When he had just arrived at the 3 great imperial regions, Long Chen could only look up to such a person. However, it was different now. Wu Yang's strength had already reached the peak of the 2nd layer of the divine martial realm. There was also the attack bonus of a sword cultivator, the heaven-defying might of the scarlet blood sky desolation, and the will of a dragon, which was even stronger than the other party's will of martial. God-slaying sword formation. Long Chen didn't say anything. The blood-red sword formation instantly appeared in a radius of 1,000 meters. Shui Zi and Yizheng were probably standing in the sword formation. At first, Shui Zi was shocked. However, he felt that Long Chen should be in conflict with someone else. He heaved a sigh of relief and focused on dealing with the troublesome Yizheng, the battle maniac from the Azura Sword Prison. Although there weren't many people from the Azura Sword Prison, they were all very terrifying. Seeing that Long Chen was really fighting with Wu Yang, the others were extremely shocked. They hurriedly retreated, afraid that they would be affected by the battle. However, they were still looking forward to seeing who would be stronger between Long Chen and Wu Yang. Sword C. The giant sword that soared into the sky was completely composed of dense sword qi. It slashed down at the first moment, colliding with Wu Yang's brilliant fist print. A huge explosion sounded. In terms of the attack of this move, the two were almost equal. Both were 6th-grade divine skills. However, Long Chen's god-slaying sword formation, that sharp sword qi, coupled with the nature of the scarlet blood sky desolation, was like a hot knife through butter. It still sent Wu Yang flying. And Long Chen was even more unforgiving. The sword in his hand suddenly stabbed into the ground. Suddenly, the entire god-slaying sword formation went berserk. Beast Tide. The roaring divine dragon roared from the god-slaying sword formation. Its huge body chased after Wu Yang. Feeling Long Chen's terrifying strength for the first time, Wu Yang's expression changed. He hurriedly retreated, but he didn't surrender. He was unwilling to lose to a newcomer like Long Chen. Sacred fire seal of annihilation. Golden flames burned in each of his hands. When the two golden flames collided under Wu Yang's control, an even bigger explosion occurred. The resplendent golden light exploded, forming a palm burning with golden flames. It grabbed towards the divine dragon formed by Long Chen's beast tide. You want to catch me with just this? Long Chen laughed. His body shook. The roaring divine dragon broke through the sacred fire seal of annihilation and descended in front of Wu Yang. At this moment, seeing the terrifying divine dragon in front of him, Wu Yang finally understood the difference between him and Long Chen. This was a sad fact. He wasn't Long Chen's opponent. Seeing that Wu Yang was about to be drowned by the blood-colored divine dragon sword Qi, the others were shocked in their hearts. At the same time, their faces turned ashen. If Long Chen really killed Wu Yang, it would be troublesome. After all, Wu Yang was still the disciple of the evil Dragon Hall master. In the true martial emperor palace, killing each other was a serious crime. Long Chen, stop! Lu Qingfeng and the others shouted with tearing voices. Wu Yang's face was completely red from the light. He was incomparably frightened in his heart. He knew that death was imminent. Long Chen was a ruthless person. Since he had made his move, there was no reason for him to take it back. In the Great Void Realm, Wu Yu was still in a deep sleep. Long Chen estimated that she was about to wake up. Seeing that the high and mighty Wu Yang was about to be killed, Long Chen laughed and said, "Then I'll add more fuel to the fire." Everyone was puzzled. What did Long Chen mean by this? Soon, they understood. In front of him, a blood-colored sword Qi formed him. It was so vivid. That kind of shocking sword Qi was emitted from the indestructible sword body. Looking at the indestructible sword body, everyone felt a stinging pain in their eyes. God-slaying sword formation, beast tide. In the instant the indestructible sword body appeared, he followed Long Chen's original move and launched another powerful attack. While everyone was shocked, they couldn't help but feel strange. Long Chen could kill Wu Yang in one move, why did he need to use another indestructible sword body attack? Soon, everyone had an answer. No. Just at this time, Wu Yang was about to be swallowed by the beast tide. But at this time, the huge pressure suddenly disappeared. The divine dragon formed by the sword Qi disappeared in front of his eyes. Wu Yang was puzzled. What happened? Turn. Under the control of Long Chen and the indestructible sword body, the two divine dragons changed direction and crashed into the ground. Everyone watched this scene with their eyes wide open. Their hearts were too shaken. At this time, they were panting. But they still didn't understand why Long Chen launched such a powerful attack and led it underground. Soon, they understood. When they really understood, they sighed. So it was actually like this. They had underestimated Long Chen. The two divine dragons were not led to the ground at all. When they entered the god-slaying sword formation, they appeared at another place at the same time. That place was below Shuizi. At this time, Shuizi was engaged in an intense battle with Yizheng. Long Chen's god-slaying sword formation was originally below him, but he didn't care. But who would have thought that Long Chen would use the opportunity to fight with Wu Yang to scare Wu Yang and shift the real attack to Shuizi? The two divine dragons made of sword Qi gave Shuizi a fatal crisis. Although he was wearing the Shui Tianyu armor, under Yi Zhang's suppression, the two divine dragons were too close and came too unexpectedly. He didn't even have the chance to use his best skill, Ice Snow Wall. The divine dragons made of sword Qi slashed his body with a loud bang. Shuizi let out an earth-shattering scream. Under the stunned eyes of everyone, his snow sky moon armor was completely destroyed. Even a part of his body was destroyed by Long Chen. Long Chen. Shuizi's eyes were bloodshot. Your opponent is me. At this moment, Yi Zheng was surprisingly calm. This was a huge opportunity for him, and he could completely grasp it. When Shuiyi was destroyed by Long Chen, he changed his sword technique and the gray air around him completely wrapped around him. Azura's 7 swords, road to rebirth. The long, gray road pierced through Shuiyi's head. After being bombarded by Long Chen, Shuiyi had lost his ability to defend himself. His head was crushed bit by bit under the continuous killing of Yi Zhang's road to rebirth. Because he was a warrior of the 6th level of the divine martial realm, Yi Zhang had to spend a lot of effort to kill him. When Shuiyi disappeared completely, everyone had a feeling of sitting on the ground and gasping for breath. Although it was Yi Zhang who killed Shuiyi in the end, everyone knew that it was all thanks to Long Chen. If it wasn't for Long Chen's beautiful move, who knew how long it would take to kill Shuiyi? From this point of view, Long Chen didn't intend to kill Wu Yang from the beginning. Instead, he was aiming for Shuiyi. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but admire Long Chen's intelligence. In fact, what they didn't know was that killing Shuiyi was indeed one of Long Chen's goals. However, it was also one of his goals to frighten Wu Yang. And now, both of them had been accomplished. Chapter 1105. Long Chen smiled indifferently. Without saying anything, he turned into a golden bolt of lightning and returned to the original passage. After a few turns, he got Wu Yu out. She was still in a deep sleep, but the life and death snow spell between her eyebrows had disappeared. Her body was getting better, but she still couldn't fight for a while. Long Chen carried her in his arms and came to the front of the crowd. He handed the unconscious Wu Yu over to the nervous Wu Yang and said, "She was hit by Shuiyi's life and death snow spell. I saved her from behind. She's fine now. When she wakes up, you'll know whether I'm telling the truth or not." The crowd suddenly realized that everything Long Chen had said was true. Shuiyi really was after them. Finally finished a task, Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief and said, "The passage has been opened. I don't know the way inside, so we should hurry." After saying this, Long Chen sensed 2 unexpected situations. One was that there were 2 groups of people within the range of his soul-devouring demon eyes. One was Jiang Qing. He finally saw Long Chen. He was standing in a corner where no one could see him, looking at Long Chen from afar. And the other group of people was the purple-eyed teenager that Long Chen had met before. At this moment, he was smiling and looking in Long Chen's direction. Long Chen knew that he must have been following him. But how could he follow him in the Moon Devil's cave? Could it be that his cultivation had already surpassed the 7th level of the divine martial realm? The appearance of these 2 groups of people was one of the reasons for Long Chen, and the other reason was Yi Zhang's reaction. When everything was over, Long Chen suddenly felt a murderous aura behind him. He turned around and saw Yi Zhang's cold gray eyes staring at him. "What's the matter?" Long Chen felt the intense murderous aura. It wasn't an act. At this moment, Long Chen was holding Wu Yu and handing her over to Wu Yang. Yi Zhang didn't say anything. He approached Long Chen step by step. The others didn't know what he was doing. But at this moment, Yi Zhang's reincarnation sword aimed at Long Chen. Long Chen's expression changed. He sped up and turned into a bolt of golden lightning, instantly escaping from Yi Zhang's attack range. Long Chen turned around and looked at Yi Zhang in confusion. He asked, "Are you serious?" Long Chen couldn't make heads or tails of what was going on. Was this guy crazy? He had just finished off his opponent and now he wanted to show off to him. In order to take revenge on Long Chen for what he had done to Wu Yang, he was also playing a joke on Long Chen. But Long Chen felt that Yi Zhang's murderous aura was real. "You injured her. You have to die." Yi Zhang was as cold as ever. He walked towards Long Chen step by step. Long Chen was still confused. But he quickly understood. This, her, seemed to be referring to Wu Yu. "Idiot, you don't even know this? He must have seen you taking advantage of this chick just now. He probably hasn't even touched her waist yet. Now that you've touched it, how could he not be angry? Little Cat said gloatingly in the great virtual realm. Long Chen was speechless. Was there a need to kill just like that? However, Yi Zhang's temper had always been strange. Long Chen couldn't figure him out. Coincidentally, Wu Yu woke up at this moment. When she saw Yi Zhang attacking Long Chen, she couldn't care less. She quickly said, "Second senior brother, what are you doing? Long Chen is our comrade." Yi Zhang didn't say anything and continued to attack Long Chen. Long Chen knew that Yi Zhang was strong. He was even stronger than Shui Yazi. Long Chen wasn't his match at the moment. So he didn't choose to fight him head-on. Instead, he used his speed to surpass him. Long Chen's speed was even faster than Yi Zhang's. This space was very big. So Yi Zhang couldn't touch him in a short time. Seeing that Yi Zhang still dared to make a move against Long Chen, Wu Yu quickly asked Wu Yang about what had happened. She understood many things. Her second senior apprentice brother had been very hard-working since he was young. Even though his looks and stature were rather average, because of his hard work, he quickly surpassed them and became a dragon among men in the evil dragon palace. She must have felt that this second senior brother had taken care of her a long time ago. He had allowed her to do everything and protected her. Today, Long Chen had actually injured her. That was probably why he was so angry. However, Wu Yu knew that Long Chen was completely innocent. Second senior brother, stop. Wu Yu was a little angry when she saw Yi Zhang chasing after her relentlessly. She had heard from others that Long Chen had cooperated with Yi Zhang to kill Shui Yazi. A gray shadow and a blood-red shadow flashed rapidly in the cave. Wu Yu's voice didn't have any effect. Instead, it made Yi Zhang even more jealous of Long Chen. He wasn't good with words. He didn't even know how to express his feelings and love. So he always had a hazy feeling with Wu Yu. However, Long Chen had only been together with Wu Yu for a short time, yet he had already gained her favor. So even though Yi Zhang looked cold and calm on the outside, he actually had a natural jealousy for Long Chen. The current Long Chen had become more and more outstanding due to long-term training and the nourishment of the ancestral dragon bloodline. He was extraordinarily handsome, and his figure was considered tall and strong. Especially his pair of red eyes, which had a somewhat demonic and evil aura. This mischievous aura was fatally attractive to girls. It was even more attractive than sunny handsome men like Wu Yang. So Yi Zhang was jealous. You're crazy. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to continue tangling with Yi Zhang. He was a person who knew his own limits. His battle with Shui Yazi had already consumed a lot of divine energy. If he continued to fight with Yi Zhang, it wouldn't do anyone any good. The more they fought, the harder it would be to explain. So Long Chen didn't say anything and directly rushed into the open passageway. Each of these dozens of passageways could only allow one person to pass through. After Long Chen rushed in, Yi Zhang also didn't say anything and rushed in. The others looked at each other. Follow. Wu Yang said hurriedly. Everyone squeezed into the same passageway, heading towards the depths of the Moon Demon Cave. When they were far away, Jiang Qing came down from another passageway and caught up with the footsteps of Long Chen and the others. His face was a little gloomy. During his observation along the way, he was very satisfied with Long Chen's performance, but he was very dissatisfied with the performance of Yi Zhang and the others. Especially when Yi Zhang attacked Long Chen just now. Jiang Qing didn't have the soul-devouring demon eye, and his divine sense was also suppressed. So he could only see with his eyes, so he didn't see much. After Jiang Qing went in, the purple-eyed youth and his group of 3 came to the cave. One of the servants said, "Young master, did you notice that the youth has something similar to us?" "It's more than similar. I'd like to ask, this young man is obviously not a member of our Li clan, and he's not even from the Supreme Shadow Devil realm. How could he have the soul-devouring demon pupil?" Of course, it's just a shortened version of the soul-devouring demon pupil. Soul-devouring demon eye. The 3 were puzzled and chased after him, but they didn't approach. As for Long Chen, they didn't have any malice. In this narrow passageway, it was simply Long Chen's paradise. Here, no matter how fast Yi Zheng was, he couldn't catch up with Long Chen, because Long Chen had the soul-devouring demon eye, but he didn't. The soul-devouring demon eye allowed Long Chen to accurately grasp all life within a mile. And this narrow passageway was not only a mile. Long Chen discovered that he had entered a real maze. Within this sphere of several dozen kilometers, there were countless tunnels, each of them roughly the same size. These tunnels were connected to each other in a complex manner, just like the intestines of the human body. In fact, it was even more complicated than that. In this sealed-off place, to find a way out, to find a way into the Moon Demon Cave, was undoubtedly very difficult. Long Chen didn't find a way out for a long time, but there was an interesting thing. In order to chase Long Chen, Yi Zheng still followed behind Long Chen, while the others lost him. Even among the others, because they were in a hurry, they split into several groups, and then followed each other. The original 15 people split into several groups, walking back and forth in this endless and boring place. Everyone had the urge to go crazy, because they simply couldn't get out. At the same time, there was also the existence of traps within these countless passageways. Along the way, Long Chen had already killed 3 combat puppets, encountered several steel needle traps and poisonous gas traps, and even the most terrifying time, a corrosive flame suddenly descended on his head. This dark green flame was called corrosive flame, and it caused great damage to the body. Even Long Chen didn't dare to casually touch it. He relied on his speed to rush out, but his body was still stained with quite a bit. Yi Zheng, who was following closely behind him, almost lost him, but in the end, this tenacious fellow still managed to catch up. What an annoying fellow. Let me teach you a lesson. Long Chen couldn't take it anymore. Originally, it was just a misunderstanding, and he had nothing to do with Wu Yu. But since this fellow was still chasing after him, Long Chen didn't want to be polite with him. Just now, when he passed by the mechanism of the corrosive fire, Long Chen had roughly memorized how the mechanism was triggered. The ground below the corrosive flame was slightly higher than other places by about 5 centimeters. Previously, Long Chen didn't know that when he stepped on it, the soil above his head would fly, and the corrosive flame would fall. Chapter 1106. As a result, Long Chen directly stepped over the mechanism, then turned around and stood still. When Yi Zheng was almost there, when he was about to reach that place, Long Chen shot out a grand white sword prison. When Yi Zheng reached the bottom of the corrosive fire, the grand white sword prison trapped him, and at the same time, Long Chen's other sword qi activated the mechanism of the corrosive fire. The grand white sword prison suffered a heavy blow. With Yi Zheng's ability, destroying the grand white sword prison was very easy. However, at this moment, Long Chen saw that the corrosive fire's mechanism was really triggered. Long Chen immediately withdrew the grand white sword prison. Yi Zheng, who was inside, was stunned. The dark green flames above his head instantly poured over his head, completely drowning him. An earth-shattering scream rang out. Seeing the corrosive fire engulfing him like a flood, Long Chen did not say anything and hurriedly fled. This time, Yi Zheng did not chase after him. This time, the corrosive fire was much more than the last time. It would probably be a huge blow to Yi Zheng. From the soul-devouring demon eye, Yi Zheng did not die, but he was definitely in a miserable state. You, Yi Zheng, don't count as someone who can kill my people at will. Long Chen sneered in his heart. He also had a temper. He was not someone who could be killed by others if they wanted to. Yi Zheng's relentless pursuit had already angered him. After getting rid of this follower, it was time to find the exit. Whether it was the other people in the Moon Demon Cave, he had to continue killing them. Also, the person who was about to be sacrificed for the Moonlight Cash Box had to be saved. This was what Long Chen had to do now. He believed that Han Yunxing would definitely be watching all of this. At that time, if he could reward Long Chen with a dragon scale to cultivate the 9 dragon scripture, that would be wonderful. However, this complicated tunnel was not so easy to enter. The person that Long Chen controlled had actually only entered the true interior of the Moon Demon Cave once. That time, he had been led in by someone else, so he was not familiar with the map here. Long Chen could only rely on himself to explore. His only advantage was the soul-devouring demon eye, but it was clearly useless. In terms of intuition, Long Chen was much stronger than others. Very soon, there was no one within a radius of 1 kilometer. Long Chen roughly knew that he was ahead of everyone else. Long Chen continued to move forward, circling around the densely packed passageways while moving in a fixed direction. Even so, it took him more than 6 hours to get out. This place was too complicated. However, after 6 hours, Long Chen discovered a huge turning point. That was, within a radius of 1 kilometer, there were people from the Moon Demon Cave. Long Chen knew that these people were definitely the people guarding the tunnel. Thinking of this, Long Chen did not say anything and went towards them. Although it was only a radius of 1 kilometer, it still took Long Chen almost half an hour. Finally, he gradually got closer. As he got closer, a dazzling light appeared in the cave ahead. Long Chen knew that he had finally come out. In front of him, there were about 7 or 8 warriors at the 5th level of the divine martial realm who had just passed the Oblivion Wind tribulation. Such warriors could basically be killed by Long Chen in seconds. A blood-red whirlwind instantly rushed out. The Tai Bai sword prison completely surrounded them. Long Chen held the scarlet blood eternal desolation in his hand. The sharp tip of the sword streaked across the eyebrows of everyone. In a very short period of time, all of them were killed, leaving only one alive. Long Chen's current location was already inside the Moon Demon Cave. The terrain here was similar to the outside. There were no more fine tunnels like before. This was not a safe place. After Long Chen took the warrior away, he found a slightly remote place and started to use the soul control technique. With Long Chen's current ability, he could easily control the soul of the seriously injured opponent. Where is your first cave master now? Long Chen had already thought of the questions. At this time, he asked them one by one. In the end, he even asked the other party to draw out the location of the first cave master and the way to get there. After about half an hour, Long Chen finished asking all the questions. Of course, no one was left alive. From the questions, Long Chen learned a lot of things. He learned that the first cave master Li Qingyue was about to hold the Moon Demon sacrificial ceremony. At this time, it was estimated that the 999 people who were to be sacrificed had already arrived at a place called the sacrificial altar. Basically, the other people in the Moon Demon Cave were guarding there. Along the way, there were many similar martial artists guarding the area. They still did not know that Long Chen and the others had already killed Shui Yazi and activated the mechanism. Originally, Shui Yazi had been left there for him to deal with Long Chen and the others. After receiving all the information, Long Chen began to take the lead in the direction of the sacrificial altar. As for Wu Yang and the others, in this chaotic terrain, it was impossible to find the sacrificial altar without a few days. Long Chen could only go and take a look first. There was also that mysterious purple-eyed youth. Who exactly was he? As Long Chen moved forward, he kept thinking about this purple-eyed youth. Suddenly, he once again felt the youth appear in his field of vision, and at the same time, he was quickly heading in his direction. Long Chen was shocked. Could it be that he really knows where I am and has been following me all this time? Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for him to pass through the tens of thousands of narrow passageways and find Long Chen. Since he was so strong and had no ill intentions, Long Chen did not leave. There were too many strong people in this world, but Long Chen was not weak either. After a while, the purple-eyed youth appeared behind Long Chen, followed by a pretty little servant girl and a servant. When he saw Long Chen, the purple-eyed youth flew over with an evil smile. After sizing up Long Chen for a while, he said, "Do you know the way to the sacrificial altar?" The sacrificial altar, it could be seen that this person should know quite a bit. Thinking of this, Long Chen could only nod and ask, my name is Long Chen. How should I address you, sir? It's good that you know. Then there's no need for us to trouble ourselves. We'll just follow you. You don't mind, do you? The purple-eyed youth did not answer Long Chen's question. Of course I don't mind. Such a strong person who had no conflict with him was a natural protective talisman. Even now, Long Chen could not understand this guy's strength. That's good. Thank you. Let me introduce myself. The purple-eyed youth chuckled, pointed to himself, and said, My name is Li Tianji, and I come from the Supreme Shadow Devil Realm. I'll be straightforward. We came to the Moon Devil Cave to retrieve our Li family's Devil Moon Box, which belongs to the Li family. If you have any designs on the Devil Moon Box, you can tell me directly and I'll get rid of you. But if you don't have designs on the Devil Moon Box, I can agree to some of your requests on account of you leading the way for us. This young man named Li Tianji should be considered a very straightforward person. The moment he opened his mouth, he explained everything clearly. The servant girl next to him clenched her fist to scare Long Chen. She said, You'd better not have designs on the Devil Moon Box. That's the Li family's inheritance treasure. It was stolen by the cave master of the Moon Devil Cave, Li Qingyue. We asked around for a long time before we found out that Li Qingyue came to the true martial imperial domain. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. According to his estimation, the purple Devil Moon picture already contained a martial way of the divine martial realm. Long Chen had the true martial imperial soul, which was even more precious than the purple Devil Moon picture. Obviously, that thing was useless to Long Chen. Long Chen, of course, would not offend Li Tianji for the Devil Moon Box. Hence, Long Chen was very frank. He said, I'll also say it directly. I'm a disciple of the true Martial Palace's Evil Dragon Palace. This time, I came to the Moon Devil Cave for the trial of my Evil Dragon Palace. My mission is to get rid of the people in the Moon Devil Cave. We don't know what the Devil Moon Box is. We just need to complete our mission. We already killed Shui Yazi. Li Tianji's eyes lit up. He said, That means we're on the same side. That's even better. Let's go. Let me see how powerful the true Martial Emperor Palace's disciples are. Legend has it that the 3 Emperor Palaces are much stronger than our 9 great realms. Long Chen also relaxed. He said, I can't represent the true Martial Emperor Palace. The true geniuses of our Emperor Palace are in the Martial God Palace. Li Tianji nodded and said, I know of a place like the Martial God Palace. As they spoke, they got closer and closer to the altar. As long as one knew the route, it wasn't too far. However, something happened along the way. Jiang Qing also appeared. When he saw that Long Chen was with Li Tianji, he wanted to help. However, when he saw that there was no conflict between the two and they seemed to be chatting happily, Jiang Qing just followed behind and didn't interfere. Jiang Qing's eyes flickered with an indescribable light. As for Wu Yang and the others, they were probably still wandering around in the narrow passageways. Who knew when they would show up? The only reliable person, Yi Zheng, was under the attack of Long Chen's corrosive fire. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Long Chen didn't expect these 3 to be from the so-called demon realm of the lunar demon realm. No wonder they had an indistinct yin qi on them. This aura was very similar to that of Li Xuanji. The names Li Xuanji and Li Tianji seemed somewhat similar. However, Long Chen wasn't sure, so he didn't dare to rashly ask such a question. The altar was just ahead. When they were about 5 kilometers away, Li Tianji suddenly said, I already know the location of the altar. Goodbye. After saying that, he led the 2 servants and disappeared from Long Chen's sight. After they were completely gone, Jiang Qing rushed to Long Chen's side and asked anxiously, Long Chen, who were those 3 people? They are from the demon realm of the lunar demon realm, Long Chen answered honestly. People from the demon realm of the lunar demon realm. What is their purpose in coming here? Jiang Qing asked doubtfully. Long Chen explained Li Tianji's purpose in coming to the Moon Demon Cave. After Jiang Qing heard it, he frowned and said, "Demonic moon box. I have never heard of such an item. So many lives were used to fill it. It shouldn't be anything good. If possible, destroy it." Chapter 1107. Jiang Qing nodded in satisfaction and said, "You did the right thing. This person called Li Tianji should have a high position in the lunar demonic world. He is even stronger than me. Even I do not dare to get close to him. The demonic moon box belongs to him. We should not lose our lives because of greed." After Jiang Qing said this, Long Chen looked at him with a smile and said, "Indeed, you are right. If we insist on things that do not belong to us, there will not be a good result." Jiang Qing was stunned. He could see the power of insight in Long Chen's eyes. Jiang Qing only treated it as an illusion, and changed the topic, saying, "I've actually seen your performance along the way. It's very perfect, even better than Yi Zhang's. When you return this time, there will definitely be a lot of rewards for you, but the prerequisite is that you have to survive the final attack. Right now, Yi Zhang and the others are still trapped there. For you, this is a very big opportunity, and there's also this Li Tianji. It's very likely that he killed the remaining 2 cave masters. Although it wasn't you guys who killed them, this is still considered an external factor that cannot be resisted, and the credit will also be given to you. In that case." Long Chen guessed that if Li Tianji wanted to obtain the demonic moon box, he would definitely come into conflict with the lunar demonic cave master, Li Qingyue. With Li Tianji's strength, it should not be difficult for him to kill Li Qingyue. That's right, I have not seen Senior Han Yinxing in the past few days. Hence, it is possible that he did not come. This fellow always does things beyond the expectations of others. You have to be mentally prepared. If he did not come, all your efforts would have been wasted, Jiang Qing said with a strange expression. The supervisor did not come. This should be a big matter. However, from Jiang Qing's expression, it did not seem to be a big deal. Long Chen had a rough idea of what was going on. He said, "Don't worry, I will just focus on doing my part. Furthermore, I can save so many people. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. It is good that you have thought things through. It is not appropriate for me to have too much contact with you. You should take care of yourself first. Furthermore, Senior Drunkard is just my guess. He is a peak cultivator of the martial god palace. The soul-suppressing stone of the moon demon cave will not be able to suppress his spiritual sense. With his spiritual sense, even if he does not enter the moon demon cave, he will be able to grasp everything." An expert of this level was what Long Chen truly yearned for. "Let's go." After saying that, Jiang Qing moved to the side and followed Long Chen in secret. However, she could not openly make a move. Long Chen did not say anything else. He headed in the direction of the altar. He originally thought that Li Tianji would immediately make a move. However, when he arrived, he discovered that Li Tianji did not. Continuing forward, Long Chen finally saw a bright light in front of him. After passing through a narrow passage, Long Chen discovered that there were people everywhere. Crouching at the edge of the passage, Long Chen stuck his head out and looked ahead. In front of him was a huge and hollow cave. This was the largest cave that Long Chen had seen so far. Most importantly, the walls of the cave were decorated with magnificent gold and silver bricks. It did not look like a cave, but the interior of a palace. In this place, everything needed for a palace could be found. This was the true core of the Moon Demon Cave. Long Chen had been completely wrong. Everyone would enjoy it, and the people of the Moon Demon Cave would not like to live in a cave. In front of him was an underground city built in a cave. Jiang Qing, Li Tianji, and the others were within a mile of the soul-devouring demon eyes range. They were all on another path not far from Long Chen. Along the way, Long Chen and Li Tianji had killed many of the Moon Demon Cave's people. Now, aside from the people in front of them, there shouldn't be any other Moon Demon Cave's people left. In the center of the underground city was an altar. On top of the altar was a large incense burner and a table. Below the incense burner was a pit that was more than 10 meters deep. It was a pit with a radius of more than 100 meters, and it was filled with people. Everyone's faces were deathly pale. There were 999 people in total. From this, Long Chen deduced that these people should be from the nearby small cities. They had been captured and brought here to be sacrificed. They couldn't escape, because there was a layer of golden light covering the crater. These ordinary people, whose cultivation base hadn't reached the divine martial arts realm at most, couldn't escape. Seeing that there wasn't much time left until the Moon Devil sacrifice, the people on the ground knew that death was imminent. They all burst into tears, and some of them were unwilling to give up, pointing in one direction and cursing. That was the other side of the pit. There were 3 golden thrones and 10 silver thrones. 7 of the silver thrones were occupied, while 2 of the golden thrones were occupied. One of the seats was empty. There was no doubt that the empty seat was reserved for Shui Yazi. 3 golden thrones were arranged in a triangular formation. In the center of the throne sat a woman in a long purple dress, her face covered by a veil. Her figure was graceful, and her curves were astonishing. She exuded an alluring aura, but the coldness in her eyes under the veil was terrifying. This was most likely the great cave master of the Moon Devil Cave, Li Qingyue. From what Li Tianji had said, she was originally from the Supreme Shadow Demon realm. As for the second cave master, he was a tall and burly man. Even though he was sitting on a chair, one could see that his body was extremely sturdy, just like a lion. Especially that head of messy golden hair, as well as that disdainful and unrestrained gaze, it was exactly the same as a lion that surveyed its territory in the grasslands. This was the second cave master of the Moon Demon Cave. His name was Qin Shi, and he had the royal lion bloodline. According to the information, he cultivated the world-shaking royal lion fist. This was a cultivation method with extremely strong offensive and destructive power. Just like Qin Shi's body, it was filled with power. Apart from these 2, the other 7 were the vice cave masters of the Moon Demon Cave. Each of their strength was about the same as Wu Yang, or the previous Yang Xiong. The highest level that Long Chen could handle was people of this level. If there were more, he would not be able to handle them. The divine sense realm was equivalent to the god martial spirit growing eyes. Apart from the amplification of divine origin, there was no other effect in battle. However, as long as Long Chen entered the celestial being realm, his battle strength would definitely increase greatly. The reason why he was able to fight so many experts above his level was because of the heaven-defying ancestral dragon martial artist, the amplification of the sword martial artist, and the power of the scarlet blood sacred art. However, he knew that as his level increased, the martial artists above the 6th level of the divine martial realm were all at a heaven-defying level. Against such martial artists, Long Chen's advantage would not be so obvious. Under the effect of the soul-suppressing stone, even Li Qingyue, who was in the Moon Demon Cave, did not know that someone had actually entered, let alone that someone was watching their every move. Long Chen had originally thought that Li Tianji would make a move as soon as he entered, but he did not expect that he would remain motionless and wait to watch the show. Could it be that he is waiting for Li Qingyue to take out the Moonlight Cash Box, which is also known as the Magic Moon Box, when the full moon falls? Long Chen thought in his heart. The stronger the expert, the less they valued the lives of the weak. Li Tianji was not necessarily a bad person, but he would not necessarily make a move in advance because he felt pity for those weak people. However, when Li Qingyue took out the Magic Moon Box, who could be sure that at that time, she did not give the order to kill first? Long Chen could only wait silently. Yi Zheng and the others probably would not be able to find this place at all. Everything depended on Long Chen himself. Moreover, Long Chen had put the devouring fire on Yi Zheng. If he met Yi Zheng again, it would definitely be a battle of life and death. For the current Long Chen, the 6th level of the divine martial realm was a big threshold. Time passed slowly. The night of the full moon was probably coming soon. The moon could not be seen in this cave, but the full moon probably had a great impact on the magic moon box. Long Chen held his breath and watched. At this time, Li Qingyue and the others estimated that the time was up, and their faces revealed a happy expression. As for the 999 people in the pit, they all revealed a terrified expression. Panicked shouts and cries resounded in the pit. Li Qingyue did not take out the magic moon box. Instead, she ordered, "Kill them all." Long Chen looked at Li Tianji again. There was no movement. He should still be waiting for Li Qingyue to take out the magic moon box. With the strength of the warriors of the Moon Devil Cave, it was very easy to kill these commoners. At this time, Long Chen had no other choice. Without saying anything, he suddenly appeared, turned into a golden lightning, and instantly landed in front of the 7 deputy cave masters. Behind Long Chen were the trapped commoners. "Who is it?" The people of the Moon Devil Cave were all shocked. They looked at Long Chen in a daze. They had absolute faith in Shui Yazi's mechanisms, so they did not believe that someone could actually come to this place. Moreover, it was a young man. So the appearance of Long Chen was really unexpected. "Who are you?" Li Qingyue asked calmly. In front of her, the 7 deputy cave masters looked at each other. One of them stood up and walked towards Long Chen. No matter who Long Chen was, he had to take care of Long Chen. The Moon Devil sacrificial ceremony was a big event, and it was a good opportunity for them to cultivate. They could not let this unknown person disturb them. "Don't kill him first. Ask him where he came from," Qinshe said in a low voice. Qinshe said in a low voice. The moment he spoke, the surrounding air vibrated and buzzed. This was the power of his voice. Long Chen's appearance interrupted Li Qingyue's progress in the Moon Devil sacrificial ceremony. At this time, one of the deputy cave masters walked towards Long Chen. This was a gloomy man, and the pressure he exerted on Long Chen was no less than that of Su Shaodai. The only difference was that he was not a genius like Su Shaodai. Chapter 1108. "Kid, where did you come from?" Concealing the killing intent in his heart, that hazy warrior said in a gentle tone. The passage outside had been sealed by Shui Yazi, so it was impossible to come in. They were very worried that there would be another passage to come in, then their secret would be gone. What made him puzzled was that Long Chen did not say a word. This teenager was somewhat strange. The black-clothed warrior was slightly angry in his heart. He wanted to grab Long Chen, but at this time, a golden lightning instantly soared in front of him. Fast, it was really too fast. It could be said that Long Chen's speed and body surpassed the 6th level of the divine martial realm. Although his divine essence was not enough to compete with his opponent, there were many nature-defying factors that allowed him to have his current means. With a swoosh, the scarlet blood desolation suddenly appeared in front of the black-clothed warrior's palm. The blood-red sword tip made the warrior's eyes widen in an instant. Long Chen's performance really surprised him. When the blood-red sword tip appeared, a white sword light suddenly popped out in front of Long Chen's eyes. That white light instantly exploded, transforming into thousands of white sword lights, forming a white sphere, surrounding Long Chen and the black-clothed warrior in a narrow space with a diameter of less than 2 meters. This unforeseen event stunned everyone. In such a narrow space, many skills could not be used, which meant that they would have to engage in a high-intensity hand-to-hand combat. This was only a warrior in the 2nd level of the divine martial realm. How could he have such an ability? Therefore, everyone unanimously thought that Long Chen was not in the 2nd level of the divine martial realm. He must have some hidden means. At this time, everyone realized that a great enemy had arrived. The other 6 deputy cave masters stood up one after another and rushed towards Long Chen's location. However, they absolutely did not expect that they would be a step too late. The Tai Bai sword prison exploded again and again, indicating that there was an intense battle going on inside. Just before the crowd arrived, the Tai Bai sword prison actually exploded and 2 people appeared. One was standing while the other was kneeling in front of him. The person who stood there was none other than that young man. At this moment, he was looking at everyone with disdain. His eyes were bloodshot as a bloody baleful aura erupted from his body. A terrifying aura emanated from him. The ordinary-looking young man earlier was actually so terrifying now. The person kneeling on the ground was the Moon Demon Cave's deputy cave master. His face was pale, and his head drooped. Blood dripped from his forehead, and his body gradually lost its vitality. The god martial spirit was directly killed by Long Chen. Seeing this scene, the 6 deputy cave masters were all stunned. Their brothers of many years had died in front of them just like that, without any warning. What they could be sure of was that if they had stood up first, the one who would have died would have been them. When they looked at Long Chen again, they already had a different look in their eyes. The deputy cave masters who were chatting cheerfully and wittily at the beginning were now looking at Long Chen with stern expressions. "Who the hell are you?" The second cave master, Qin Shi, was also startled. His eyes were as sharp as a lion's as he stared at Long Chen. Long Chen felt as though he was being stared at by the king of all beasts. A chill ran down his back. This warrior in the 6th level of the divine martial realm was really not simple. Shui Yazi was most proficient in mechanisms, but the feeling that this Qin Shi gave Long Chen was the same as the martial arts fanatic Nangong Lai. He was an out-and-out martial arts expert. The person who will take your lives. The more dangerous the situation was, the more relaxed Long Chen was. Li Tianji and the others actually did not make the first move, so Long Chen chose to make the first move. Long Chen believed that if he was no match for them, the other party would definitely come to his rescue. This was a kind of intuition. Therefore, since he was going to play, he had to play crazily. You have committed so many evil deeds, there will always be someone who will come and collect your corpses. Therefore, I have come today. Remember my name. Long Chen looked around. The contempt in his eyes made the deputy cave masters very uncomfortable. He said proudly, "My name is Long Chen. This is the name of the person who will send you to the next world, just like this brother of yours." After he finished speaking, Long Chen casually kicked the warrior in front of him and sent him flying, crashing into the bodies of the 6 deputy cave masters. At the same time, following the corpse, Long Chen's strong physical body suddenly moved, rushing forward with a loud bang. The golden lightning rushed into the crowd at a speed faster than the corpse. He actually wants to fight 1 against 6. The little servant girl beside Li Tianji used her chubby hands to cover her mouth. She stared blankly at the figure of Long Chen, who was already surrounded by the 6 deputy cave masters. Today's youth was no longer the youth of the past. The 6 deputy cave masters dealing with Long Chen was already giving Long Chen enough face. Therefore, Qin Shi and Li Qinyue did not move. They stared at Long Chen without blinking. They were very curious, under the scrutiny of these 2 experts, how could Long Chen be so arrogant? One had just entered the 6th tier of the divine martial realm. The other was a warrior who had reached the 6th tier of the divine martial realm. It could be said that both of them could easily kill Long Chen. In an instant, Long Chen fell into a fierce battle. This was a huge challenge even for him. At this moment, Long Chen was very charming. He was very emotional. These people had cultivated for thousands of years, while he had only cultivated for 7 years. In 7 years, Long Chen had already reached such a level. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Blood desolation danced among the crowd. Every warrior in the 5th tier of the divine martial realm had their own trump card. Moreover, they had all gone through the 9 heavens lightning tribulation. Their innate bodies could completely unleash their power. Their own bloodline, as well as the divine abilities in their bloodline, could all be completely unleashed, causing fatal attacks. To be honest, it was very difficult to continuously deal with 6 experts who were comparable to him. For a moment, Long Chen felt as if he was hovering at the gates of hell. However, Long Chen maintained a calm demeanor. As he fought, he retreated. Very soon, he was almost in front of the huge pit that trapped thousands of people. The scarlet blood desolation in his hand seemed to be connected to his body. Sensing Long Chen's mood, the scarlet blood desolation also seemed to be very angry. Blood-red mist revolved around it, and the shadows of divine dragons roared angrily. It's time to make a move. Boundless killing intent burst forth from his eyes. With a spin of the scarlet blood heavenly wasteland in his hand, the god-murdering sword formation was immediately activated. The god-murdering sword formation was the most suitable sword technique for a chaotic battle, because at this time, no one knew where Long Chen's next sword technique would come from. The blood-colored array formation surrounded the 7 people's positions. Insignificant skill, look at my great Prajna fist. 6 warriors firmly surrounded Long Chen. Powerful killing moves were launched towards Long Chen. Under the suppression of the 6 of them, the entire underground space was in an oppressive environment. 6 waves of pressure formed into one, like the weight of a mountain. It pressed towards Long Chen. It was very terrifying. Normally, even if it was a warrior in the 6th tier of the divine martial realm, under such a siege, it would be difficult to deal with them. However, Long Chen would not, because his body and speed were too outstanding. Even if there were 6 warriors, they would not be able to catch this young warrior who was as fast as lightning. He was like a swimming dragon, constantly disappearing and reappearing in front of everyone. Billions of killing tribulations. Even if it was a 3rd-grade divine skill, when it was released by Long Chen, it had a terrifying power. The thick blood-red divine origin surged in his billions of meridians. It could topple mountains and overturn the seas. The body of the divine martial realm was already very huge. When Long Chen's boundless dragon blood divine origin was released, it formed a kind of blood-red wave of qi. The blood-red sword flower quickly revolved around everyone. God-slaughtering sword formation, sword C. The billions of killing tribulations was just a pretense that Long Chen had set up. This god-slaughtering sword formation was the real attack. With his current strength, to be able to completely display the god-slaughtering sword formation, it was simply heaven-defying to others. The blood-red sword light soared into the sky, and the entire cave trembled under Long Chen's attack. Countless sword lights not only attacked the 6 warriors, but also went in other directions, such as the golden halo that enveloped thousands of people. This was also a part of Long Chen's goal. What disappointed him was that even his god-slaughtering sword formation's attack did not cause the golden light barrier to explode. If that was the case, it would be more troublesome to save them. Long Chen was not a person without a kind heart. At this moment, those people were below, looking at Long Chen with eyes filled with anticipation and hope. They were innocent. Although the weak did not have the right to live, Long Chen was willing to fight for them. In other words, since young, he had always been a person filled with a sense of justice. It was just that in the later stages of polishing, life was like grass. More and more people died in his hands. And today, although he had never met this feeling of hope before, Long Chen was still very touched. This feeling stimulated him to erupt, and he even fought with his life on the line. Long Chen's gaze locked onto Qinshi's body as he thought, since I am unable to break this light barrier and save them, he must have a way. The current Long Chen was crazy. It was precisely this madness that created him. Indestructible sword body. A grade 7 divine technique. It was the strongest battle technique that Long Chen could use at the moment. Within the envelopment of the god-slaughtering sword formation, the indestructible sword body appeared among the crowd. The powerful and mysterious sword technique instantly blocked 3 opponents for Long Chen. Although the opponents were at the 5th tier of the divine martial realm and had passed the 9th heaven lightning tribulation, they were unable to block Long Chen in terms of killing. Beast tide. Thousands of beasts rushed together, and an earth-shaking sound appeared. Under the 2 attacks of the god-slaughtering sword formation, the cave erupted again and again. 2 divine dragons completely formed from sword blades wreaked havoc among the crowd. This was a destructive attack. Even Wu Yang could not block it, let alone those people. After this attack, Qinshi's expression changed. So powerful. Chapter 1109. Only at the very end, when Long Chen used the undying sword body, did he display his strongest battle power. In an instant, within the range of the god-murdering sword formation, a total of 6 people were caught off guard. Long Chen's sword moves swept through them, and then slashed thousands of times. Every divine dragon was slashed out by Long Chen with his sword, and every single one of them was a terrifying sword chi. The undying sword body possessed an offensive power similar to Long Chen's. Especially since the Scarlet Blood Desolation was a first-rate super-divine weapon. Combined with the undying sword body, Long Chen's sharp Scarlet Blood Desolation swept past almost everyone in a short period of time. The Golden Lightning Prison Dragon in his left hand rushed out, and Golden Lightning wrapped around the 6 people, restricting their speed, and even completely paralyzing their bodies. Lightning was a violent power. The Golden Lightning rushed into their bodies, and in a short period of time, it completely destroyed their bodies. The most primitive sword, with a profound sword move, pierced through their foreheads. Blood spurted out. At this moment, Long Chen was like a demon in blood, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Pa 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 6 bodies fell to the ground. When Long Chen killed them, he also accepted their emperor crystals. These fellows didn't have much money. Adding up all of them, including what Long Chen originally had, he only had 10,000 divine crystals. This many divine crystals was enough for the Golden Lightning Prison Dragon to devour, and then use a decent move. After the 6 Vice Cave Masters of the Moon Devil Cave fell, they didn't stand up again. Everyone's faces were filled with shock and sluggishness. Long Chen suddenly displayed battle power at the last moment, and instantly broke through their defenses. In terms of divine energy, Long Chen couldn't compare to them, but the Ancestral Dragon's essence blood gave Long Chen a strong body, and the Golden Lightning Prison Dragon gave Long Chen speed. His body and speed broke the rules, and the Scarlet Blood Desolation defied the heavens. Long Chen still did not have the strength to unleash the true might of the Scarlet Blood Desolation. The Scarlet Blood Desolation and the 9 Dragon Scripture were the best things that Yi Wuxiang had left for him. Long Chen understood that the higher the level of the God Martial Arts realm, the more terrifying it would be. The 6th level of the God Martial Arts realm had already shown its power, not to mention the warriors at the 7th level of the God Martial Arts realm who could use the will of heaven and earth. Every one of them was like heaven and earth, and they could suppress their opponents just by standing still. For now, Long Chen could only play with those below the 5th level of the Divine Martial Arts realm. Of course, this was also extremely heaven-defying. At least among the people present, not many people thought he was a warrior at the 2nd level of the Divine Martial Arts realm. By killing 7 people in a row, Long Chen had given Qin Shi and Li Qingyue a huge shock. Even Li Tianji and the others, who were still observing, could not help but feel uncomfortable about Long Chen's bloodlust and massacre. Or perhaps, this was fear. Qin Shi had already stood up. Just now, he had underestimated Long Chen, which was why he was a step slower. At this moment, he turned to look at Li Qingyue, seeking her opinion. They were not sad about the death of the 7 deputy cave masters. To them, death was a very normal thing. Perhaps in their hearts, only these 3 cave masters, Shuaiyazi, Qin Shi, and Li Qingyue, were their true brothers and sisters. No matter what, the others were not their core members. It was already very good to have the qualifications to view the purple demon moon diagram here. He's troublesome. Be careful and just kill him. There's no need to ask where he came from. I reckon that Shuaiyazi is doomed this time, Li Qingyue said indifferently. What you mean is... Qin Shi actually already understood. At this point, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as he said, "All right, then let's take revenge for this trash." As he spoke, this 6th-tier Divine Martial Realm Supreme Golden Body Cultivator walked towards Long Chen, step by step. Long Chen was pondering how to destroy the golden light behind him. He could not let the other party know that his objective was to save the people behind him. Otherwise, the other party would have something to use against him. If the other party used the lives of these people to threaten Long Chen, it would be a very troublesome matter. In the blink of an eye, a golden lion stood in front of Long Chen. Its golden eyes stared at Long Chen, its pupils turning vertical and turning into sharp blades. Long Chen seemed to see a golden lion that blotted out the sky. It roared in front of him and all beasts submitted to it. The supreme might of the sixth tier of the divine martial realm faintly radiated from his body, forming a suppressive force that surpassed the combined forces of the few people from before. It could be said that even 10 deputy cave masters were not a match for Qin Shi alone. This man's experience in killing was no less than Long Chen's. Every move he made was filled with a destructive aura. If even Shui Yazi could put Long Chen in such a sorry state, there was no need to mention Qin Shi. At this moment, a golden divine dragon was coiled around Long Chen's left arm. Long Chen was feeding it with a large number of divine crystals. What is this? Qin Shi was very curious. This was very similar to the legendary divine dragon. However, it was formed from golden lightning and not a real body. Something that will take your life. Long Chen smiled gently. He raised his head and looked at Qin Shi with fiery eyes. His battle intent burned and the martial emperor's soul between his eyebrows had already been activated. It formed a gray light, as if Long Chen had a third eye. Qin Shi spat on the ground and wiped his hands. He said expressionlessly, "I've seen many young people like you. They're very arrogant, but very few of them manage to survive. I, Qin Shi, was not very talented since I was young. However, after all the geniuses died because of their arrogance, I survived and even became an expert who specializes in killing geniuses. Then let's see if I kill you or if you kill me." Under the nourishment of divine crystals, the golden thunderhell dragon grew larger and larger. The golden lightning stared at Qin Shi as an ancient aura emanated from the golden thunderhell dragon's body. The scarlet blood desolation in Long Chen's right hand also revealed the figure of the scarlet-horned demon dragon. A real dragon. A lion, or perhaps the king of beasts, paled in comparison to a dragon. Qin Shi had the bloodline of a royal lion and was very strong. However, for some reason, when he looked at Long Chen, he felt that there was a natural bloodline suppressing him. When a warrior reaches the supreme golden body realm, they have truly transcended. Because we have passed the 3 great tribulations, we are no longer the same as the realms before the 5th tier of the divine martial realm. As he spoke, Qin Shi slammed his fists together. His hands were filled with extremely rough muscles. At that moment, the power of his fists vibrated together, forming a light wave that spread out in all directions. The surroundings began to tremble as an explosive power gathered on his body. This was a lion that blotted out the sky. It had a savage wildness. Its golden eyes were like the sun, emitting a terrifying and dazzling light that no one could dodge. This was the true 6th tier of the divine martial realm. A supreme golden body. It could even be said to be an undying body. Crack. This was the sound that appeared when Qin Shi clenched his fists. Long Chen was completely enveloped in a blood-red mist. Although this kind of power was very strong, it still did not intimidate him. He realized that this was an opponent that challenged his limits and surpassed his current limits. The indestructible sword body stood beside Long Chen expressionlessly. Holding the scarlet blood eternity in his hand, the god-murdering sword formation gradually gathered under Long Chen's sword. This time, the god-murdering sword formation did not disperse. Instead, it moved from the ground to Long Chen's sword. The blood-red formation gathered on the blade of the scarlet blood eternity. This was the final power of the god-murdering sword formation. Only when there was no retreat would Long Chen move the god-murdering sword formation here. This meant that a terrifying power that surpassed Long Chen's control would soon appear in his hands. What a terrifying sword force! Qin Shi looked at Long Chen with blazing eyes. He was also a person who loved to fight. An opponent like Long Chen had successfully attracted his attention. In Long Chen's hands, the god-murdering sword formation fused with the blade of the scarlet blood eternity, forming sword-shaped runes. Long Chen even felt that he could no longer hold the scarlet blood eternity. The power that was transmitted from it was too terrifying. Beside him, the indestructible sword body was also trembling. This was a mystical cloning battle technique. The battle was about to begin. At this moment, Longchen suddenly retreated. In the instant he retreated, Qinshi's body exploded like a bomb under the guidance of his qi. He charged towards Longchen. As he advanced and retreated, the distance between them did not change. However, it did. Their location was right above the huge crater. This was the place. Arriving here, Longchen revealed a smile. With the golden lightning dragon in his left hand and the god-murdering sword formation in his right, he was already prepared. Qinshi was in front of him, staring at him with disdain. His hands slowly moved. Golden divine energy swept around his body, forming a golden tornado that completely surrounded his body. A storm formed from energy swept in all directions, causing the golden light on the ground to tremble slightly. A violent aura filled with wildness erupted from Qinshi's body. At this moment, Longchen was not weak at all. After feeding it tens of thousands of divine crystals, the golden lightning dragon was lying dormant, staring at Qinshi. It was already in a berserk state. At Longchen's command, it would definitely pounce over immediately. In his right hand, the god-murdering sword formation was also prepared. Buzz. Both of them attacked at almost the same time. On Longchen's side, there was a golden and blood-colored brilliance that was filled with killing intent. On the other hand, the attack that erupted from Qinshi's body was purely a barbaric collision. World-shaking, royal lion fist. With a roar, his fist transformed into a golden lion with a single horn that blotted out the sky. It let out an earth-shattering roar and charged towards Longchen, engulfing him. The entire cave was under the control of the golden power. He was at the 6th tier of the divine martial realm, but his divine energy was countless times that of Longchen. Fortunately, the golden lightning dragon could block it for a while. However, Longchen still activated the god-murdering sword formation first. God-murdering sword formation, sword explosion. Recommending a work. Li Yi's live post with more than 50 million views. Original post: my sister was killed. I was thrown into the bottom of a well, but I met the beautiful fox immortal. Introduction: in the invisible underground world, he was the overlord of the underworld, the invisible overlord of the underworld. In the officialdom, he was a rising star who could command the wind and clouds, a rising star in the officialdom. In the cultivation world, he was a terrifying devil who could play with people's hearts and control others. All of this came from the fox immortal who had given him the soul-hooking technique. This was the story of an ambitious devil king and the last fox immortal in the world. In this story, there were ambiguities, warmth, passion, touching emotions, conspiracies, and endless sighs. The title of the book was The Last Fox Immortal, which could be found by searching on this website. Chapter 11:10. This was the move that triggered the entire formation within the god-murdering sword formation, causing the sword formation to completely explode. Longchen had cultivated the god-murdering sword formation to its most thorough level. Only then did this move appear in his mind. Naturally, the might of the sword explosion was several times stronger than that of the beast tide. The power of the sword explosion was several times stronger than the beast tide. After activating the god-murdering sword formation, the Sea of Swords and the beast tide would not cause the god-murdering sword formation to disappear. However, the sword explosion was an attack that caused the god-murdering sword formation to self-detonate. Using this method to deal with Qinshi was the only way for Longchen. His opponent was just too strong. An opponent that had cultivated for thousands of years had accumulated countless things over countless years. If Longchen wanted to receive the world-shaking Emperor Lion Fist that he had tempered thousands of times, it would be impossible without this sword explosion. As the sword slashed down, a might that was not any weaker than his opponent's descended. Longchen's scarlet blood desolation seemed to explode. Rumble. Rumble. An earth-shaking sound was emitted. The god-murdering sword formation attached to the scarlet blood desolation was truly destroyed, turning into a completely blood-colored sword chi. A wave of air mixed with countless blood-colored sword chi rushed towards the terrifying fist technique of the world-shaking Emperor Lion Fist. At this moment, Long Chen was calm. Fighting against an expert like Qin Shi was not his goal. Long Chen's true goal was to guide the intense shockwaves of the battle towards the group of trapped sacrificial offerings for the Moon Demon sacrificial ceremony while blocking his opponent's attack. Long Chen wanted to save them, but they were trapped within the golden light barrier. Long Chen had already tried it earlier. He knew what he was doing. It was unlikely that he would be able to break the light barrier with his own attack. He did not know what kind of light barrier it was, but its resistance was actually so terrifying. From this, it could be seen that Li Qingyue and the rest viewed this sacrificial offering with great importance. What Long Chen didn't know was that this golden barrier was the key to completing the Moon Demon sacrifice. If this golden barrier was destroyed, the Moonlight Cash Box probably wouldn't be able to be opened. When the god-murdering sword formation's sword explosion and the opponent's world-shaking Emperor Lion Fist clashed, Long Chen's golden thunder dragon that had been hibernating for a long time finally couldn't help but attack. With an earth-shattering roar, under Long Chen's guidance, the golden thunder dragon rushed into the sky. Its golden lightning body became incomparably huge, and then it swooped down. There was a reason for this. The golden thunder prison dragon and the god-murdering sword formation were dealing with the world-shaking Emperor Lion Fist at the same time, and the existence of the golden thunder prison dragon, due to the angle, would push the aftermath of the battle towards the golden light barrier. Everything was going according to Long Chen's plan. His speed was extremely fast, even surpassing the speed of the energy ripples. Qin Shi did not use his full strength in this punch. It could be said that these two moves of Long Chen could completely break the opponent's world-shaking Emperor Lion Fist. Of course, this was nothing to be proud of. The energy of the three parties converged, and the terrifying battle caused the entire cave to rumble and shake. The luxurious bricks on the originally built walls started to crumble and fall to the ground. For a moment, it was as if it was raining. Qin Shi's eyes were filled with astonishment. He really didn't expect that this kid actually had the strength to block his famous consummate skill, the world-shaking Emperor Lion Fist. This was not only his famous consummate skill, but also his strongest move. Countless warriors had died under the tyranny of the world-shaking Emperor Lion Fist. Rumble. Under the guidance of the Golden Thunder Prison Dragon, a huge explosion occurred. The attack that was mixed with all kinds of energy headed towards the direction that Long Chen was guiding, which was the golden light barrier. At this moment, Long Chen tensed up. He had already rushed to the vicinity of the light barrier. Once the light barrier exploded, he would rush in immediately and protect the others at the same time. Just as he had expected, the golden light shield was finally unable to withstand the combined force of the three forces and exploded with a loud bang. Grand White Sword Prison. Not only could the Grand White Sword Prison trap others, but it could also be used for defense. At this moment, Long Chen was using the White Sword Chi to block the thousands of people, so that these innocent people wouldn't be harmed by the aftershocks of the battle. This move of Long Chen's was too dangerous. Although those people knew that the golden light barrier was trapping them, they still turned pale with fright, especially after the light barrier was destroyed. "I'm here to save you. Don't resist." With their strength, Long Chen could directly take them into the Great Void Realm. This concerned the lives of thousands of people, so Long Chen had no choice but to expose the Great Void Realm. Generally speaking, only warriors in the 8th tier of the divine martial arts realm would have an internal universe, which was also known as a divine kingdom. Only a divine kingdom could allow living people to enter, but some rare treasures also had the same effect. Presumably, the others wouldn't pay too much attention to this matter. At most, they would be shocked that Long Chen actually had such a magical treasure. He told them not to resist. Everyone was very clear that Long Chen was their only chance to get out of here alive. Thinking of this, everyone subconsciously followed Long Chen's method. When the suction force acted on them, they didn't resist. Therefore, thousands of people were instantly sucked into Long Chen's great void realm. Occasionally, there were a few idiots who resisted the suction force of Long Chen, but Long Chen forcefully sucked them in. Mobilizing the qi of great void to surround them, Long Chen said, "Everyone, don't panic. Stay here for a while. After I escape, I'll let you out." In the great void realm, everyone had already started discussing. What is this place? Why are we here? Where's the young man who saved us just now? Could we have already died? Woo-woo. Therefore, Long Chen was born to calm them down. I got it. Suddenly, someone exclaimed loudly. He looked in the direction where Long Chen's voice came from with eyes of worship and said fervently, "Have you all forgotten? Only the godlike warriors of the 8th tier of the divine martial arts realm have a divine kingdom. We are now in a place that looks like a storage ring, but we are still alive. Doesn't this mean that this is the young man's divine kingdom? So that's how it is. This young man is actually so powerful. A godlike person. He can only be our senior. Many of the seniors of the martial arts path have nature-defying abilities. Their appearance also remains the same as when they were young. This young man should be such a person." While everyone was discussing and worshipping Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. While he had finally completed his mission, he felt the pressure from Qin Shi again. With a loud bang, the Tai Bai sword prison was easily broken by Qin Shi. With one glance, Qin Shi saw that the people inside were gone. His gaze became even more solemn as he stared at Long Chen. A pressure like that of a huge mountain was exerted on Long Chen. "You actually have such a treasure on you, and you can even block my world-shaking Emperor Lion Fist. I've underestimated you." Qin Shi sighed. Soon after, his golden eyes lit up. He was truly angry. "Looks like you will only release them after I kill you. I've always hated troublemakers. We've been preparing for the lunar demon sacrificial ceremony for such a long time, but you came to disturb us. How uncouth." In midair, Qin Shi was like a god as he looked down at Long Chen. His voice was like a great bell, deafening to the ears. After completing his mission, Long Chen could not be bothered with him. Long Chen knew his limits. He had already used the power of the sword explosion and the golden lightning imprisonment dragon. If Qin Shi attacked again, Long Chen would die. Therefore, he soared into the sky and stood 10 meters in front of Qin Shi. He said without any pressure, "Old man, don't be too full of yourself. Do you think that everything is under your control? What else?" Qin Shi sneered. "Come after me," said Long Chen suddenly. "What did you say?" Before Qin Shi could finish his sentence, Long Chen turned into a golden bolt of lightning and instantly disappeared before Qin Shi's eyes. Only then did Qin Shi understand that Long Chen had succeeded and was preparing to flee. Qin Shi had misunderstood. He had thought that Long Chen had come for the moonlight cache and would not leave until he obtained it. He had never expected that Long Chen would flee at full speed at this critical juncture. Although Long Chen wasn't as familiar with the terrain as Qin Shi, he was faster than Qin Shi. However, Qin Shi wasn't easy to deal with either. Golden veins appeared on his body. At that moment, he was like a lion on the plains. Suddenly, his hands were on the ground, and he was like a four-legged beast as he chased after Long Chen. "Finish this quickly. There's not much time left." Li Qingyue's dissatisfied voice echoed in Qin Shi's ears. Qin Shi knew that Li Qingyue was angry, so he immediately increased his speed in a frenzy. He wanted to catch up to Long Chen and kill him. At the same time, he wanted to rescue all the people he had taken away. A golden bolt of lightning advanced through the countless densely packed passageways. As it turned, a golden lion pursued it relentlessly. After Long Chen left, Jiang Qing immediately followed. His eyes flickered with hesitation. Han Yunqing shouldn't have come. This might be the best chance for me to figure out Long Chen's secret. I definitely can't miss it. Otherwise, I'll regret all living beings. This kid is only in his 20s, yet he already has such strength. It must be the mysterious object between his eyebrows that helped him. The value of that object is definitely greater than the moonlight cache. As he thought of this, Jiang Qing followed behind Qin Shi, hiding from Li Qingyue's eyes as he chased after him frantically. He was at the perfect 6th tier of the divine martial realm. His speed was also top-notch, so he quickly caught up to Qin Shi. As long as he could find the traces left behind by Qin Shi, he wouldn't lose Long Chen. After watching the three of them leave, the male servant beside Li Tianji said, "Young master, are we going to make a move now?" Li Tianji smiled and said, "Wait. We must wait until she takes out the demonic moon box. This woman has always been cautious. I won't make a move until she takes out the demonic moon box. However, if she takes out the demonic moon box, she will die." Chapter 11:11. Li Tianji smiled sheepishly. He turned around and looked at the maidservant lecherously. "Xiao Yu, my skills in bed are even better. I'm practically the best in the dragon sacrificial continent. I can conquer the 3 regions and 9 realms with my spear. No one can match me. Do you want to give it a try? Get lost. Young master is a big baddie." The maidservant wasn't afraid at all. She winked at Li Tianji. "Aya, aren't you afraid of me? See if I don't punish you on the spot. If you dare, I'll say it loudly." The maidservant giggled. She had something on Li Tianji. If she said it loudly now, Li Qingyue, who was still sitting quietly, would immediately discover it. Li Tianji immediately hung his head dejectedly. The maidservant beside him smiled smugly. "What's there to be smug about? When I return with the demonic moon box, I'll definitely make you cry your eyes out," Li Tianji threatened. This subdued the maidservant. On the other side, Long Chen was gradually pulling away from Qin Shi. Although Qin Shi was rather fast, he was still a little too inexperienced compared to Long Chen. If it weren't for the fact that this unfamiliar passageway would reduce his speed, even 10 Qin Shis wouldn't be able to catch up to Long Chen. Jiang Qing followed closely behind Qin Shi with a greedy glint in his eyes. He was a meticulous person. If it wasn't a truly heaven-defying treasure, he wouldn't be bothered. However, it was clear that this was a heaven-defying treasure. True martial emperor soul. Although Jiang Qing didn't know what this thing was called, he had a rough idea of its effects. All of this was what Long Chen had seen in the Tower of Trials. He was the only one standing guard in the Tower of Trials. His eyes were everywhere. As long as he killed Qin Shi and Li Qingyue for the Moon Fiend Cave mission, everything would be over. However, Long Chen didn't plan on clashing head-on with the two of them. Only a fool would engage in some unnecessary life and death battle before one's strength was insufficient. This Qin Shi would be left for that ferocious man, Yi Zheng, to deal with. At this point, he was already very far from the altar where Li Qingyue was. Even if he ran at full speed, it would take about a quarter of an hour. Long Chen was about to take a detour, but just as he turned a corner, a person stood in front of him without any warning. Even his soul-devouring demon eyes didn't notice this person. Long Chen was so scared that he almost fainted. Fortunately, he saw the person's appearance clearly. His heart, which was beating violently due to the shock, eased a little. This person was currently sitting on the ground with his legs raised up high. The wine pot was hanging above his head, and he was pouring wine into his mouth. The pungent smell of wine rushed into Long Chen's nose at this moment. It was spicy and pungent. This man's entire body reeked of wine. Most of the time, his coarse, blue clothes were completely soaked. His hair was also wet from being stained with wine for a long time. Furthermore, it was stained with dirt. He looked so unbearably sloppy. Through the gaps in his hair, Long Chen saw a pair of turbid eyes. His handsome face looked unsightly because of his sloppiness. If this fellow washed up properly, he would definitely be a very handsome man. The wine addict, Han Yunxing. When Long Chen saw this person, he was startled at first. Then, he slowly relaxed. He knew that there was a reason why the other party was sitting here. Han Yunxing was the supervisor of the Evil Dragon Palace for this trial. Jiang Qing had not expected him to be here, yet he was here. Furthermore, Long Chen had a feeling that Han Yunxing's arrival had something to do with him. Otherwise, why would a cultivator above the 8th layer of the divine martial realm be here as a supervisor? A regular supervisor would be at most at the 7th layer of the divine martial realm. The experts of the Martial God Palace did not have so many people in the mood to send out 3,000 super experts to supervise this experiential training. However, even with the soul-devouring demonic eye, Long Chen could not sense the existence of this expert. Back when he was in the sacred martial palace, Long Chen could indeed see him. However, he could not now. From this, Long Chen could roughly see the limits of the soul-devouring demonic eye and the strength of Li Xuanji back then. Li Xuanji was probably at the same level as Lingxi. In the demonic shadow realm, he was definitely one of the best. His cultivation should be between the 8th layer of the divine martial realm to the 9th layer of the divine martial realm. As for Lingxi, she was at the consummation of the 9th layer of the divine martial realm. At the 9th layer of the divine martial realm, there was a huge difference between the initial stage and the consummation stage. However, Long Chen cast aside these thoughts. Senior drunkard. Long Chen cupped his hands at him and stood where he was. He did not run away because of Qin Shi. Although the drunkard was the supervisor and he would definitely not make a move, if that was the case, why was he sitting there drinking and blocking Long Chen's path? The drunkard did not move and continued drinking. When the spicy liquid entered his mouth, he smiled in enjoyment. At this moment, Qin Shi rushed behind Long Chen. He was in awe of Long Chen's speed. During the frantic chase, he was already panting. However, at this moment, he realized that Long Chen had stopped strangely. His many years of experience told him that this might not be a good thing. Hence, he quickly stopped himself. At this moment, he saw a sloppy man drinking before Long Chen. Who is this? Another stranger had appeared. Moreover, he could not see through the stranger's strength. Qin Shi immediately thought that this person was someone from the same generation as Long Chen's senior and was likely to be a high-ranking member of the true Martial Emperor Palace. At this thought, Qin Shi retreated hastily. However, at this critical moment, a drop of wine dripped out of the wine jar and onto Han Yunxing's fair, muddy, and wine-stained finger. Han Yunxing flicked it gently. The transparent wine instantly pierced through Qin Shi's head and burrowed into the soil behind him, disappearing. Qin Shi's eyes rolled back and widened as he stared at the drunkard. His mouth was slightly agape, but he did not manage to utter a single word before he stiffly fell to the ground. Through the spirit-devouring demon eyes, one could see that the aura of his soul had completely disappeared. In front of an expert like the drunkard, Han Yunxing, this fella had no means of resisting. Even though his supreme golden body could be said to be undying, Han Yunxing had still easily crippled his supreme golden body. At this moment, Long Chen felt as though he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. He finally understood what a true expert was. He was fearless and would never be bound by the rules. He was a supervisor, but he could help Long Chen and casually kill the person in the mission. However, Jiang Qing, who was the leader of the team, did not dare to do so. This was the difference between the two of them. The drunkard, Han Yunxing, was a super expert who was much stronger than Jiang Qing. Long Chen was deeply impressed. At the same time, he was very curious as to why Han Yunxing would help him get rid of Qin Shi. Long Chen could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. At this moment, the drunkard drank the last mouthful of wine. Only when there was nothing left in the wine jar did he stand up in a daze. After swaying for a while, he saw Long Chen in front of him. He swayed left and right and looked at Long Chen with his cloudy eyes. He beckoned him over and said, "Come, let's have a chat." A gust of wind surrounded Long Chen and the two of them instantly disappeared from their original places. The moment they disappeared, Jiang Qing's figure appeared in the passageway. They had run too fast, so Jiang Qing was panting a little. However, when he saw Qin Shi lying on the ground with his eyes wide open and staring in front of him, Jiang Qing was stunned and knelt on the ground. Touching the wound on Qin Shi's forehead, Jiang Qing's entire body trembled. His face was deathly pale. Without saying a word, he immediately turned around and fled. No matter who it was, they would do the same when they saw such a situation. A warrior at the 6th level of the divine martial realm was killed without making any sound. The person who killed him was at least at the 8th level of the divine martial realm. Jiang Qing didn't want to die because of her greed. When he was running away, his mind was in a mess. He had even forgotten that Long Chen was still there. However, Jiang Qing would never have imagined that the person who had just attacked was Han Yinxing, who he thought did not exist. At this time, Long Chen found himself standing in a wooden house. The wooden house wasn't very big, only about 10 meters in length and width. Through the small window sill, he could see that it was already dark outside. There were only a few stars in the sky. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Everything was very quiet. Apart from Long Chen, the only thing in the wooden house was probably the drunkard, Han Yinxing, who was standing in front of him. Long Chen looked at Han Yinxing in a daze because he suddenly realized that he seemed to be a little different. There was a huge change in his temperament. Although he looked the same and was dressed the same, he was like a beggar just now. Now, he was like a bright star in the sky. Long Chen quickly found out what was different about him. It was his eyes. His eyes were originally cloudy, but now they were like the stars in the sky, dazzling and overflowing with color. Long Chen was full of respect for martial arts and experts, especially experts who took care of him. At the same time, Long Chen was a little confused. What was different about him that made Han Yinxing treat him like this? Back then, he was also the one who directly sent Long Chen to the true martial emperor palace. Because of this, Long Chen owed Han Yinxing a favor. Therefore, Long Chen did not say much. He knew that Han Yinxing must have brought him here for a reason. If Long Chen was not wrong, this should be his god nation. In the god nation, Han Yinxing was the god here. At this moment, this beautiful man with bright eyes was sizing up Long Chen and said, "You are already 23 years old this year, close to 24 years old, right? You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.